down at the maximum pressure. I never crumbled, I put in maximum effort. They wrote me off, I wrote a new book when hope was lost. I know what it took, I overcame all the odds. You could never put me in a box. I am relentless, I will not stop. Follow the scent, I am a fox. Came from the bottom and now I'm on top. And nobody's taking my spot.
Okay, let's have some fun.
Oh my God! It is always coming seventh!
A small country, a big place.
Wow, you're that good, huh?
One of the biggest coin flips in EPT history. With the championship on the line, it's a brick! Sharani is the champion!
Mate, what a life.
Oh!
Ready for this, I've been dreaming. This will give everything meaning. I'll do whatever it takes, and nobody's taking my spot.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Here we go. Our main event coverage starts today, day 2, here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. More than 300 players returning from a starting field of more than 1,000. It's all about the main event from here on out, days 2, 3 and 4, the final table on Saturday. We are here for it, the we being me, James Hartigan, and him, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Live at 12:30 every day, apart from the final table, we're live at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Of course, we love to hear from you. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, use the live chat. That's twitch.tv/PokerStars, youtube.com/PokerStars. You can use the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag PokerStarsTV. And of course, you can see highlights and the best stuff from Monte Carlo on Facebook and Instagram. So back inside the most beautiful poker room in the world, the Salle des Etoiles, and these are the chip leaders at the end of days 1A and B. It is Morten Hyven from Denmark who comes in as the biggest stack with 327,500. Interesting to see that Ramon Kalilas, the reigning PSPC champ, is among the top 10, Joe.
Very, very cool. Lots of new names on there, too. Like to see it.
Players arriving before we get cards in the air. Some of the famous faces who we can expect to be seeing at the tables over the course of day 2. Include Timothy Adams. He played the Super High Roller. He's made day 2 of the main event. Leo Margetts, Sophia Lovegren and Kitty Quo. Spoiler alert, Sophia's going to be on our feature table today. Yes. Be Still My Beating Heart, it's Gail Bauman. Andre Akari filming us, filming him. Sam Greenwood, another Super High Roller reg. He's also going to be on the main stage today. Spraggy brings a decent stack into day 2. Is that a Seif? Davide Katai. There is Ramon, with a host of people following him to the table.
Follow him.
And Mustafa Kanit, another player who is going to be on the main stage today. This is our feature table lineup. 3 Super High Roller regs, Kanit, Greenwood, and the reigning World Series of Poker main event champ, Corey Aldemir. And we mentioned Sophia Lovegren already. Looking forward to watching these guys play.
It's been a while since we've seen some of these folks, especially in person. I am, as they say, here for it.
Blinds will be 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. And it seems that most of the players have arrived on time. They are unbagging their chips. They are finding their seat assignments.
Some of them finding out they're on the main stage.
Yeah, our brand new set for EPT 2022. If you watched our Super High Roller final table coverage yesterday, you'll be familiar with the mise en scène.
What?
There is Sam Greenwood. Won the Super High Roller here in Monte Carlo in 2018. Looking to make a deep run in the main event in 2022. Sam is a player with $23.5 million in live tournament cashes. Has cashed in 46 EPT events. And he is our Super High Roller reviewer on the Poker in the Ears podcast.
Absolutely. Love this dude's takes. Follow him on Twitter if you haven't already.
Corey Aldemir was a recent guest on the podcast. Won the World Series of Poker main event last year for $8 million. He has 22 EPT cashes. You might remember he finished third in the PCA main event back in 2018. Mustafa Kanit, 11.9 mil in cashes. Was the runner-up in the Super High Roller in Monte Carlo in 2016. Came second to Ola Shemian. 39 total cashes on the European Poker Tour.
That's it?
I've never like this 2 hours. The TV table is 2 hours.
We're going to get cards in the air very shortly. Time for us to introduce our third man in the booth. Joining us to analyse the action on day 2 of this EPT Monte Carlo main event, Nick Walsh.
Hello, everybody. I am so happy to be here. This is the big show, EPT Monte Carlo. Let's get it.
No, we're going to be here for the whole day. Unless people...
Nick, did you ride your bicycle here?
We're not breaking.
Yep, 3 minutes. Straight from the Meridian.
Day 2, getting underway, getting cards in the air, and just a reminder, guys, that the blind level is level 11. It is 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. The shot clock not in play yet. That doesn't come out until day 3 of the main event. Should advise that with this massive field, and bear in mind that we haven't verified the exact field size because Reg was open until the very start of today, we're looking at close to 1,100 players. So we are going to have to play quite long days and have fewer breaks. So we're going to play 1.5 levels in each session. So we'll play all of level 11, then we'll play half of level 12 before we take our first 20-minute break today.
I would recommend not starting your beer level until much later in the day than usual.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be a long couple days, but eventually heading to that final table so we can crown our next main event champion. It's been a while. Very excited to see it.
The clock is running. Cards are being dealt. Here we go. EPT 2022 Monte Carlo main event, day 2 coverage. Let's do this.
Possibly the greatest poker venue in the world.
So action has been folded around to Mustafa Kanit on the button.
Now, I know we just did Prague, but most of the coverage we've done for the last few years.
My bad. Looks like we have Goran Barakovic in the hijack, who's opening with 8s, and Kanit now with the decision with 6s on the button.
So, as I was saying, mostly final table coverage we've been doing the last couple of years, so I'm excited once again to be seeing early on action. You know, it's not day 1, it is day 2. We will hit the money at some point, probably later today, but to be able to see these folks in situations that aren't final tables, that aren't the late stages, to see how you play the early stages of a tournament. Excited to see this again.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We have the opportunity when working with PokerStars to see so much of that later action and often just final tables. So to arrive at this stage of the tournament, you know, this is the part of the game that a lot of people do struggle with in their sort of tournament repertoire, if we can put it that way.
So we've gone 3-way to the flop, and just to recap, Baruchcic was the pre-flop aggressor, opened with 8s. Kanit flatted with 6s on the button, and Sam Greenwood came along from the small blind with ace-4 of hearts. And 8s still ahead on a king-jack-7 board. Hello to Dana, who tags her tweet, PokerStars TV, up at the crack of dawn here in Florida, so I don't miss a minute Super awesome to see the parade of players and to hear Jarl from location again. Good to have you with us, Dana.
What up, Dana?
What's up, Dana?
9, 10, Jack.
Nah.
Yeah.
8 still good. 8 still good, Joey.
I thought someone had 10s.
Yeah, everyone's got that kind of hand that has a little bit of showdown. Obviously, Greenwood having the weakest of showdowns, however, does decide to fire at the Queen of Clubs on the river. And I think everyone just wants to get to showdown at this point. 8s and 6s, lots of overcards. But there's a slight pause here as Cannon is, yeah, there was a moment when he thought he might want to squeeze the trigger.
So checked to showdown, and Goran Borukcic wins the first hand of the day.
What a sigh of relief you must have playing this hand with those two opponents and getting to showdown and being good.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a bit of a tough lineup at this particular table. Goran has $23,000 in live cashes, but has never cashed an EPT.
First sign of the day, just cautious.
So Sam Greenwood is the second biggest stack at this table. Toru Ida, Japanese player, has the biggest stack, 155,000. And obviously, we spoke to Masato Yokosawa on the podcast, Joe, and we said that we don't often see Japanese players on the EPT. But if there's one place where there is normally a Japanese player, it's Monte Carlo.
Well, it turns out, now I don't know if it is this year, but it turns out that in years past, Monte Carlo overlaps with something called Golden Week in Japan, which is like the only time they get time off. They're like a very work-centric culture.
Sure.
And so we do occasionally get Japanese players that make it to Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to play a few hands with Masato in the VIP Invitational earlier in the week. Really, really good guy.
Oh, he's here.
I thought so.
Oh, boy.
How much do you have? I'm unprepared.
Stanislav Anufriev from Ukraine, opening under the gun with ace-jack. Corey Aldemir, the reigning WSOP main event champ, in the small blind with ace-queen.
And here's a little secret about Korai. He's a big sweetie.
He calls. Sophia Lovgren has ace-king in the big blind.
Remember everything I said about how real blockers are?
So what looks like a squeeze, a 3-bet from Sophia to 16,000. And Stanislav has folded.
Is it covered?
Korai.
What did you start with?
117.
100 something? Thank you.
Is covered by Sophia.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot. Really interested to see how the world champion handles a situation like this.
Yeah, being out of position here doesn't feel great. Obviously, these blind v blind situations are always extremely tricky. But feels a little bit weak to give up ace-queen at this stage, right? But, you know, perhaps he has a specific read on Lovgren from this position. He does decide to lay it down.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you...
You can do that. You can just fold ace-queen when you get re-raised.
It's possible. And I guess, you know, it's just one of those... I guess that's how you win World Series of Poker main events. Making folds. Really good folds.
Correct. I saw your interview with Kitty yesterday.
Oh, you saw it already?
Yeah, I was for dinner with Kitty yesterday.
Oh, okay.
She's a very good friend to me.
Yeah, I know.
You said we'll do it again when you will be beside each other and do the interview, because it was like, it's easier to ask questions when you're beside.
I agree.
So I will record it for you when you do it later again.
I told her that would be
it's
better.
It's much better, yeah.
Not like looking at the camera like this.
I can hold it while she do it. Much better, yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
So we do have a late arrival to the table. This is Fabienne Motta from France.
Hello, welcome.
Chips have already been unbagged for him. Fabian actually won a side event at EPT Prague in 2018. Took down the 1K PLO for just over 50 grand. This hand is an open from Sam Greenwood with 7-6 of diamonds. Aldemir with ace-jack on the button.
Seems like a nice opportunity for a 3-bet. I think they are kind of at that stack depth where it's reasonable.
Nick, we had a request to explain 3-bets. What does that mean?
A 3-bet is when you, well, pre-flop a 3-bet is where you are raising an initial raise.
A re-raise.
A re-raise. But the reason why it's a 3-bet pre-flop and then it's not a 3-bet post-flop after an initial bet post-flop is because it's the third bet. The first bet being the blind bet, so the big blind, that's a forced bet.
That's 1 bet.
The second bet being the raise.
That's a 2-bet.
And then the re-raise being the 3 bets. So then post-flop, there has to be 3 bets in order for there to be 3, because there's a bet and then a raise and then a raise, right?
And of course, this became common terminology, I guess, in the mid-2000s when we got into these pre-flop leveling wars where everyone was re-raising each other. And it's a lot easier to say 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet than re-raise.
Yeah, absolutely.
You end up sounding like Max Headroom.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as people realized that 3-betting was something you should be doing more often in this format, you know, as opposed to a lot more passive action in the past.
Yeah.
The 3-bet, 4-bet, I mean, especially the 4-bet, because then people realize they could start cold 4-betting. Cold 4-betting meaning you're raising behind without having previously been involved with the pot, right? So making the 4th bet without being one of the initial raisers. And therefore, yeah, the terminology and the slang became pretty commonplace.
I remember when I learned the phrase 3-bet, thinking that that was probably going to be the last thing I would have to learn about. I'm like, I got it now, guys. We're good.
And that makes sense too, because because then at some point somebody's like, wait, if everyone's 3-betting much lighter now, what if we just 4-bet really light as well? We're going to get make lots of chips that way.
So just to recap the action from that hand after Aldemir 3-bet to 11.5, Greenwood called, and on that 5-5 deuce flop, a c-bet from Aldemir got the job done, taking us to hand 4 of the day. Day 2 of this EPT main event, just getting underway really, and still awaiting final confirmation of the runners and riders. We think it's going to be around 1,075, which is up significantly on the last time we held this event in 2019. And looks like around 330 players remaining. And we do expect later today, by the time we get to the evening, possibly the other side of the dinner break, to hit the money bubble. We are expecting world-famous bubble coverage a bit later on tonight.
So it looks like Greenwood is coming for a raise now, this time from the hijack, makes it 3.5K with Queen Jack off. Again, 2 pretty standard opening situations, but it looks like behind there's a little bit of danger here. Ida waking up in the big blind here. Big blind special with pocket queens, going to make a raise. In fact, this is a squeeze.
Second time today we've seen a super premium hand in the big blind in a spot where you might think someone's squeezing.
Okay, so the flop comes king 3-4 with 2 diamonds. And it's one of those weird boards for Lovgren, right? Because she knows she's going to have the best hand here a lot of the time. Looks like Ida just wants to take it slow, though. Being the initial aggressor, we do often see people continue, but for being out of position, and I think with Lovgren having that specific position on the button, excuse me, can have plenty of king X that flats there and then flats the initial raise. Maybe some king queen off, maybe some king jack suited, that kind of thing.
7.
What?
Yeah, it's less than 7.
7,000 apiece. This hand going to the river. Toru Ida, 98% favorite. And we do not see the 9 of clubs on the river, so Ida has a lock on this.
He could do kind of like a smallish blocker bet kind of thing here, get value from hands like pocket nines, maybe some ace highs with the diamond, might even call some of the time, maybe a hand like ace 10 with the ace of diamonds or something like that.
Pretty smallish, and I think it got called.
It did. 12,000 called by Sophia Lovgren, and a decent pot for the table chip leader. Toru up to over 190k. Sophia has dropped below the 100k mark. One thing I wanted to quickly highlight, guys, is that when we saw the players walking into the room, we did see that Spraggy was being followed by Asifo, the poker tourist, who was watching the Super High Roller stream yesterday. and asked, does the feature table have a rail? And then was saying about how he was going to try and get a flight. I thought he was joking, but it seems he has actually flown out here to spectate the action in person.
Yeah, he's been jumping into my streams during the week that I'm doing on the Twitch channel here usually, and you know, a couple of times he mentioned that he was going to try and make the trip out if certain conditions were met. You know, I think he got kind of unlucky in one of the satellites to actually win a package as well himself, but the FOMO was too much, James. It was too much.
One of those conditions was getting a fist bump from Spraggy.
Will there be a rail? Will Spraggy still be in? Okay, I'm on my way.
Well, I think Turka puts it perfectly. Man, Asif is so nuts.
Do you mean the nuts? No, I just mean nuts.
Exactly.
Uncle Jonesy says, Asifo the legend. Yep, legend in his own living room. Well, we know that Sophia Lovegren has 10-something. She is open from the cutoff to 3,500. And Toru Ida is going to show some resistance from the small blind, re-raising to 12,000 with Queen 10 of spades. Ace-7 for Barucic.
You win one hand against Sophia Lovegren. Now you think you got her number.
I really like this option to 3-bet here from the small blind with the Queen 10 of spades, though. I mean, it's a hand that just plays so nicely out of position. And, you know, as opposed to its unsuited counterpart, it will allow you to flop some really sexy draws and that kind of thing where you can continue liberally as a semi-bluff or indeed just flop something massive right out of the gate.
He's closing in on the 200K mark right now. Average stack being around 100,000 with roughly 325 players remaining. But a reminder that we're still just working out how many people late regged at the last possible moment. How many people bought in at the start of day 2? And once we confirm the field size, hopefully we can then confirm the payouts.
Did you ever hear about my poker character named Late Reginald?
No, never.
And he's always frazzled, rushing into poker tournaments late. Oh, sorry guys, I'm late. So it's Late Reginald again. Late Reg is here.
We're just expecting Late Reg to arrive at any moment now.
That's right. Was confirmed by Twitch chat earlier, which means not at all confirmed, but apparently it is Golden Week.
I mean, if I ever wanted a reliable source to confirm anything, that would be the first place I wouldn't go, but...
It's like we're having a slight pause here, guys, but I am really excited, as Joe pointed out, to cover from so early on in such a awesome event. You know, so many good players that we can follow along with here. Looks like this table is sitting around a 60 big blind average, something like that, maybe a little bit more with Ida having a considerable chunk there, especially after the pot that he just played. You know, I think 60 big blinds is definitely a more awkward level for a lot of players out there watching. And then I think I was on stream recently, and James, and I asked what is the most awkward sort of effective blind level for you guys to play, and I think pretty much everyone said something in the region of either 60 down to about 30 or 40 big blinds effective, and I completely agree. Absolutely agree. It is really, really tricky to navigate this section of the tournament, and we have these nice long levels here where we can see what they're doing and try and derive some information from that.
Get those drinks orders in, guys. It's going to be a long day. We will take a 60-minute dinner break at some point. Likely to be playing until after midnight local time. I mean, that's the kind of scheduled finish time, Nick. But as we know, with the bubble, that kind of slows the action down. So there's a very good chance that we might be finishing closer to 1 a.m. Central European summertime as we get our first all-in of the day. It is Stanislav Onufriev, who is the shortest stack at the table, shoving for just over 27K with ace-5 offsuit. And looks like he has picked up the blinds, hovering around the 20 big blind mark, still at the 1,000, 1,500 blind level, and will be for another 75 minutes or so. And a reminder, in case you missed it, that we did recently confirm the new location for the next PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Jan 30th to Feb 3rd, now part of PCA 2023. That's right, PCA is back at a brand new location, the Baha Mar Resort on Cable Beach in Nassau, and there are still Platinum Passes up for grabs. We've got near enough 300 Platinum Pass winners already, but there are so many opportunities, including the Road to PSPC, which starts in June, a global series where Platinum Passes are rewarded to the winners. If you go to PokerStarsLive.com, you'll see the full schedule. Mostly European locations, mostly European stops, Nick, but I did notice there's one in Brazil at the BSOP. I think there's one in Manila as well.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, the more the merrier in an event like that. The reason why we command such huge prize pools is because there's so many of these amazing opportunities to get in. And if you guys aren't exploiting that, go and get in now. Take the opportunity to come and join us in the sunny Bahamas. I can't wait.
Yeah, after what will be a 4-year absence, it'll be great to have the PCA back, great to have the PSPC in the Caribbean again, and really thrilled to be going to a new resort, a new location in that part of the world.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how those guys fare. I mean, it's such a huge event. There's so many people. There's so many logistics. I really hope they're up to the task. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get back underway now. And we're going into hand number 8.
And here we go. Anuferev all in again, this time shoving over the top of Aldemir's open. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, Nick. I know we don't like to be too preemptive. I think he might get called in at least one spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any way out from this position. If Anuferev absolutely has to get this hand in, and it's a layup when you've got like 20 bigs. Cannett, though, on the button with pocket Zens now has a real tough spot here. Seriously, I mean, Aldemir is going to open quite wide. He's a very aggressive opponent. I mean, UTG obviously will limit how many hands he can play, but it's going in for sure, James.
So it is a domination situation. Anuferev at risk and behind.
Yep, it's going to be something like an 80-20 here. Looks like the board's telling us 18%, 82%.
Anuferev looking for a jack to survive. Queen 10-6. Diamonds don't really help Anuferev. Aldemir with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, there's not too many outs now. He just needs to hit one of those 2 jacks at this point. No other reasonable backdoors. There is the potential for the backdoor straight still,
yes,
of course. But that's the runner-runner variety.
Turn card is an ace. Okay, so that is the set for Aldemir, but it does give Anuferev 4 outs now. A king on the river would see him make Broadway.
Oh, that would be a really punishing run out, James.
Now would be best. No. Actually, ace is the best.
Nope. This is hashtag death by quads.
Death by quads, indeed.
Courtesy of an appearance from Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river is the final nail.
Yeah, RIP, GG, my friend. What can you do? Yeah. I think we're all getting those jacks in there. Seems good to me. Unfortunate situation for Stanislav, though.
Seat open on the feature table. So,
a lot of drama.
Utkarsh on YouTube says, listen to an episode of your podcast, guys, and I must say, it's pretty good content. I'll take it. Pretty good is a decent review.
Oh, man. pretty good. I'll take it. Aldemir there picking up a lot of chips in the previous hand, obviously. And, you know, this looks like a guy that recently won $8 million to me. Oh, that's right. He did.
By the way, I'm fine with the review of it being pretty good. But next time, if you could describe it as our award-winning podcast.
It is award-winning. They don't have the trophy to show it, but it did win the award.
I have mine, Nick. I have my trophy.
Okay, good. Sorry, they got 50% of the trophies awarded. I guess that's why it's pretty good. All right. King, queen off here in the hijack. King, queen off mandatory. Let's go. I'm assuming he made it something like 3.5. That seems like what they're doing. There it is. 3,500 chipperinos to go. And Aldemir decides to defend here. I know 9-6 off looks like kind of a wide defend, but when you're this deep and you're getting such a good price pre-flop, especially with all the big blind antes out there, it is mathematically correct to come along here with a hand as weak as this. And look at the flop. This could spell disaster for king, queen off in this situation. Obviously, making that straight, very disguised hand. You got a really strong top pair with king, queen off. I imagine that if he can turn his up and down straight draw here, he's going to win a really, really juicy pot. Shout out to Croaks in the chat. Hope you and your grandma are having a great time watching the stream today. Okay, so on the turn here, Aldemir picks up a pair to go with his straight draw, but no dice.
So a pair of kings, still good for Barukcic.
So king, queen did slow down here on the turn, which is quite interesting. I imagine, I can see how the 9 of clubs is quite a danger card here. It does complete some of the floats in terms of making straights, hands like 5-6, hands like Jack-10. So he did opt to sort of pot control. But I think with Aldemir having so much showdown, he just wants to, yeah. And then again, a very interesting check on the river there with king, queen, too. I mean, Aldemir showing a lot of weakness at this stage. I think if he had a set or a turn straight, he would have to be betting that river. So once he checks, king, queen has an opportunity to put in a value bet. But in this case, decides to play it safe, fair enough, and takes down a pot of around 19,500 chips.
Hopefully, within the next half hour, we will get confirmation of the exact field size here in Monte Carlo. Registration closed in the last 30 minutes. Cross-referencing, crossing of T's, dotting of I's needs to take place. But we know it's going to be north of 1,050. We know it's a significant increase on 2019. It's close to the biggest field we've ever seen in this event.
Yeah, very, very close to the all-time record, if I'm not mistaken.
7 race, 4,000.
Sam Greenwood in action, opens on the button with ace-8, makes it 4K. Corey folding queen 10 in the small, Sophia in the big with 6-4. And she folds as well. Raise and take it for Sam Greenwood.
Yep, pretty standard pot there. Queen 10 off obviously has an opportunity to do something some of the time. But I think if it's queen 10 suited, we're going to see some action from the small blind every single time.
So, a couple of bits of information about Sam Greenwood, Nick, courtesy of StatTrick. Sam has already cashed 2 events here in Monte Carlo. He has a total of $10.3 million in cashes on the EPT alone. Only one player has more in EPT cashes in terms of prize money won on the European Poker Tour than Sam Greenwood. Who is that player?
Is it Adrian Mateos?
It is not Adrian Mateos. Good guess.
Was I close?
I mean, in the sense that it's a player who would be very comfortable in a super high roller event.
Mm-hmm.
It is a player who, like Adrian Mateos, has actually won the main event here in Monte Carlo.
Put me out of my misery.
Stephen O'Dwyer.
Stephen O'Dwyer, there you go. Chat's guessing Lucas Pagano. I'm not sure I've ever heard him referred to as Lucas Pagano, but I appreciate that.
It's like a knockoff version of Luca Pagano.
Yeah, exactly.
Aces again.
Oh,
for Corey Aldemir.
This guy. I mean, you know, the cool thing about this is he's actually got a couple hands in this pot so far that might be willing to tango with him here. Although, because it's a three-way pot at this stage, because there are already two players engaged, they've already VPIP'd in this pot, he's probably going to have to squeeze to quite a large size to try and account for the fact that there are two players to get through here. At least two players, if not from the blinds as well. And it means that he might probably get more folds from the king-queen off, and that's probably the most likely hand to come along. Okay, through the blinds.
And everyone folds to that re-raise, Nick. So the rank sentimentalist on Twitter says, I'd love to see Canet still in when I can tune in after work. So if Joe can hold back on the cranking, that'd be great. It's not going to be so much about whether Mustafa Canet is still in the main event. It's more going to be about whether we still have this lineup on the main stage this evening. I imagine we will change feature table a couple of times today.
Yeah, that would make sense. But, I mean, I echoed the sentiment. Mustafa is a great character to have on feature tables, especially when we're getting deeper, especially when we're already in the money, I imagine, as well, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of that pressure is off once that bubble is burst. So hopefully we'll see more from him as we move forward because he's a great character.
A lot of people asking about Spraggy. To the best of our knowledge, Spraggy is still in. He brought a very comfortable stack into day two. And we are seeing Mustafa Canet play a hand here, opening with ace-10 from under the gun +1.
Yeah, okay, so Ida here is our current chip leader on this feature table. And Canet is sitting there with around 55 bigs or so. I think that's reasonable to just set mine here. I think that's okay. As we've mentioned many times before, if you are going to be calling with like low pairs, pocket twos, pocket threes, pocket fours, you just want to make sure that you've got enough chips behind effectively in order to make that call valuable, because you're only going to flop a set something like 14% of the time. So when you do, you want to make sure that you've got enough chips behind to go ahead and win a big pot.
King 10-8. Canet with the advantage.
Yeah, this is a little bit tricky for Canet, though. He does have a relatively strong hand here.
4,000.
You do kind of want to bet to protect your hand here, but multi-way pots are always really tricky. I do like the bet on the flop, though, generally, and I like the size that he uses here, too. Something like 1/3.
Two folds, the bet of 4,000. Mustafa Canet playing around 96,000. Roughly 63 big blinds.
Yeah, I think with a hand like ace-10 off on that pot, you just want to go ahead and bet and take it down on the flop. If you're getting called there, especially from the positions that called behind you, I think very frequently you're just going to feel pretty gross about your hand. There's lots of runouts where you can't continue from being so far out of position. So very, very nice little outcome there. Don't think you want too much more action when you're when you're so early in the positions.
So, Nick, we have one short stack at the feature table at the start of the day. That was Stanislav Onufriev, who we saw eliminated a short while ago. There are now no short stacks. Literally, no one has fewer than 50 big blinds. Fabian Motta has fewer chips than anyone else, but he's playing a 53 big blind stack. Yeah,
absolutely. And like I said, just such a good opportunity to see some of the best players in the world playing these more awkward stack depths. You know, there's we talk about this a lot in cash games. You know, what are you buying for in cash games, right? A lot of people like to sit super deep, James. They like to cover everyone, that kind of thing. They like to be at least 100 big blinds deep, something like that.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people will come and sit down. Maybe less experienced players will say, I'm going to buy in for 50 big blinds. Well, that's probably one of the worst things you want to do, especially if you're inexperienced, because it's so difficult to play that hand well. It doesn't really allow you to set mine that wide because you're going to dwindle in chips and you're not getting the right price, and then that's enough implied odds. So it's almost better to sit with the absolute minimum or sit with the absolute max, because the minimum has a lot of opportunities to just get it in pre-flop. When you got the best of it, you're going to get a lot of loose action, especially against players that want to be really, really deep and cover everyone and gamble a bunch. So we're definitely seeing the more tricky blind levels played now, and I think Fabian Motta probably has the most awkward at the table so far, but still considerably deep, to your point.
Sam Greenwood opening under the gun with King 7 of spades. Round to table chip leader Toru Ida with Queen 8 of diamonds. He's folded. Goran Barukcic has Queen 5 on the button. He's out. Fabian Motta folds. And Mustafa Canet folds the big blind. There was a time when this tournament was the EPT Grand Final that it was a €10,000 buy-in. It is now a 5K buy-in, 30K starting stack. So we've referenced a few times that you can buy in at the start of day 2. So you can spend 5K on a 30K stack at the 1500 blind level. Kind of feels like that's a little bit gambly, but hey, knock yourself out.
I mean, you know, plenty of pros will max late reg tournaments, so you know, why not? I wonder if Phil Hellmuth might max late reg this one. What do you think? Nah. It's a little bit shallow at that point. Again, yeah, it's a little bit shallow. Did they have the 100K high roller when it was called the EPT Grand Final?
They did.
They've always had the 100K.
They did, and I'm trying to think if we've ever had Hellmuth in Monte Carlo. I think the only EPT I can remember seeing him at was in London a few years ago, and obviously he's played the PCA a few times, but I don't remember ever seeing him here in Monaco.
Yeah, that might be the case. That doesn't ring a bell to me either.
So a pair of 6s for Sam Greenwood, who has outflopped Mustafa Canet.
Yeah, I think you want to always be betting here, to be honest. Like, there's so many bad turns, and you know, you can certainly get some weaker hands to call as well. But for the most part, I think you're kind of just betting for protection. Of course, a protection bet is still a form of value bet in most cases. Yeah, and very nice. Nice little small bet. Don't have to go crazy. I mean, if anything, you might want to try and entice some, you know, weaker draws to go ahead and come along. Maybe 2 over cards with a really good heart. Maybe 2 over cards and maybe a gut shot, something like that. So you want to bet an amount that you can get the stuff that's just out there to fold.
Just taking a look at some of the players at the outer tables. There's Spraggy. Can confirm he's still alive.
Tracksuit looking fresh.
Did not go bust in the first half hour of the day. So a little bit of discussion about the blind structure, Nick, and the observation not unjustified that 1K, 1.5K is a weird blind level. There are two reasons for it. Number one, the introduction of the big blind ante did result in the creation of a few funky blind levels and a few anomalies.
Yeah.
And that largely has driven this. It also is because the 100s have already been colored up. So we're only dealing with 500 as the smallest chip in play.
Right.
So this would have been traditionally the 800, 1600 blind level.
Yeah.
It's now 1K 15. And that big blind ante does kind of offset things slightly.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I always love when you get that color up moment, because it means you're progressing through the tournament, of course, but also that you know, it's just when you start that tournament, you got so many colors on the table, it can be very difficult, especially if you don't play a lot of live, to look and estimate stacks.
Yeah.
And then once it gets down to 3 colors or so, you're like, okay, I think I got this figured out.
New player at the table, by the way, Ariel Saban from France has taken the seat previously occupied by Stanislav Onufriev. So we are playing 8-handed once again. That last hand was a win for Sofia Lovgren with a set of 8s on the flop. There is the new player. Damn it, can it, is at my table. More than 100 bigs for Ariel Saban.
Yep, coming in. That makes him second in chips, just under Toru Ida at this feature table.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get information very shortly on who is the overall chip leader, with still around 300 players remaining. Sizable field here in Monte Carlo, as we see Mustafa Canet opening with ace-5.
Yep, ace-5 off here. Seems good from the old cutoff. Oh, wow. This could get interesting.
So, as things stand, Mustafa Canet is outkicked. However, he does have the wheel draw, and chopportunities are a thing.
2,500.
Canet, having raised pre, continues this flop. Sofia Lovgren calls the 2,500, and we go to the turn.
Oh.
2-pair now for Lovgren, who becomes a 92% favorite. Scratch what I said about chopportunities.
Yeah, that really changes things. I think Mustafa's going to feel really confident about putting in another bet here, though, James. Oh, actually decides to slow it down instead. Very interesting.
And does not get there on the river. Mustafa playing aces and 4s with a 9 kicker. Sofia Lovgren with a better 2-pair. And she's going to lead river.
I think there's 14,500 in the middle. I think you could afford to go quite big here if you wanted to. Get a lot of other ace highs to call, some king highs to call even, depending on the read of Lovgren's bet. Looks like a pretty standard call, though, for Canet, yeah.
Sofia Lovgren has more than $500,000 in live earnings. Best ever result on the EPT was back in 2013, when she came 16th in the 10K high roller for 21.5 grand. So let's look at some of the players out in the field away from the feature table, Nick. We have got the first ever 2-time EPT champ. Victoria Coren Mitchell won her first title in London in 2006, her second in San Remo in 2014.
Yeah, absolute legend.
Neil Farrell, a.k.a. Feraldo. He was a winner in Malta in 2015.
My man.
Fabian Quas took down the super high roller at the PCA in 2014. Another super high roller champion is the legend that is Stevie, Stephen Chidwick.
Absolute boss.
And last but by no means least, the current chip leader, Julian Martini, runner-up in the PSPC, the man who finished second to Ramon Kalilas. He is current Monte Carlo boss with over 400K. So that last hand was raise and take it for Fabienne Motta. Next hand will be hand 19 of the day. Halfway through the first level of the day. And I'm going to have to get into the habit of remembering that we will not take a break at the end of that level next.
Yeah, I understand. Needs must, though, and we want to make sure that we get all the action in without altering too many of the variables. And really, really excited to see all the action that comes, so it makes sense. Okay, Mr. Korai is doing something.
Well, he's opening from the cutoff. Raises to 3,500 with 8-5 of diamonds. Sophia Lovgren has kings on the button.
Yeah, 8-5 suited here, definitely on the wider side. I don't know if perhaps he has a bit of a read on Lovgren. Maybe she isn't that aggressive from the button in these sorts of positions. Maybe there's a little bit of expectation there, but of course she's waking up here with a very strong hand, so she's going to want to go ahead and 3-bet that pretty much every single time, especially on the deeper side.
And Toru Ida, the table chip leader, has found jacks in the big blind.
Oh, man. The cold 4-bet. We were just talking about it, James. We were just discussing the cold 4-bet. And this is the spot, guys. If you were hearing that explanation earlier for the first time, I mentioned cold 4-betting. This is what it looks like. There's an initial open, which is a raise, raising the big blind. There's a second bet, which in this case is the third bet because the initial bet is the big blind. That's a blind bet. And now a player that is not already engaged or already VPIP'd into the pot is now has the opportunity to put in the fourth bet. Well, we call it a cold 4-bet when they weren't previously involved.
Well, a quick fold from Korai, who is not going to continue with 8-5. The raise is to 30,000, and I imagine we'll see the all-in from Sophia. And I don't think Ida will be able to pass jacks here, having already invested 30,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where I don't think this is a spot. I don't know. There is definitely an opportunity for a cold 4-bet bluff in this situation. So I wonder if sometimes you just want to be flatting with the kings. I guess it depends on your read of the person, right? If you think they're the kind of person that's only cold 4-betting with premiums, you just get it in and they're going to call a lot of the time. So easy game, right? If you think there's the opportunity for them to have a hand like 6-7 suited, 8-7 suited, even a hand like King 3 of spades might be a good opportunity to cold 4-bet here as well as a bluff. She decides to shove.
So all in for 107,000, 77K to call.
Yeah, it's not a lot more, James. It's not a lot more to put the rest in, but I'm not sure. You got to know your opponent here. Is Sophia the kind of person to be doing this light? I'm not sure.
Just confirming the count.
107, 100.
And a reminder that the shot clock is not in play yet. So there is no limit on the amount of time Toru Ida might take over this decision. Of course, if the other players at the table feel he's taking too long, they can call the floor and call the clock on him. I mean, getting practically 2-1 on your money, and
yeah,
if you're thinking it's going to be ace-king or ace-queen, right? It's going to be a flip.
That's the problem, James. If you think that there's going to be some ace-king in there, you're getting such a good price. You've invested so much already. There you go. You can see him counting up the chips. He's just doing some quick mental math to figure out what kind of price he has, and that's obviously going to heavily impact on his decision. But if he has a read on Sophia, perhaps he thinks that she plays a little bit more snug.
Yep.
You know, then this could be a getaway. Looks like he's trying to figure out how much he'll have left as well. That's always an important factor as well.
keeps looking at the pot.
Yeah, I've felt this before myself, James. You're just trying to find one more variable to help you make a better decision here, but you just keep seeing the price you're getting, and you keep thinking, I can't fold. I think it's real close, though. This is by no means a snap call at all. This is definitely one you really have to mull over.
Apologies, chat pros, but you do not get to call for the clock in this situation.
Makes the call.
And it is a domination situation and a great spot for Sofia Lovgren, who is roughly a 4-to-1 favorite to double up here. However, there's always a chance that we could see a jack on the flop, turn, or river.
I think probably something like 2 in 10 times. About 20% of the time, we're going to see the jacks take it down here. This is about as good as it gets pre-flop, guys. Lovgren in a great spot to put her in a situation where she can have a ton of chips.
Yeah, she'd be table chip leader if kings hold here. Here comes the flop. Always an ace on the desk, but not relevant in this situation. Just has to fade a jack.
Yeah, at least Ida can say he would be losing to ace-king anyway.
Seven of diamonds. Neither player has a diamond, so only a jack on the river would eliminate Sofia Lovgren.
Yep, diamonds, no sweat.
The river is a 10. She gets the full double up and becomes table chip leader.
Yeah, huge, huge pot for Lovgren there. That is so relevant at this stage in this tournament, and she's going to feel really, really good about that one.
Yeah, so she's now playing around 150 big blinds. Toru Ida's dropped down to around the 57, 58 big blind mark.
Still plenty of time, Mr. Ida. Plenty of time, buddy. 57 bigs.
Yeah.
And dreams. 57 bigs is a very playable stack at this stage, James.
Absolutely. Still no short stacks at this feature table. Mustafa Kanat has around 50 bigs, and he is the shortest of the 8 players we have on the main stage.
146 bigs now for Sofia Lovgren.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
Thank you. Jacks are not good on this table, huh? Jacks are not good on this table.
No,
Jacks.
right, yes.
I don't think it's just at this table. Many people find that jacks don't work out for them.
Aces and kings are good at this table, but only at this table.
Let's take a look at the chip count, guys. Lovgren there with 220K, as we just saw, something in the region of 146 big blinds. In fact, it probably is almost exactly 146 big blinds. And Kanat now, the shortest stack with 74K. That represents about 49 big blinds here in Monte Carlo.
Action has been folded by Barukcic and by Motta. Kanat out.
Wait. Weren't you big blind last time?
Sorry?
Yeah. Misdeal, huh? Yeah.
Oh, it's a misdeal.
Yeah, sure. No, he was big blind cut off last hand. He shouldn't play this hand.
Well, you were big blind last time.
Yeah, cut off.
Yes.
I think I was
same
bottom
position last time.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I think there's a chance Mustafa knows how to play poker.
Yeah, Toru Ida has posted the big blind 2 hands in a row, so this is actually a misdeal.
Who did you deal the first card? Okay, so
Now, I do.
I'm bottom 2
No, but I'm bitten right now.
It's either 3 folds is significant action, and he's in the small
I
blind,
was small blind,
or it's a misdeal, right?
At the same position as last time.
I had a button here at the small blind.
He's a new player.
But
Blind here, so I just put the button here, so I wouldn't like.
But I was already small blind last game.
And I had 1, 2, 3, 4.
I cannot put 2 small blind.
The button should be right.
Yes.
Yeah. Should be here.
I mean, I'd rather pay 2 small blinds than pay the big blind twice with the big blind ante. What do you think, James?
I put the small.
No active action, just fold, fold, fold.
I think the ruling will be that this is a misdeal. Everyone give your cards back. Let's move the button around. Let's play this hand again.
Yeah, that's definitely the right thing to do in this situation. There hasn't been any significant action. As we've said, that's probably the most important factor here, James.
Yeah.
When misdeals happen all the time, even here at EPTs. And in most card rooms, the significant action they're making reference to is a player's looked at their hand and they've taken aggressive action. So in those situations, it gets a little bit trickier because that person has shown some form of strength in a reasonable way, and therefore any of the cards dealt should be in play. But it looks like they stopped the deal halfway through as well, so it's even more of a moot point in my opinion.
When I was folding. Like as Mustafa was folding.
When I was folding, it was a card here, this card, I don't know why. And then he said like, look, this hand...
It's big blind, 2 hands in a row.
I'm pretty certain that eventually we'll get to the point where this will just be
a fond memory.
cancelled and we'll deal this hand again. They're right. It's the same positions as last time. It is a misdeal. There's been no significant action. Here we go. Give your cards back. Let's start again.
Yesterday on day 1, it was a miss, or like she turned over one of my cards.
It was a borderline one. Already my card went on your card.
Yes. Turned over ace.
And
Otherwise, well, then the card is a queen, so I still get ace queen. I still get ace queen, and I still won the hand.
I mean, to be honest, the fair ruling is misdeal.
Yes,
like,
I agree.
In this situation. Because it was change dealer, big pot.
I just don't like saying anything once I've looked at my cards, because it's like if I have ace, if I have T7 off, like, you know, whatever. It's just...
Everybody knew you had a good hand.
Everyone's 6-7 suited.
Yeah, 7-6 suited.
Okay, so there you go. Ariel Saban is now the dealer. That was the ruling. And we carry on.
Yeah, and ultimately, I know this is shocking, right? Anything that involves a human element results in the occasional mistake, and that's fine. It's how mistakes are handled that matters.
I absolutely agree, James. Yeah, the right decision was made there, in my book at least. Let's get back to the action here.
One case.
And we have confirmed the field, by the way. 1,073 total entries across Day 1A, Day 1B, and the start of play today, and 292 players remaining. Payouts still to be confirmed, but we will play into the money today. We will see the bubble burst, and that means a bit later on you will get world-famous bubble coverage from PokerStars TV.
Okay, Greenwood here now. UTG +1. That's one position to the left of the first player to act. With pocket sixes, Saban on the cutoff, deciding to fold. I really like that fold with the ace-5 off from that position, especially when you've got such an early raise.
Just to win the main event.
The main event I will play for sure. Yeah.
And big blind.
I do back and forth.
Could definitely call there for sure with 8-7 off, but folds probably fine as well.
2 weeks at the start, and then I come back, I do 2 weeks in Europe.
Maybe I'll do that too.
Like chill, and then I go back and do 3 weeks, whatever. But otherwise it's too much, I get. Yeah. I like it like this.
if it was in like fall again, in autumn, I would
Autumn
go for the whole time.
Full, yeah.
But summer in Europe.
Yeah, I agree. Same. I feel it. Summer in Europe is too much. It's too nice. in Vegas is too much. That's why it's hard to call.
All right, guide. Hand number 22 underway now.
One raise is 3,500. 2 plus.
Lofgren making it 3,500 to go from UTG +2. A lot of these sort of small gap connectors, 6-4 suited, 8-7 suited, those kinds of hands. Very, very playable. And you definitely want to show up with these hands once in a while from this position, you know what I mean? Because you want to make sure that you have what we call quote-unquote board coverage. You know, what that basically means that when you're entering pots and you're arriving on flops, that you can reasonably represent a pretty wide range so you can have a lot of made hands. And people will actually believe that you have them, right? If you're too tight from too many positions, it's like, okay, he's basically just playing a linear range, or she in this case. And look at that flop for Lofgren. Not only a great board to c-bet as a bluff, like, you know, you got 1,100 there. I think like 2,500 here would be a really cool, sorry, excuse me, 2,500 would be a great bet here. Something like that. You're going to get tons of folds right off the bat, but of course this is kind of a semi-bluff situation as well. She opts for something closer to half pot, and she's going to take that down a lot of the time, as expected. Not only a good flop to draw, but also a great spot to bluff, and the semi-bluff in this case looking really, really good. I think the small bet there has some merit because you obviously can win for a very small investment, but the larger bet also has some merit as well because you want to get some king X to fold, and where that guy was calling from, he'll have plenty of king high floats. That puts you in a lot of awkward situations.
Yeah.
So I think going small is cool, and also going bigger, slightly bigger, is cool too. It just depends on the position that they're calling from, because then you have some modicum of range expectation, and you can use that to sort of decide what kind of combos you think they're going to be calling with there, and adjust your bets accordingly. Okay, on the button with king jack off. What are you going to do? You're going to raise. And I think probably Greenwood's going to come along here every time for that smaller opening. We've seen 9-6 off played very similarly, in fact. I believe it was Karai who defended his big blind with that earlier against the king-queen off.
Very quick check on the flop. Motta with the advantage, pair of jacks, straight draw for Greenwood.
Yeah, I just decided to sort of pot control the flop and then bet the turn instead. Could go either way there, I think. You know, there's again a lot of pros to betting the flop there, James.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's a ton of stuff that's going to be calling the big blind that you have not only dominated, but also, you know, some draws that you can be getting value from there. Some sort of one pair plus straight draw kind of hands as well. But opts for the check bet line instead. We call that a delayed c-bet. So you don't take the aggressive action on the flop after you've raised, but then you follow it up with a delayed bet, and in this case, awards in the pot.
And 24 of the day. Under the gun raise from Sophia Lofgren. Queens.
Man, she's had a lot of big hands so far. Sometimes the cards just dance for you, James.
Round to the blinds. Sam Greenwood in the small. Has sevens. Sam, the effective stack here, starts the hand with 106,000.
Yeah, I think when you're in the small blind, you're going to be calling here a bunch with these small pocket pairs.
And looks like Corey Aldemir has folded, so we're going heads up to the flop. It is ace, 6, 6. Queens still ahead. In fact, Sophia is now a 9-1 favorite. Action goes check, check.
Very quick.
And it is always coming 7.
It's always coming 7, James. A full boat. I mean, Greenwood, he's in a really awkward position now, right? Because he knows that an open from this position from Lovegreen can contain some ace-x. It does go quick check, check on the turn. And now pretty much Greenwood is going to have to bet this river every single time. I don't imagine there's too many checks in this spot. And Lovegreen pretty much always has to call after the action's gone this way, in my opinion. What if he just makes it? Oh, he does find the check, James.
Wow. Turns a full house, checks it.
Mate.
Checks it on the river, and at this point...
Yeah, she might value bet, James. She might find the value bet. There's plenty of Jack X that's in the small blind there that she can be getting value from, right? He's not showing any aggression. She does go for it.
Into a pot of 10,000. Sophia Lovegreen bets 50%, 5,000.
Yeah, sly old Greenwood with that river check. Now he's not thinking about calling. He's going, how much value can I extract based on the way she's played it? Would she really check an ace on the turn? Would she check the flop with an ace? So he's going, I don't think she's going to have a flush. She probably would have bet the flush draw, flop, or turn. I don't think she has an ace. So what am I getting value from, and how much can I make it where I'm still going to get some additional value with my full boat here? Reaching deep into his poker knowledge. Guy's an absolute legend, a huge crusher. Whatever size he makes it here, guys, that's the best size. We can confirm. What about like 30K? 35,000. Such a tough spot for Queens now. She opened the gates, and she knows that Sam is going to be capable of having some bluffs in this situation. Absolutely, especially when she misses flop and turn bets from position.
What is this, Prague?
Hashtag embrace the squeak.
The check raise on the river from Sam Greenwood with the full house. Sophia Lovegreen with a tough decision. Knows she's losing to diamonds, losing to an ace, but he wouldn't play an ace this way.
Probably not. I think he'd probably want to speed up at some point here. But then again, we did also expect him to lead with the sevens. She makes the fold. Very, very good play from Greenwood there. We were in the booth expecting the river bet, and he found the line that actually made him a lot more chips. That's not to say that he wouldn't have made some chips with betting, but I think he did really, really well finding that check and giving himself the opportunity to win even more. Very nice. Sam Greenwood, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam playing 118,000. Average stack right now is 111,000 with 289 players remaining in the 2022 EPT Monte Carlo main event. First time we've been on the Riviera in 3 years. So good to be back. So great to have live poker being played inside the Salle d'Etoile. Great to have these guys on the stage on a brand new set. Cards up coverage from now right through until the winning moment at the final table on Saturday.
Yeah, and what a stage it is. You guys have done a great job with the production. That stage looks absolutely immaculate. Look at that felt, you guys. Who doesn't want to play on that table?
Yeah, we had Optimus Clang saying yesterday he wants to come to Monte Carlo and just stroke that felt.
It looks very strokeable. I can appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Saban here opening up ace-10 off from the earliest possible position, UTG.
Well, I've heard from Elkanah on Twitter, hashtag PokerStarsTV. Elkanah says, I know he has a French flag, but Ariel Saban is such an Israeli name, it should come with a plate of hummus. I'm claiming him as one of our own. Go Ariel.
That's what we like to see, you guys. Rooting for the champs.
So Greenwood is flattered with the Queen Jack on the button. Aldemir with Ace King of Clubs in the small blind. Don't think he's just going to flat.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe the 3-bet's going to come. Maybe it's like 15,000. James, what do you think?
I can never guess the sizing, but
yeah.
Yes, the re-raise does make sense. And it is a 3-bet from Koray Aldemir to 18,000.
Close, close, close. Being out of position here as well, you definitely want to charge a few extra chippies just because it can be a little bit more tricky to play these. Of course, ace-king suited, far more playable than its offsuit counterpart, excuse me. And, I mean, Greenwood's got a hand that he can be calling with on the button. Queen Jack suited plays so nice, even in 3-bet pots. But like I said earlier, when we're in these squeeze spots, the 3-bet is much bigger, right? Because you're going through 2 opponents instead of 1. Now, had it folded round to Queen Jack of Diamonds and he raised and then faced a 3-bet from Aldemir, he might have been more enticed to call, not only because he's heads up, but also because it's going to be a little bit cheaper. He's got a better price.
Well, bad news from the outer tables, Nick. Victoria Koromitchel has just been eliminated. The first ever 2-time winner on the European Poker Tour, an early casualty on day 2 of this Monte Carlo main event. Got it in with 6s against queens. Patrick Antonius, who's also at that table, said, hallelujah, good luck, but no 6. Clean run out. And VCM is KO'd.
Yeah, absolute legend of the game. Fantastic ambassador for poker. And GG's to her.
35. 3 raises to 35.
Toru Ida has been quiet since losing that huge pot with jacks. It's his turn to have the kings, and he has raised under the gun to 3,500. So we've only caught one of Mustafa Kanet's cards, which is an ace. That's a re-raise from Canet.
So good, he only needs 1 card. Ida did previously lose a chunk of his stack there to Sophia Lovgren with jacks versus kings. It's his turn to have the kings this time. Let's see if he can make some magic happen here. Get himself back up to the 100+ big blind mark. If he does opt for the 4-bet, in many cases it should be something like 2.5 times the 3-bet size, so something like 25,000 or so. But if you look at his stack here, guys, that's like going to be, it's going to be kind of an awkward, it's going to leave him with a very awkward kind of stack to pot ratio post flop. Okay.
28,000.
There you go. Very, very close.
Not insignificant.
Nope.
And the fold from Canet.
Yep, and Toru Ida there winning a 42,000 chip pot.
Yeah.
Still chunky, you know. You probably want to get some more action with kings in most scenarios, but that's going to give him a much more significant position here at the table. Now up to 65 big blinds.
Still just over a quarter of an hour to play on this level, and then a reminder, we are going to roll into level 12 and play the first half of the 1K, 2K blind level before taking our first break of the day. We have to take fewer breaks, which I'm sure those of you watching at home are quite happy about. I think for the players and those working at the event, it's a little bit tougher, but that's what needs to be done to cut through this field and make sure that we can get down to the final table by the end of Friday and get down to a winner by Saturday.
I'm all for it, James. I'm pumped.
I mean, it's always a nice problem to have when you have to make adjustments because the event was far more popular than you anticipated.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. It's a good problem to have.
So now it's Toru Ida with a missing card as we go three-way to the flop here. Fabian Mottas under the gun +1 opened by both the small blind and the big blind.
Let's play sweat with Ida.
Well, it's a kind of half sweat, isn't it? So hard to know who's ahead right now. It would be quite amusing if pocket threes was still the best hand on a Queen Jack 10-5 board. Well, a bet of 7,000 from Ida is going to win him that pot. Let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Joe, in the last 20 minutes or so, we confirmed 1,073 players. That is the field size in this year's Monte Carlo main event.
Four figures.
About 150 more players than 2019, the last time we were here. 277 players remaining and still waiting for confirmation of the prize pool and payouts.
People are ready to play poker again. Live poker, at least.
And just to recap where things stand at our feature table, Sofia Lovgren is the table chip leader after doubling up through Toru Ida. Still no short stacks. Mustafa Kanit is the low man at the table, and I use the word low in inverted commas, still playing 40 bigs.
The awkward stack we were talking about earlier, though. I'm sure you'd rather have 40 big blinds than 22, though. Despite being somewhat more difficult to navigate. Greenwood going to open this pot. Queen 9 offsuit to 3,500. Sophia in with King 10 of diamonds. Barukic. 7-8 off, defending the big blind. King, Jack, 6, 2 clubs. Top pair for Lovgren. Gut shot for Greenwood. And a banana for Barukic.
Gut shot for Greenwood, that's the name of our new band.
Gut shot for Greenwood. Bowling for Soup. Gut shot for Greenwood. And I can't say the band from Wayne's World that I like. Crappy Beatles.
How about
Crappy Beatles, they any good? They suck.
How about Late Reginald?
Late Reginald. Greenwood continuing with a bet of 8,000. A big C bet. Gonna find out where he's at pretty quick. Got the backdoor clubs as well. And should get rid of Super Yankee fan Goran. The turn. Oh, was there ever any doubt?
Wow.
Was there ever any doubt? Absolutely deadly card for Lovegren. Gin for Greenwood.
You know, Joe, there are certain situations that you don't want to find yourself in against players that are known to be highly aggressive, and this is one of them, right? You're like, I can't be folding 2-pair here. This guy's always bluffing. Okay, the check worked for him previously. Managed to find a lot of value from a turned full boat by checking 3 streets out of position.
You love to see the pros. This is, look, as an amateur player, you make your hand and you check, you trap, right? This is something I could do.
Yeah,
I could see I mean, I wouldn't make the straight.
Yeah.
But I would be intending to check here.
Amateurs everywhere being highly encouraged to
Yes.
just check every time and always trap all your big hands, therefore never getting enough value from any of their hands. And here we go, seeing Greenwood checking it down again. Lovegren, I'm sure, will not forget being check raised on that river previously, where she had the queens versus a turned full boat for Greenwood. And in this case, it is going to be a bet.
I mean, look, Greenwood's just not randomly checking because he made a hand, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Sophia's going to have plenty of hands here that will take over the betting when checked to on the turn. Hands that did just make 2-pair. Hands that improved. Hands that maybe have a pair and a straight draw now.
Yeah, and in this case, and with this specific hand, I know that Greenwood is going to try and set up a pot here where he can win the max. But they are quite deep still, right? That's one of the reasons why these stack depths are so awkward to play is you're not so short that it's really easy to get the money in without doing some raising on some streets. So I'm wondering if there's going to be a check raise turn here. Just because he wants to set himself up where there's enough in the pot in order to win a big one on the river. He opts for the call, though.
So despite what PP Momo says, she's done not possible in this hand. Sophia, the chip leader at the table, to start the hand.
And the 9 on the river, Greenwood goes for the check again. Quick check, and sure enough, going to showdown. The 9 is such an action killer in this position, right, Joe? Such an action killer because now there's a 1-card straight with a queen. It's a lot harder to get value from your queen 9.
Action killer was my nickname in college. I know all about killing action.
Yeah, exactly. And the 9 obviously means that Sophia isn't going to try and get additional value versus the check. Kind of an unfortunate run out for queen 9 because he could have made a ton more there had it not peeled off. I think king 10 almost always goes for value on that river once it's checked, had it not come the 1-card straight card.
A little bit of info on Sam Greenwood, fan favorite out of Canada. Second most number of cashes, at least earnings-wise. Steve O'Dwyer holds that honor.
More than we play.
Got a chance to talk to Steve at the player party the other night. He was in good spirits.
And by spirits, we mean vodka. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't there.
He did not seem particularly inebriated, but I did.
So did I.
Greenwood back in action. King 4 suited. Ride the wave. Play the rush. Do the do.
Oh, yeah.
Raising King 4 suited definitely would be sponsored by Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Welcome to the King 4 cam. Yeah, King 4 suited, though, perfectly reasonable to open this hand here. There's a lot of suited King X combos that like to open from these positions. They're just hands that play real nice.
And a cheeky 3-bet from its always coming 7. Up there, the cloud says chat pros teaching Sam Greenwood. you gotta check out YouTube if you think Twitch. If you think Twitch is full of chat pros. YouTube manages to both criticize Sam Greenwood and say the moon landings were faked at the same time. Really good stuff over there. Rundown of the players of the feature table and how many chips they have got. The big blind is 1,500. So Mustafa Kanat, despite being the lowest, is not low. 38 big blinds.
Still plenty of play, Joe. Lots more poker to come. Really slow clocks.
Lots more poker before we even hit the bubble.
Yeah.
Probably not going to happen for another 5 hours or so.
Yeah, exactly.
Mala Epi on YouTube asks, what was starting stack? That would be the number of chips the players start with. It's an even amount. Everyone gets the same amount of chips. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question. Yep, Sam Greenwood here raising up A7 suited. Very, very pretty hand. Almost certainly going to be one that you're playing even from the earliest possible position every single time. Ida in the cutoff coming along with ace-deuce suited. Again, seems pretty reasonable. And remember, guys, ace-2, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 is going to, they've got a slightly, so ace-6 suited, for example, you can't make the wheel as easily as what I'm saying. So ace-5 suited and down, obviously, gives you a couple more options. What? Look at this flop.
Who could have suspected this? Mata a little loose.
Yeah.
Calling out of the small blind with Jack-7 suited. Does flop top pair, but is up against a whole lot of equity.
I don't know if maybe it's his favorite hand or something, but he's been really snug so far. He's been pretty tight from what we've seen so far today, and decides to just be like, you know what? I got a feeling. Jack-7 suited, let's go small blind. But you probably won't find this one in any pre-flop range charts.
Toru Ida. Semi-bluffing. And is getting raised. So not only are we getting a little loose pre-flop, this is not a standard raise spot either, I would say. Kind of one of those hands that sometimes you're going to get yourself into a bit of trouble when you raise someone else with top pair, because it's rare you're going to have the best kicker.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was quite a big raise, too. He makes it like more than 3x the initial bet.
Swing and a miss for Ida.
Yeah, Ida still having position here, Joe. Very, very, very important to note that he has position here, because it means when you have as strong of a draw as 1-over card and a flush draw, it's not unreasonable to call with the draw and then actually be able to bluff him on later streets, right?
Sure.
Because if he bets the turn now, I know he's already checked, but then he slows down the river, you can still go ahead and fire, and you get a lot more information that way. But
so, yeah, brick for Ida.
Yeah, and this might be one of those situations. If Mota does check the river, he's a little bit concerned about the king on the turn, perhaps. Then he might be tempted to fire river. There you go. There it is. I don't know if that was a bit of a tell there as well, Joe. He kind of did one of those things where he kind of made it look like he wanted to bet, but then snap checked.
I feel like it was a reverse tell, honestly. It felt intentional to me, but we'll see.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
It was like he was trying to give a false tell.
Yes.
But it's the kind of false tell that I think gives me the tell in most cases, that he's probably doing that as a false tell, if you know what I'm saying.
Just based on what I've seen thus far, and Ida may not feel the same way based on what he's seen, I would not want to be trying to bluff this person off of a jack here.
No, I kind of agree. And when you've got the spades in your hand, they're going to have a lot fewer flush draws, right? That miss the turn, miss the river, and now you can bluff too. But if he goes big enough, it's a real possibility.
It's a 10K bet into 33,000. Big enough, might not be.
Yeah. False tell. That's what we're calling it now, Joe. It's a new thing.
A true tell.
A true
anyway,
tell.
Mata does snap off the bluff.
Yeah.
And is going to be rewarded for playing a hand what we'll call unconventionally.
Absolutely. Hey, you know, any two cards can do it. And managed to have a nice little bluff catcher there on the river, an extra 10K, as well as the extra chips he got as a check raise on the flop. So fair play to him. Nice hand, sir.
If Fabian Motta wrote a book on how to make your opponent whiff the flush draw there, I would read it. I would buy it. I would read it again.
Yeah, I kind of question the line there from Ida somewhat, because he bet a kind of size where he will get like just some draws that miss to fold, right? You know, and that's fair enough, but there's going to be fewer flush draws in that category when you've got ace deuce of spades specifically. And then also, you know, if you did have a drawing hand where you had maybe like a king and a gut shot, or a king and maybe you're up and down or something like that on the flop, you probably wouldn't have missed the bet on the turn, right? Because your opponent's shown a lot of strength on the turn. You probably want to go ahead and continue the action because your opponent kind of shown strength, so they might have a big hand that they don't want to fold. So I'm not sure if you're going to represent the king particularly well or a straight particularly well if you're going to miss the turn and then speed up on the river. But turned out nice for the jack seven of hearts.
6 deuce of diamonds.
Okay, speeding up.
Sam Greenwood dominated with his 4 deuce of clubs. This should be a pretty fun hand. King 7-5. Check, check. 9 on the turn. Spades out there now.
Yeah, Greenwood has position here, and he's one of those players that you don't want to give position to. Excuse me, guys. He doesn't have position. It's dealer versus big blind. Confused myself there. Apologies.
I mean, it says next break.
It's not the break.
Toby Stone letting everyone know about today's funky schedule.
They just announced no break.
We're going to play through the... Don't go anywhere, Sophia. There's no break.
Sophia.
Get her. Get her. Okay.
I was getting ready to take my time, Dale.
So we're playing a level and a half today before taking breaks in order to get through this 4-figure field. I can explain this in the most confusing way possible if you want.
Yeah.
So we're going to play a level.
Yeah.
A 90-minute level. Then we're going to play a 45-minute level. Then we're going to take a break. Then we're going to play the same 45-minute level again. And then a 90-minute level.
Makes sense to me, Joe.
Okay.
What do you got? Guys in the chat, let us know if that made sense. Basically today, just to sum it up, or sum it up a bit more simply, we're basically playing slightly longer levels and taking fewer breaks so that we can get all the action in without altering the length of the normal levels too much, so we can make sure that we get to a final table at the appropriate time and you guys get to see us follow the action all the way home.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Aldemir with a not mandatory defending hand here, Queen 6 offsuit.
No, although he doesn't shy away from these situations. He's a guy that's very confident with his post-flop game. Queen 6 off is a really hard hand to play well, though, in my opinion.
Now, Nick, I know everyone out there is wondering with a field size of 1,073
150, yeah, 160.
what the payouts are going to be.
Yeah, I wonder the same thing, Joe.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
You see how the camera's turning around?
Yeah.
We're heading out into the field now. We're about to get an announcement from tournament director Toby Stone.
Attention players in the main event, we have a confirmed prize pool for you. We have 1,073 entries, generating a total prize pool of €5,204,050. We will be paying 159 places 159th will receive 8,690. And the winner of EPT Monte Carlo 2022 will be going home with 939,840. The prizes will be on the clock very shortly. Thank you.
All right, let's take a peek at that visually. Thank you, Toby. Nearly 1 million, almost.
Almost. I know. Just get it over there. Get it over.
939,000 to the winner. Just over $500,000 for the runner-up. Got to make it a 7th place or better before you hit 6 figures. Total prize pool, $5.2 million.
I mean, that number tilts me so much, Joe.
Yeah.
That I kind of want to give the. I want to go to my bank and withdraw something like 60 or 70,000 euros just to get it over the line myself.
It reminds me of that old Norm McDonald joke where he says, "I got a friend, 692 pounds."
Yeah.
He goes, "Now, don't get me wrong. I really, really, really want my friend to lose some weight. You know, on the one hand, it's unhealthy. I want my." But on the other hand, if he could just gain 7 more pounds.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We could start a GoFundMe page. You think we could just run a quick GoFundMe just to get over 1 million, guys?
It's a tough sell in this day and age. A lot of people out there hurt and just be like, oh, hey, we'd like to just give some free money to this winner. Ace-5 suited for Ida. Sourdough. Artisanal sourdough. Ace-5. Ace-5 of hearts is the true sourdough, too, because it looks like a sourdough loaf. Little sourdough starter.
Little artisanal sourdough. Lime Ricky in the chat says, if we talk about prize money in Canadian dollars, it'll make you feel a lot better. All right, this year's EPT, now converted into Canadian dollars.
I think she said if we talk about the prize in Canadian dollars, it will make us feel better. So just a reminder, there will be a break in about 40 minutes. The blinds won't go up, though. Not as important for the people at home to know that.
Yep.
I mean, you're welcome to know, but the blinds going up doesn't really affect you.
Not personally, no, but there you go. At the bottom there, guys, the colors of the chips and their values as well.
8 break, 4,500.
Sophia, pocket threes.
The very lovely Sophia Lovegren, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Aldemir with one of those threes. He was the initial raiser. Lovegren calling on the button. And it is always coming. Ariel Seban in the small blind with king, queen. Looks like we are coming in for a 3-bet. A 3rd bet, a re-raise, if you will.
Yeah, I really like this squeeze here. King, queen off, very playable hand. When Sophia flats on the button here, she's basically telegraphing that she's not going to have you beat. So you know you're usually ahead of at least one opponent or have a similar strength hand. So why not take the aggressive action from the worst position and just squeeze it up and take it down pre-flop? Very nice, Mr. Saban.
Yeah, so I watched the highlights without being spoiled last night. But I hadn't heard anybody talk about it, so I thought it's kind of unlikely that Liverpool lost. And when it was 2-0.
Well, and what does he get as his prize? 36,000 chips, and he gets the dealer button. Easy game.
Well, 23,000 of those 36,000 were his.
True. That's true.
He does get them back.
So, in other words, he won 13,000 chips. He made a net of 13,000 chips, and he gets the dealer button. That seems like a pretty good deal to me, Joe.
Vegan Savage says, I love how his 3-bet with king, queen off works, but when I do it online, I get jammed down with aces or ace king. Yep. Totally agree.
7 raised. Both is 500. Ace,
Sammy Greenwood, ace, deuce suited. Pocket queens. You love Gren to see it.
Does she ever not have a monster here? Love to see it.
Lead in the small with a pretty trashy hand. Barukic, 8-5 off. No good. A later.
How much are you buying? Could you have me covered? Okay, thank you.
He does, in fact, have Sam covered. Sam has made the call. Going to be out of position. And somehow there is no ace on the desk. 10, 6, deuce, 2 spades. No hearts, just a deuce for Greenwood. Is this a situation where if Sophia continues, you might even just fold the deuce?
Well, the problem is that because Sophia can be 3-betting a lot of, big ace-X combos, this could be the board where you've actually outflopped her, right? And you're
this
actually...
is domination, rotation some of the time.
Exactly. So if you're going to be calling with this hand in this position, I don't think you can afford to fold on the flop. I mean, it really depends on the sizings they use. In this case, she bets 15,000. So it was something like half pot pre-flop.
Turn card is a 4. Does not improve.
I think it really hinges on the turn bet. You know what I mean, Joe?
Got it.
You're expecting a continuation with most of her range, even if she's completely whiffed here once she's 3-bet, obviously.
And the second barrel from Lovegren, very likely to get rid of Greenwood.
Yeah, I love the size here, too. Half pot on the turn. Really good. You're giving your opponent just not the right price for a lot of their draws, but still enticing enough for them to call if they're feeling lucky. This is where having a read on your opponent is really useful, right? If you feel like Sophia's the kind of player that would always bet the flop, as a professional, but then, possibly slow down once they've missed. Although the 4 of clubs is kind of a nice card to go ahead and continue a lot of the time as well, because once you've shown that sort of high strength aggression pre-flop as a 3-bet, you are going to get a lot of credit on the turn for overpairs if you continue. The 4 of clubs doesn't complete any reasonable draws.
And there he goes.
And there it goes, yep.
Gotta read this comment here. From Keith Stokes, who says, been looking forward to this. Keith Stokes is very excited. You might say he's stoked. Thank you for your comment, Keith. And Joey Hips writes in to say, Greenwood is a donk. I don't care what you all say. I'm just going to repeat. $23.4 million in live tournament earnings. $10.3 million in cashes on the EPT. That's not me saying it. That's math saying it.
Excuse me? Yeah, is this math? Oh, yeah, sure. Right? Yeah? Okay.
Math here. Greenwood, not a donk.
Just wanted to check if Sam Greenwood is a fish. No? Okay, great. Thanks. Just checking. All right, chat. Sorry, I made a quick call. So Karai in UTG plus 2 is raising up the king deuce suited. Ida makes the call in position. He's on the dealer button.
Malta in the big blind. Yeah, come on, buddy. We're going to be friends, I can already tell. Me and Fabian Mata. I like it, a Mata. Okay, that doesn't work. Threads up to the flop. Queen 5 deuce, 2 spades. Loving this 6-4.
Yep, 6-4. Definitely a hand that can do some tricky stuff. I mean, I'm not sure we'll see it from Mota, but sometimes when you have gut shots like this, you can check raise really aggressively. You got backdoor clubs, you got a gutter. Just depends on if you think your opponent's going to hit this board often or not. Aldemir just checks. Really like the slowdown there. He obviously was the initial raiser. A lot of times people get suckered in here and think, I'm going to go ahead and bet the flop. I'm gonna make a C bet here because I can rep the queen or whatever. But I think he's just in a really awkward spot with like not a lot of much of anything.
Flop checks through. 9 on the turn, doesn't hit anyone.
Obviously that deuce though will keep him in some of the time.
Aldemir pondering a bet. Does have Ida to act behind still. When Mata checks twice, I think you're pretty safe from the big blind. But he does, in fact, check. And Ida elects to not protect, not bet into 2 opponents. And River delivers on a 4. And so now everyone's got a pair.
Is it just me, or is Mustafa looking kind of confused that there hasn't been a bet yet?
Well, when you see the hands, Mustafa, you'll realize why. And 7s are going to take this at showdown. It does seem like the game is has moved on past small ball to even smaller ball. A lot more checking. I don't know if you remember, I don't know how long you've been in the game, Nick, but when I was first on the scene, there were a lot of these platitudes, a lot of these catchphrases.
Yeah.
You should never be calling in poker. You should only ever be raising or folding. That was one. If it's good enough to call with, it's good enough to raise with.
Yeah,
that was another one.
Sure. I remember those. Yeah. Don't go broke in a limp
pot.
pot.
Yep.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Sinister, glad to hear your mom made it through the other side of COVID. Happy to have you with us.
What's up, Sinister?
Sam Greenwood. The donk. Only a donk would raise ace-queen under the gun.
I don't care
Offsuit.
what you say, Joe. Ace-queen off from under the gun.
Malta with a legit hand this time in the small blind. King 10 suited. And Cannett with a suited ace. Eyeballing the debt. Just look at him drooling over the dead money of the small blind. Realizing he probably just has to call against the under the gun raise from Greenwood, but.
Yeah, exactly. He looked to his right and went, oh, this is a good spot. Ah, wait, it's okay. Yeah, Sam's still in the pot under the gun there, so.
And fun flop here. Mott once again flopping huge against the flush draw.
Yeah, we've seen him fade that before, Joe. I know you wanted some lessons on fading flush draws, but
if he does it again, I will bow down to Fabian Mota. And once again, it checks through. Turn card is a 3-ball. One of the most pure bricks I've ever seen. Affects absolutely nothing. Vegan Savage is predicting Mota will check raise. So far, we've seen checks. And it could be the reason why Can It check through on the flop, trying to avoid a semi-blush.
He cannot help himself but bet.
Now we do see a bet. Greenwood likely to bounce, I think, at this point. Oh, no. Gonna get a little sticky here on the turn. And Mata has got to be loving this. Not check raising right now.
Yeah, not check raising, Joe, but I feel like this is quite telling when you really think about it, right? Like, hasn't really shown any interest. All of a sudden, he's calling after. He's done it again.
He did it again.
Everybody,
we're not worthy.
Everybody log into Instagram now to see him literally bowing to the monitor.
How? Fades it again.
I can't confirm it's true.
Check raise intensifying.
Check raise intensifies.
Check raise loading. I think when you get called in 2 spots there, and then you whiff this flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Joe, but also the Jack is such a significant card here, right? Like, you know, there's tons of Jack X combos that are still going to be in here. He's loading up. He's loading up.
Mustafa Can-It. You are right. Can-It help himself.
Can-It help himself.
Snap fold from Greenwood.
And a call.
Just a call from Mata. Did not check raise. And Can-It is going to be in pretty bad shape.
Yep. This is the shortest that we've seen so far. 10 big blinds for Mustafa Can-It.
Mata overjoyed. Pretty surprised to see Mustafa try to bet into 2 opponents there with the brick clubs.
Yeah, I would love to hear the thought process there. Obviously, he will win the pot there once in a while, and he doesn't have to bet too much to make it meaningful. But he's definitely in the danger zone now, Joe.
Danger zone. Mustafa Can-It. 10 big blinds. Has had a lot of success here in Monte Carlo. Now this is not going to sound good. But he is a runner-up and a super high roller here, right? Runner-up, not the winner.
Yeah.
Do you know what the runner-up paid?
4 million euros.
It was like 1.2 million.
Okay,
to
wow.
be runner-up.
Wow. Yeah,
so
not too shabby.
Silver 14,000.
Koray Aldemir, reigning World Series of Poker main event champion, raising ace-queen suited, pocket kings for Saban. Baruchik out.
Yeah, I think right out of the gate, though, you know, when you're UTG and you're getting 3-bet from +2, immediately alarm bells, right? Because it's like it's not a position that's conventionally going to have too many bluffs really as a 3-bet. You know, it's not exactly a classic 3-betting bluff spot. So Aldemir is going to be aware of that, of course, and that might slow the action down. Maybe Aldemir loses a little bit less than he normally would in this pot if perhaps it was, you know, button versus big blind or something of that ilk.
Aldemir, we saw him lay down ace-queen before. Ace-queen suited, maybe a little too tempting. Koray very impressively folded ace-queen to a 3-bet from Lovegren when she had ace-king. First couple of hands, 9-9-4, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, I think ace-queen suited specifically, though, the suited variety, you want to be a lot more sticky because it has much better playability and obviously an opportunity to get lucky for obscene amounts of chips post-flop.
Aldemir rightfully suspicious about this teeny tiny little third pot bet. I think I can pretty confidently fold ace queen here. Korai wants to see one more. Pretty likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Doesn't want to see a queen, though.
And the 3 of diamonds. I guess he wasn't likely to be dead on the turn, no matter what. Unless it was a king. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, and
forget about that ace you could hit.
I don't think Saban's going to be too concerned about the diamond here. King of diamonds in his hand. The fact that it is actually the king of diamonds is so relevant as well, because some of the king X that opens and continues on the flop are going to be hands like king, queen of diamonds or something like that once in a while. So not only a big pair that he can get value from smaller pairs and stuff like that, but also having a really, really significant blocker, which I realize isn't a thing, Joe. They're not real, but I think in this case we can concede that it is relevant to the pot.
It is relevant in this case. I will allow it.
Okay, okay, thank you. So 55K.
Saban going for the real value now.
Now the real value.
Ramping up and gets a snap fold from Aldemir.
Yep.
So I think, you know, Nick, this isn't the only table in action, obviously. The field of 246 players. There's a whole mess of tables out there. This is one of many. And a fan favorite slash least favorite is in action right now.
I feel it. Look, the camera crew are here. You don't do anything silly now, with the whole world watching.
Oh, he's back at it, Joe.
I thought it was going to
Who's
be
this?
a photo of a vote.
This is Mr. William
I predicted
Kasu.
it. See, I'm psychic. I'm sick. I'm so sick.
Playing up for the cameras as usual.
Ah, it's my triple up.
He just came, he opened on my big blind, he don't want to...
You raise my button?
100% VPIP when the camera's here.
Italiano, eh? Per italiano. Andiamo, come un capo, all in. Capo di tutti, capo. Bellissimo, fantastico, meraviglioso. Grazie, prego. One and double up, grazie. You call ace high. I said I will have ace high on the button. Oui. Allez. Oui. Look at
Ace 4 suited domination situation.
Any fours about? All clubs? Just a 4. A club on the turn, make it sweat. Club. King. Yeah, and wait, the 4 or the club? Which one do you want? The 4 or the club? Oui, allez. The club. Oh non, putain, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est pas vrai, c'est pas possible. C'est incroyable, c'est non incroyable. Mais non, méchant.
Kasu foul.
Buster for Kasu.
Italian, French, German, American. Kokosnusser, keine Kokosnusser. Sehr gut, wunderbar.
You take a language and stick to it, Will.
Nice one.
I just want to make sure.
I just
want to make sure he's done. I just want to make sure he's done before I say anything. I do find him rather interesting to watch. Love him or hate him, certainly provides plenty to talk about.
You?
7-2.
Why you
Do
don't
you see
play?
my cards? How do you know I have 7-2? That's the question.
You too? 7 good?
No, I had quads, 7-2 now.
Sophia picking up a pot while we were gone.
Racing 7-2 and hope someone slow play pocket tens there.
I mean, whatever you think of Will Kasuf, I do admire his ability to just go.
He's got a lot of go, Joe.
Like, I say funny things from time to time, but I need a second to think of them occasionally.
Yeah, I think he's more of like a volume versus quality kind of guy. And then every once in a while, it kind of like, you get one that lands. If you fire 100 bullets in the main event, you know, one of them's going to be in cash, am I right? He's kind of the same with the jokes, but I don't mind a little bit of Will. We go drinking sometimes, you know.
Do you really?
Well, when we're at EPTs and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Sure, just grab a few. Believe it or not, he is a lot more mellow IRL, but can't, you know, EPT main event, getting some coverage with the cameras. I get it.
Barukchik. That one's tough for me for some reason. And Lovegren to the flop. 8 in the window. Domination rotation.
Yeah. This is a lot like the spot we were just talking about, Joe, where we had ace deuce.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, like I said, these are the spots where actually now there's a very considerable big blind switcheroo, right? Especially in 3-bet pots, because your opponents will have a lot more big ace-x combos, king-x combos that you're going to feel good about calling with here. The fact that queen's out there does change things somewhat, though, right? Because, you know, they will have hands like king-queen, queen-jack suited, that kind of thing. Ace-queen is going to be in there, too. So going to play it a little bit more passively. And there you go. Rotated once more. Ace on the river gives ace-king 100%. And at this point, there's a value bet coming. Oh, never mind. Wow, very, very interesting. Just check on the river. It really seemed like a pretty nice board to put in some more chips. What do you think, Joe?
I think we're seeing some very passive play today overall.
Yeah. I agree.
And there's something, you know, to be said about game flow and just the table dynamic, and we happen to be at a somewhat checky table today.
Yeah, absolutely. There have been a couple really specific setups as well. I think earlier on we saw 8s versus 6s versus ace deuce suited or something, and it was just one of those boards where nobody really wanted a piece. It just kept getting worse for everybody, and that just went check 3 times all the way to the river, and 8s held.
Now, Nick, normally I don't engage trolls. You know this about me, right? I almost never pay them any attention. You're supposed to just ignore them. Almost always, I just let it go. I got very thick skin.
Yeah.
It's not like me. But earlier when I said I say funny things from time to time, Joey Hips wrote in to say, "No, you don't, Joe. No, you don't." And to that, all I have to say is, and I know I shouldn't bring up money, but if I didn't say funny things from time to time, why would I get paid nearly $200 a day? If I don't say funny, that's per day. That is per day, okay? If I don't say funny things, why am I getting paid $190 a day? Thank you.
He's already hit his quota just with that comment alone, ladies and gentlemen. He's hit his quota. Guys, we can send him home. We can send him home now.
Ace-10 for Ida under the gun. I'm sorry, guys. That was unprofessional.
That was a $190 joke right there, Joe.
That was very unprofessional. Sorry.
Oh, God. I love
That's
it.
with overtime. Base is much lower. Toro Ida visiting us during Golden Week. Mota under the gun +1 with pocket ones +1. No, it doesn't work. Couple of deuces. Ace-6 suited for Lovegren. Gonna play this pot in position. Ida with 5-3. 2,500 to stay in the pot. No. No. Heads up to the flop. King 7-4, 2 diamonds.
Can I move on? Change?
Don't think so.
It's okay.
And Monte just firing. Firing the C-bet. Gets a slightly worse hand to fold. Josh Doogie says, Joe, the guy you were sitting next to, he's getting paid $500 per day. That is a well-paid security guard. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I love Leroy. He's a great guy.
Bonjour.
Takes good care of Joe.
Fabian Mota did not travel far to be here. Playing under the flag of France. Now, granted, he maybe did travel ways to get here. Maybe he's a French guy that lives in Botswana. But we assume not a long commute. Two French players at the table. Sam Greenwood out of Canada. Raising with at least the 6 of hearts. Fat Stacks Joe making that kind of dough and still has worse hair than Spraggy. That's like the last line of a limerick.
Fat Stacks Joe making that kind of dough. Yeah. Can't make it work.
I don't really want to hear what kind of words rhyme with Spraggy, though. Ida calls in the small blind, 3,500.
Yeah, you're in the big blind. You got a hand that plays really, really gross. Just decided to call the queen 5 off, guys. Ugh. That's a hard sell there in a multi-way pot. Heads up, maybe, if it was just like, you know, button versus queen 5 off.
And another flush draw. Ida with the Broadway and nut flush draws.
It's not quite street flash, but there's straighting and flushing potential for king 10 of diamonds.
There's street and there's flash, but there's no street flash.
Yeah, yeah.
And we see another check around, another ace of the turn. That makes 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Maybe Sam Greenwood suited.
Mr. Greenwood. Oh. So, I mean, Greenwood +2 could still have 6-4 suited, 6-4 of hearts maybe. You know, that's not unreasonable.
6-7 of hearts maybe was already beating everyone.
Okay, 2 checks and a check. Showdown. What do you got, Mr. Greenwood? Oh, no.
Hasn't checked yet.
Nope, sorry. There you go. Turn him over.
Show me a winner. Not Sam Greenwood, which means king high. Gonna take it down. That's nice when you feel like you whiffed everything, but you still win. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's very rare you get those spots when you're playing, you know, this kind of buy-in level tournament and also against these kinds of players, right? That's usually in these situations, less so maybe in multi-way pots, but you're going to see people making some moves and just kind of sensing some weakness, trying to win pots they shouldn't be winning at showdown.
Jai Pai says, I need to wear my royal flush briefs next time I go play so I can always have the nut flush draws on me. I will allow it. It doesn't quite work.
Yeah, yeah, it was 90% of the way there.
Yeah.
It needs some working, buddy, but I like where your head's at.
Oh my goodness, the 7, it is always coming. Pocket 7s for Ariel 7.
Yeah. It's a good pair to have because, you know, it's always coming.
Looks like we've got some interest from Fabian Mota. Going to defend the big blind. King Jack, all right, sure.
Yeah, seems reasonable. Ooh.
Jack in the window. And a gut shot draw. Mota hits flops.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he picks some unusual hands at times, but he doesn't miss. And that's probably more important than having the right hands, Joe. In this case, King Jack off, I think you're always going to be defending here, obviously.
He has like 8 or 9 children. I believe he never misses.
I mean, for sevens, it's not, you're so much hope, Joe, you know, when you play a hand like 6s or 7s, you know, deuces, you know, I can see the deuce on the flop now. Oh.
So this is something that we call not a mandatory c-bet spot against a big blind defend. Now, we know that Mota defends pretty wide, huh? So he doesn't necessarily have to have had a piece of this, but think about all of the hands you're going to defend your big blind with. Everything from basically, what, 7, 10 up through the absolute top of your range has some kind of hand here.
Yeah, I mean, the big blind defend is going to be super wide. It's not like the c-bet's not going to work, but I think if you want to bet this flop, you could afford to go a lot smaller too, right? It was a really chunky size bet on the flop. He wants to slow down on the turn, though. Fair play.
I just think of all the hands that you're going to defend your big blind with, right? You say super wide, right? But what hands miss that board? Your 6, 7s.
I mean, technically speaking, Joe, you should be defending any suited hand in this position. Like literally the entire top right corner of the hand matrix.
So you should be defending 5 deuce suited and 3, 4 suited.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure if Mota's that kind of guy,
right.
You know, but you know, there's always other considerations here, but it's something like that. But like I said, if you're trying to get the hands that are just completely no hand to fold, and if you think he's going to have those kinds of hands,
yeah,
then you could just bet a quarter pot, right? And you're going to get some.
Correct.
Then again, if they have those
also,
hands,
you're getting value against those hands when you have 2 7s.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you know, possibly another reason why we could be checking flop 2. So maybe you want some balance in there too, right? You want to bet your 7s like you're betting, you know, like complete airball too yourself. Like you got 8-5 suited on the button or 6-7 suited on the button. You're trying to get other hands to fold that, you know, might have some more equity. But yeah, definitely one for the review. Aldemir with queens now, UTG +1.
One does not simply raise pocket queens. Lovegren out. Saban out. Toru Ida. Super fun name to say, guys. I recommend it.
Toru Ida.
Oh, pardon.
We'll fold out a turn from Mota. It happens. I ain't mad about it. Mustafa Kanat, short stacked, Jack 10.
3-round penalty.
Kanat is going to take the discounted flop. It's going to need to flop better than a pair, or at least make better than a pair. Oh, goodness. Pair of 10s for Kanat. Set of queens for Aldemir. One does not simply flop a set of queens. Kanat checks. I was more worried when I thought it was going to be a 10 high board. Only second pair for Kanat. And did Aldemir bet 2,500? This is for slightly more than one of Mustafa's last remaining 7 big blinds. That is all in for Kanat. Going to be a quick call from Aldemir. Kanat drawing very thin. Going to need some help on the turn.
King of Hearts would be a real sweat.
Gonna need to crack 3 queens. Gonna need to go home star, runner, runner.
9 of Hearts on the turn would be a real sweat.
9 of heart would be interesting. King or 9 of heart. Yeah, that would be a sweat.
How about a queen?
All right, calling for cards even though he's ahead.
Only 15.
Dangerous game to play, Joe.
Can it with some
9 of hearts or down.
legit outs now.
I think 9 of hearts in between. Maybe I just off by 1.
Does not connect with the river. Does not go home star, runner, runner. Is in fact out of the tournament. That hand was strong bad.
Yeah, tough spot. I like to defend. You got to get it in. What are you going to do? GG. Very sad we're not going to see him going to any finals. Great character, great ambassador, Mustafa Kanat. Ladies and gentlemen, GG's my friend.
Just a hilarious guy.
Yeah, really.
Absolutely hilarious guy, and is hilarious in multiple languages.
What a talent.
Koray Aldemir, over 100,000 in chips. And speaking of Koray Aldemir, coming up in the break, Koray was on Poker in the Ears recently, the official PokerStars podcast, hosted by myself and James Hardigan. Koray was on, and we'll be seeing portions of that interview during the break, which is imminent.
Yeah, guys, if you haven't already subscribed on whichever platform, they're on pretty much all of them, make sure you check out the Poker in the Ears podcast. These guys are making the best stuff ever. Award-winning podcast, in fact, Joe.
That's right. Now, I see Griffin Benger's in the makeup chair now. Does that mean you're done for the day after this, or do you come back?
I'll be coming back all day long. You can't get rid of me that easy.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if I had to say goodbye to you or not. So we've got a unorthodox 3-bet here from Baruchik against the open from Aldemir and Greenwood with ace-king. What a time. What a time to pick up ace-king when somebody's getting a little fruity with pocket fours. And you've got the under-the-gun opener dominated. Couldn't have written this hand better myself, which I have done for a little movie called The Card Counter. I don't really bring it up very much. You guys probably haven't heard of it.
The card water?
Counter, the card counter.
Oh, card counter.
Yeah. You know how everyone in poker counts cards? I insisted that they call the movie The Card Counter. Greenwood.
On.
Going nowhere. Going all in, I should say. Snap fold from Aldemir.
Yeah, and
Baruchik thinking about taking what is going to be, at best, a flip here.
now, for those of you chat pros, and I know it's coming. I know it's coming. Why would he shove 40 big blinds? This is actually pretty much perfect GTO here in squeeze spots. 40 big blinds, especially with ace-king off, real tricky to play well here. GTO usually dictates you're just going to be banging this in around 40 big blinds effective as a squeeze from the big blind, especially versus that earlier position open that's already folded, no longer on screen.
Griffin Baseball Benger has just informed me that the Yankees in real life, IRL, are an 11-game winning streak.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like Baruchik decided to not test that winning streak, release the fours, and we're going to release the players as they head into the first break of the day. Let's take a look at the feature table chip counts. Goran, after donating a few chips to Greenwood on that hand, becomes the shortest stack at the table, 35 big blinds after Kanat was eliminated. 100 big blinds for Sophia Lovegren. Really nice spot to be in. Over 200,000 in chips. We are headed to break, my babies, but when we get back, more from EPT Monte Carlo.
No, right away when I was born, I started playing poker. That's everything that happened.
Here we go. Our guest is the 2021 World Series of Poker main event winner, a.k.a. the reigning No Limit Hold'em World Champion, a.k.a. Koray Aldemir. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me.
Koray, we got to know a little bit about you when you joined us recently on the live stream in Prague, but just to recap, what is the Koray Aldemir life story? As briefly as possible, how did you become a poker pro, and have you done anything in your life other than play poker?
No, right away when I was born, I started playing poker. That's everything that happened, basically. No, I mean, I grew up in Berlin, Germany. Normal life, kind of boring normal life. And then at some point, I started playing poker a little bit with friends at university. I met somebody who told me he was a professional poker player, and I thought that's super cool. I have to try that too. That was the first poker player I met, and then I moved to Vienna to study at some point. This was like 10 years ago. I had been playing a little bit of poker, and then over the years I met some other guys like Fedor Holz, Rainer Kempe, and so on and so on. And step by step, I got into the high roller scene. And there, for some, like, I don't know how, but somehow I won the main last year, and yeah, now I'm here.
Played a big poker tournament, binked it, the rest is history. I mean, if you're going to be in any city in the world and to try and talk to other poker players and learn from other poker players, Vienna is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of poker players here, that's right. But I mean, obviously a lot of the German-speaking poker players, Germans and Austrians, but also nowadays there's a lot of other countries here. And yeah, if you go to a breakfast place in the 7th district here, you'll always see some poker players. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
Didn't Sam Grafton live in Vienna at some point? I think he's lived in most major European cities at some point in his life.
I think he's lived everywhere. Yeah, he was here for a couple of months, actually, twice. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Yeah.
Isn't it weird that Vienna, like over the course of history, has been like a cultural, intellectual center, right? It's like where people go to discuss like cutting edge whatever, and now that's where people go to discuss like GTO, 4-bet ranges.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
All right, so I kind of didn't want to do this interview only because if I use up all my questions on Koray now, I'll have like nothing to talk to him about when we hang out in real life. Which, by the way, do you want to hang out with me in real life? That's my first question.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the last time we hung out in real life. That's not a good memory I have when we played poker in Las Vegas on the live stream, and I wasn't in the. Yeah, let's not discuss that.
That wasn't my fault, though.
Let's do it again.
Koray and I were both hungover, but separately. Although if we had hung out the night before together, we might not have remembered it anyway. So maybe we did hang out. I'm not sure.
I love the fact you're using this as an opportunity to just try and make friends and gain reflected glory from people who are more successful at poker than you are. I mean, you obviously are halfway through, I guess, your tenure as the World Series of Poker main event champ. Oh, but I guess you're unlucky, right? Because it's going to be a shortened tenure because it's going to be taking place in the summer this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad, actually. I don't know how I can be so unlucky. I've talked about it. But yeah, shortest main event winner ever. Yeah, it's bad times.
At least you get like, there's a lot of people say like maybe the guy who won before you was like not a real one because of various reasons and stuff like that. So at least no one's saying that about you. But I guess that sort of leads me to my question is, you can be honest about this because I'm not going to let people drag you about it, but like, is being the main event winner, like, what's the worst part about it? Is there like a drag to it? Is it annoying when you sit down at the table and everyone's like, oh, well, look at this guy. Like, is that part annoying or is it still all very cool?
I haven't played too many tournaments so far, I have to say. But the first tournament I played afterwards was kind of funny. Yeah, a little bit annoying, but in a funny way. I mean, the first tournament I played was the 5K at the WSOP, and I knew most people at the table, and they were kind of making fun of me in a friendly way. Whenever I won a pot, they were like, "Oh, obviously he's gonna win. Obviously he won that flip. Hasn't lost a flip in months," and so on. These kind of jokes. It was kind of funny. I don't think that will happen the rest of my career. If it did, it would be kind of annoying, I guess. But, I guess having that for a few tournaments is fine. And then the first main event kind of tournament I played in Florida, like a few weeks after, was a 3K buy-in, and there were a couple of players I didn't know and didn't know me before, and that was interesting. I mean, everybody was excited to play a hand against me. It was a weird feeling, I guess. I could see I open into somebody's big blind, and I can already see him getting excited playing a hand against the winner. And then after I busted, that they wanted to take a picture with me. Stuff like that was kind of new to me, obviously, but yeah.
But I'm guessing you don't mind it. You seem okay with that side of things.
I mean, as I said, I don't think this will be a thing for the rest of my career. And having that for the first few tournaments after the win is kind of fair, I guess.
So Jeffrey Hakim is going to open with a raise from the cutoff to 65,000 with Queen Jack suited. Wolianowski's got aces again?
760.
Well, he's on the button.
Call.
No one believes button 3 bets, but he's going to slow play and just call.
And Julius has mucked the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Joop van der Bijgaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I call.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wolianowski. Top 2 pair for van den Bijgaard, and the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wolianowski. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better.
93,000. Is there any reason for Wolianowski to do anything but just flat here?
1, 2, 3.
93.
Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand, and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joop do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wolianowski gets a count, he may well think that Joop van den Bijgaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
I'm all in.
He has shoved on van den Bijgaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top 2 on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can't beat anything.
How do you put Wolianowski on a set here?
Joop is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wolianowski just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
The first time ever that I don't really know what to do and I don't have a good plan. I do that to people. I guess. I hate myself. You will show if I fold? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
Oh.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You just said you hated yourself. I kind of like you.
I don't like myself.
You has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! I'm tempted to call that an amazing fold, or am I just being results-oriented?
Van den Bygart should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
George Clyde Smith has ace-queen under the gun.
G to the CS with another big ace.
Raises, and then raised to 6,000. Joel Micker. There's 8-7 off.
Looks like those chips he just won off Grinder might be burning a hole in his pocket.
He will re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 16,200.
This 3-bet is looser than Grinder's pants.
Grinder has jacks on the button.
Oh, hello. And this is a perfect hand to just call with on the button. Strong enough to cold call and play comfortably in position, but not strong enough to 4-bet get it in for this many chips.
He does call. Anyone else coming along for the ride? That'll be a no.
Clyde Smith probably isn't as worried about Grinder as he is about Mika. 3-betting and under-the-gun razors repping pretty strong.
He gives up the ace-queen.
He would have been out of position to both of them.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizrachi.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizrachi checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's gonna slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is going to get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55.
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total.
No, 55, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn, pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call, and the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That was so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It would be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white-knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square.
What?
Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think I have?
Jack 8, 10, 2.
That
What did I get?
7, 8 off.
What? Oh my god.
That's so sick. What do I...
Oh my god.
What do you do?
I don't know.
The rail? Wounded.
Yo, pipe down over there. Thanks. Whether you had it or didn't.
You'll
have
never
it.
believe what I folded there.
I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then.
Jack's full.
I don't.
That's
Both are complete lies.
pretty sick flop if you really had that.
I swear, Jack's full.
Witness.
He said, I'll bet you. I said, he's like, I had Jack's full. So either he's just completely lying
Or you just made one of the most insane folds ever.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino, where we continue live coverage of the main event. Yesterday, though, it was all about the super high roller. And Marius Gierse is going to need to see a jack or a 4 on the river, or this is over. It's a 9. Gierse's a goner. Adrian Mateos has won the EPT 22 super high roller here in Monte Carlo. Adrian Mateos scoring another victory on the EPT. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
How many of those trophies do you think Mateos has now? He must have a whole room. You got to have a trophy room at this point.
He's going to need a bigger shelf, that's for sure. So we come back from break, midway through level 12. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K ante, and these are the chip leaders coming into the next session. Hassan Ferez with a 415K stack. Julian Martini still among the chip leaders. Old Kent Road, also a top 10 stack.
A lot of chips to play with up top here in the main event.
Of course, a long way to go, though. Still have 236 players remaining. Confirmed during the last session that 159 will get paid. This is the lineup and our feature table. Sticking with the same table on the main stage. Sophia Lovgren, table chip leader with just over 100 bigs. We've still got 2 of the 3 super high roller regs we started the day with. Corey Aldemir and Sam Greenwood. Mustafa Canet busted just before the break. Aldemir, who we heard from during the break in the Poker in the Ears podcast, the reigning World Series of Poker main event champ.
Great lineup here for this featured table. Sam Greenwood, undoubtedly one of the top Canadian players, top 3 or top 5 in the world. Corey Aldemir, fresh off that podcast and the World Series of Poker Main Event Championship. So very exciting proceedings here.
Need to see if podcast run good is a thing, Griffin. So, as we just mentioned, 159 players get paid. Min cash, 8,690 euros, but these are the top payouts. Get to the final table, you're looking at nearly 90K. 6-figure scores for the top 7. Nearly $1 million up top, 939,840 euros, the top prize, along with the Monte Carlo main event trophy. So, with 159 making the money, with 236 players remaining, it doesn't take a genius, doesn't take a mathematician to work out. We are going to do that today. We are going to make the money later on day 2. World famous bubble coverage incoming this evening.
One of the best days during the EPT, the world famous bubble coverage.
And we are here for it. Total prize pool, 5.2 million euros. With a total of 1,073 entries. Nearly 150 more than 2019, which is the last time this tournament ran. So, solid increase. And a near record-breaking field.
My favorite part of the world-famous bubble coverage is the poor staff, the tour staff having to keep out, the floor staff having to keep out everyone from getting up.
Yes.
It's like whack-a-mole, running around, making sure that no one gets up. You're not allowed getting up. Everyone wants to see what's happening.
So a reminder that the main event plays with a big blind ante. So small blind 1,000, big blind 2,000, ante of 2,000 posted by the player in the big blind.
In the middle of the I don't know why, but
Each level is 90 minutes.
And we are back into the action. And it's been folded to Goran Barukcic. He's out. Fabian Motta has folded. Sam Greenwood in the small blind.
And this is the stuff you love to see. These are the kind of hands that these two, you know, train countless hours on. Those heads-up pots. They know all the ranges so well. They've played so much heads-up together, so 6-5 going to play as a limp for Greenwood. Let's see if Corey has something to ISO.
Hushi says, shout out to James and Griff. Shout out to you, Hushi.
You win one main event and, you know, I think you can just raise every time in your blinds.
Well, to be fair, he does have ace-jack. Gets a fold from Greenwood. And on to the next hand. So just a reminder, and look, it's a nice problem to have, right, when you're the victim of your own success. When you get a bigger field than you were expecting. It does mean you have to make some changes on the fly, and it does mean that we have to play a bit longer, take fewer breaks. So instead of playing a level and then taking a break, we play a level and a half. So it's a 2-hour, 15-minute session in between breaks. And we'll play out the rest of level 12, so 45 minutes left on this level. Then we'll play all of level 13 before we take our next break. Otherwise, we'll be here on Saturday and there'll still be like 28 players left. And we'll be like, how do we conclude this today?
Hey, you're pushing it to the limit with that 2-hour 15. Any movie over 2-hour 15, I need a bathroom break.
We're going to need a bucket for Griffin.
Already got one. Can we talk about how cool this jacket is for Lovegren?
That is a cool jacket.
Yeah.
So this is blind v blind, unraised pre. Queen 8 versus Jack 3 and a Queen 5-3 flop.
Not a bad flop anytime you're in a limped pot blind on blind and you flop a pair, so Lovegren is certainly going to be looking to see a turn if Aldemore comes out betting.
Yeah, 2,000 apiece. Lovegren calling with a pair of threes. Ace of diamonds on the turn. So Aldemir's pair of queens still good, plus has picked up the diamond draw on the turn as well. And Sophia drawing thin.
Interesting to see if Corey plays this for value, trying to get action from, you know, worse queens or 5x with a diamond. You also don't want to bloat the pot the times you are losing. Certainly hands like ace-x could be in the range of Lovegren's check back pre-flop.
And deuce of clubs completes the board. Corey Aldemir with a lock on this.
I think it's going to be difficult for Aldemir to put too many fours in Lovegren's range. The fours would really have been straight draws that would have probably at least considered bluffing on the turn. You know, something like 4-6. Certainly 4-deuce would have bet the turn. 4-7, I think, would have maybe taken some pause, thought about betting. So I think Aldemir is betting this small amount here to try to get a call from something like a 5x, maybe a worse queen, but it's going to be a bit difficult when Sophia is so low in her range with just the Jack 3.
Hello.
Hello.
$235 players remaining from the 1,073 total entries. And we have a new player on the main stage. Anthony Darmani from France has just taken his seat at the feature table, bringing a 93 big blind stack with him.
Interesting shirt. What is?
What is question?
Yeah.
Sam Greenwood raising from the cutoff with pocket sevens.
That doesn't look like the masked face of a man that's looking to fold. Question is, are more chips going to be put in or just a call? And it is going to be the call.
With ace X. Only one of Aldemir's whole cards has been seen by the reader. Has the advantage of position. And with the blinds folding, it will be Greenwood Aldemir heads up to the flop. And that flop is King, Queen, Queen.
Based on the range of Aldemir having that ace of spades, it's actually more likely that Greenwood has the best hand here with the pocket sevens, but that certainly could change. Even just a king with that one ace will give the best hand to Aldemir. But Aldemir is going to have some ace-jack, ace-10 off sometimes, not wanting to 3-bet pre necessarily. You know, but something like ace-king, ace-queen, more likely will be worked in as 3-bets. And there is the dreaded counterfeit for Greenwood.
So, whatever his other card is, we know that Aldemir currently has the best hand. Kings and queens with an ace kicker. At least kings and queens with an ace kicker.
Yeah, and I think this is simply just a waving of the white flag from Greenwood. Going to expect Aldemir to, you know, almost always have the best hand here. You know, sometimes maybe have something like pocket eights, and that's like maybe one hand you could fold out. Maybe something like nines, but I think this is just a spot Sam saying, okay, yeah. You got me. I'm going to say it's the ace, 8 of spades, or the ace 10 off. Those are my two picks.
Loving this question from 78 KB, who asks, any good players still in? You're watching 2 of them right now. And there are many more in the field.
Yeah, Greenwood and Corey Aldemir with a combined $43.5 million in live cashes. So let's say they know what they're doing.
That's quite a bit of money.
Yeah, Greenwood does go for the counterfeit bet there. Maybe just hoping, and acquisitive look there from Greenwood. And it's ace 7 off.
Oh, it's the Spraggy.
And maybe that's why, because I think Aldemir probably went a little outside the flatting pre-flop lines there with a hand like ace 7 against such a skilled player like Sam Greenwood. But that's going to end up working.
Did you think you were suited?
Did you think you were suited?
I was suited, right? Yeah. I was suited.
Talking of Spraggy, he is still in as well. He's on one of the outer tables. Maybe we'll check in with him later.
Nobody cares.
Oh, I think there's a few people who care. For some unknown reason, he's quite popular.
Oh, good luck for Spraggy. It's always fun to see him on a feature table.
Yeah.
It just happens so infrequently, you know.
By the way, I missed a hashtag fun fact from StatTrick. We checked in and saw that Hassan Fares is the current chip leader. And Hassan is the brother of Muhyiddin Ferez, who was the runner-up to Adrian Mateos here in Monte Carlo in 2015. The more you know.
The more you know. Darmani getting involved, second hand of being at this feature table.
Uh-oh. It is a domination situation. Darmani opening with ace-jack. Corey Aldemir with ace-queen. And it's a re-raise. Aldemir 3-betting to 13,500. Ace-7 suited for Sofia Lovgren. Quick fold from the button. Saban out. And now Toru Ida in the big blind. John Delano says, I can't afford Armani, so I buy Darmani instead.
Yeah, good fold from Aldemir, but certainly some pause simply from the fact that, you know, you've come to the table, you've seen a bit of a loose pre-flop call on the button from Corey Aldemir, the World Series main event champion. Then the very next hand, you get 3-bet by the World Series main event champion, who seems to be playing a little looser maybe than normal. So certainly ace-jack falls into that frustrated, oh, I think I might be folding the best hand here sometimes. But,
yeah,
you know, I'm just going to have to let him have this one.
So a reminder that we're not yet in the money, although that will happen later today. 159 players get paid with a min cash worth just shy of 8,700 euros. So 231 remaining, 159 get paid. And Fabian Motta opening under the gun. The Frenchman making it 4,500 with ace-10 offsuit. Rounds the blinds. Ida in the small has ace-8 suited. That's a call. And Goran Barukcic has Jack-3 offsuit. Blech.
Don't do it, Barukcic. Oh, come on.
But he's getting a great price, and it's suited. Oh, it's not suited. So 3 players going to the flop. And that flop is 10-7-6. It's top pair for Motta, who is a 2-to-1 favorite in this 3-way pot. I can't believe Jack-3 offsuit didn't flop well, Griffin. Continuation bet of 6,500 gets a call from Ida with the gut shot and backdoor heart draw. Barukcic has folded the Jack-3. The 3 of hearts on the turn. Ida picks up that heart draw.
There it is.
And it is a heart on the river. So much funner when you go runner, runner. Have a flush.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen a bet there from Motta on the turn. Just, you know, your opponent's going to have a lot of hands like pocket 9s, pocket 8s that'll probably call again with that gut shot and the good pair. But, you know, pot controlling ain't too bad either. You don't want to end up betting into a set of 6s or 7s. But now you're guessing. And what do you really beat? Depends on the size, really. You know, a smaller bet from Ida, and this could be a sort of block bet with a 10. Let's see what the bet size is.
Well, there's 28,500 in the pot. And Ida's river bet is 17K.
Yeah, it's always difficult in spots like this where, because of the way that the board texture has changed with the backdoor hearts, but even more so with it being a king on the river, I think you have to deduce that your opponent, you're not really beating any part of your opponent's value range. Your opponent's value range is really, you know, king 10 plus. So that's the problem. You're only really beating bluffs at this stage. And what kind of bluffs is potentially Ida going to have? Something like ace-8 of diamonds, for instance, if hearts are calling on the flop there. Certainly diamonds are. Ace-8 of clubs, ace-9 of clubs. So does make the call and sees the bad news. The nuts will do. That's best.
Toru Ida hovering around the 150K mark, playing more than 70 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table right now is Goran Barucic. He's playing 32 bigs. Blinds up in just under half an hour's time.
There is our leaderboard. Sophia Lovegren, just under 200,000. Greenwood just slipping under 100,000 after that unfortunate hand with pocket sevens that made him question the entire ability of Corey Aldemir. You call ace-7 against me?
Action's going to start with Anthony Darmani. He folds. Sam Greenwood. Has kings under the gun +1. And Sam has raised. It's now 4.5K. Folded around to the button. Toru Ida. Jack-7 off. And now Barucic in the small blind, ace-10.
Well, if Jack-3 was good enough for 2 big blinds, I have to imagine Barucic is happy to continue with the ace-10.
And the big blind getting a good price. Fabian Motta calling with 10-9 offsuit. 3 players going to the flop, and always an ace on the desk. Griffin, I knew it was coming. Do you know why? Because there is always an ace on the desk when you have pocket kings. Everyone checks, and we get the 6 of clubs for free on the turn. Barucic now a 95% favorite. Motta drawing dead.
And very frustrating to be facing this bet 3 ways from Barucic here. You know, Greenwood almost certainly is going to feel inclined to call 1, but you just feel like you're always up against the ace here. And there's that frustrating sigh and contemplation from the legendary Canadian player. You know, you kind of have to account for random bluffs here, and that's why we do see Greenwood continuing, even expecting to see an ace when the hard cards turn up, you know, a fairly decent frequency. But you don't want to be just folding kings here and your opponent had a random 10-jack suited and check, and don't expect Sam to be particularly thrilled with this reveal.
So Barukcic up over 40 big blinds. Sam Greenwood now the shortest stack at the table with a sub 40 big blind stack, but still reasonably comfortable. And thank you, Slideshow, for the kind words. James Stapes, apologies to others present. Griffin doesn't mind if you don't know his name. I've been watching for over 10 years. Just wanted to say much love from Croatia. Keep it up. Thank you very much.
Took you 10 years to say something?
Down to 228 players now. I mean, I do find it interesting that we are effectively a day and a couple of hours into this multi-day, multi-table tournament, and already we've lost more than 800 players. 80% of the field's gone, Griffin.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. Is that normal?
It is, but the reality is the time it will take to get down from 228 to 1, or rather, you know, we'll finish the day with what? Probably fewer than 100 players, but then it will slow down, and it will take longer and longer to lose players. You'll start having maybe 1 or 2 bust outs per level.
It's the only kind of race that starts really, really fast and gets very, very slow at the end.
I guess.
You know? This ain't the racetrack.
Five.
So Sophia Lovegren's raise called in 2 spots. 3-way action, ace, 9, 7 on the flop. So top pair for Sophia.
You have a little piece for everyone.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a bit difficult for, you know, Darmani to continue with that bottom pair, but again, Barukcic just, he's V-pipping, man. He's playing a lot of hands. 8-6 off, just playing under 40 big blinds. Not what I would recommend as far as button play against the very strong Sophia Lovegren table chip leader. But flopping pretty interestingly. I think Darmani, despite having a pair and maybe wanting to continue, can't really do that here, especially with Sophia behind. Don't even think about it, Darmani. You put that down.
Tell you what, Griffin, a man with that hair ain't folding easily.
And looks like designs to play it as a check raise, which if you are going to continue in this hand, this is probably going to be the most effective way to play it. You know, even if Sophia has the best hand, which she does to a pretty extreme degree, incredibly difficult to continue with ace-8, but maybe she's not buying it. She's shuffling chips. She's like, wait a minute, this is my pot here. What scam you running here, Darmani?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, in her situation, Griffin, I'm just utterly confused. I've got top pair in this spot, and someone else has bet, someone else has raised. I'm starting to think,
Yeah, I'll be honest. In this situation, I never feel comfortable. It also creates a scenario where you're kind of face up a little bit. You don't, you know, you're not really. It's not a very strong play. It looks very defensive, and ace-8 is kind of the, you know, near the bottom of where you even want to be considering continuing. But she is giving him the death stare. Can't believe that she's just been folded out the best hand. Now the question is, can Barukcic fold a straight draw for less than 3x the bet? And I would say 100 times out of 100, heck no. If you're calling 8-6 on the button, you better start calling check raises when you're open-ended, okay?
Okay, so Barukcic Now with a pair of 8s to go with that straight draw.
And very difficult to continue here, to be honest, for Darmani, because when you break down what Baruchic's range should really be, I mean, maybe you could work in an 8-6, but mostly it's going to be aces and spade draws. Now, you do block the spades with the 6 of spades. You kind of like that a little bit. It makes it easier for you to rep because you have one in your hand. And does come out firing with a pretty stiff bet that's representing 40% of Baruchic's stack. And you have to imagine that's going to do the trick, even though this turn card really pulled Baruchic ahead. And that is some power poker from the Frenchman, just showing up and making moves, folding out the best hand. And something we haven't mentioned, James, is Sophia Lovgren. You know, by the turn had now folded 2 pair, aces up. So this, I think, is a great example of what aggression can do, especially in a multi-way pot. How you can really flip the script because what you're representing with, you know, these check raises and this sort of stuff is beating even a pretty strong, you know, medium strength range kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can tell you that Anthony Darmani is now the table chip leader, playing more than 212,000. Sophia Lovgren now the second biggest stack on the main stage. And Griffin, it's Zombies, gets in touch to say, what's the average stack looking like? Average stack right now is 141K with 227 players remaining. Lanky Pedro says, top-notch stream from the graphics to the felt to the commentary. Keep it up, everybody. Clap. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. And remember, this is day 2 of 5. We streamed the Super High Roller final table yesterday. Saw Adrian Mateos win another 7-figure score and another trophy on the EPT. Kicked off our main event coverage today. It continues tomorrow all the way through to Saturday. That's final table day. That's our last day of streaming.
Great to see a Japanese player in the field. Didn't you recently have a Japanese player on the podcast, James?
We did, Masato Yokosawa. We talked about the fact that it's rare to see Japanese players on the EPT, but it tends to be Monte Carlo, where they do decide to play. And Joe worked it out. It's that this particular live event falls during Golden Week, when there's a lot of people in Japan on holiday, and they have the opportunity to get away and not work.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I went to Japan twice in the last 5 years, and they work really hard out there. So I can imagine this would be a great opportunity.
Aldemir's under the gun raise, called by 2 players. 9-4 deuce. And Korai still has the best hand with ace-queen high.
Have you been to Japan, James?
Never been, and want to go. Labo says, can you not move Spraggy to the feature table? In case you're not aware how it works, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, we have no control over who sits where, right? The seating assignments are managed by the tournament staff. So start of the day, there is a seat draw. We look at that seat draw and say, okay, which table do we think is going to be pretty entertaining or fun to watch on the main stage? And we choose that lineup, that predetermined lineup of players. Now, as the day goes on and players bust and tables are rebalanced, players move around. But again, that is done randomly and controlled by the tournament staff. We can't say, oh, our audience loves Spraggy, so can you put him in that empty seat on the feature table? No, it's all completely random.
I mean, we could try, but I feel like it wouldn't get past, you know, many levels of...
Well, first of all, we could try, but it was like, I'm not going to be a douche and ask. And secondly, it is absolutely going to be refused.
It's a complete fool's errand, yes. No, this is the way to do it, absolutely. We'll get Spraggy on there somehow, eventually. It's not like he would bust or anything.
And yes, Williamson, I am saying that Spraggy is not the most entertaining.
You know what
tough.
it is? It's the Spraggy fans out there. They have this symbiotic relationship with him where they're so used to seeing him fail that it's like knowing that he's here and they could see it, you know, it's important to them.
I guess the serious point to make is that it's very hard to pick a table for just one player. It needs to be a combination. It needs to be a lineup of different characters, different nationalities, have a bit of a story to it.
Yeah, like the World Series winner, a Japanese player, Sophia Lobgren. Sam
Absolutely.
Greenwood, come on.
Absolutely.
You're spoiled.
Expecting to see plenty of Sam, by the way, during Scoop. Spring Championship of Online Poker kicks off right after Monte Carlo, and we are going to be streaming Cards Up coverage on Twitch and YouTube of selected events, including the 25k Super High Roller and the 10k No Limit Holder main event. Griffin, you're going to be part of this coverage. Mostly streaming Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but bear in mind that first week we're straight back from Monte Carlo. Wednesday the 11th of May will be our first stream, and then after that it's going to be Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays for the last 3 weeks of the series.
Very busy time of year here for here at PokerStars and the EPT, but we got so much good stuff for you.
Ace, King of Diamonds for Toru Ida. And yes, Mason, there are indeed mixed games event replays preceding those Cards Up live streams. Oh, Sam Greenwood also has Ace King.
I would love to find out more about you know, Ida and the background within poker. I was listening to a bit of the podcast when you were featuring it yesterday, you know, talking about all those, well, basically effectively play money centers where, you know, all over Japan, hundreds of them where people come to play for fun. But you have to ask yourself and wonder, you know, how big a stakes is this for Ida? Might be the first time he's ever playing for money.
Well, this is what we know about him, Griffin. 3 recorded live cashes, all of them coming in November of 2021. Total of $17,000 in live earnings.
A little under 60 behind.
So Greenwood, 3 bets to 17,000. Ida announces all in. Sam Greenwood calls, and they will see that their hands are virtually identical. Diamonds working for Ida, spades for Greenwood, but 84% of the time, we're going to have our first chop pot of EPT Monte Carlo 2022.
Main event. We had one yesterday during the Super High Roller.
Good point.
And Joe and I nailed it, I have to say. So we have a very high bar has been set. There was no delay. It was incredible. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is amazing.
Of course, we could get some sickness if there are spades and diamonds on the board. Officially, Sam Greenwood is the at-risk player. Let's run this board. Oh, just the 1 spade, 2 diamonds. Toru Ida.
Okay, let's tie it up here.
Yeah, fair fight. Put a spade out there.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
So, most of the time this will be a chop, but a spade on the river gives the pot to Greenwood. A diamond on the river eliminates Sam Greenwood.
But gives him a good story to go home with.
It is a diamond.
He's seen it all before.
We'll see Sam Greenwood KO'd in brutal fashion. You're all denied a song. Sam Greenwood is denied his chips and denied a cash, falling way outside the money.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
And now Toruida reclaims the table chip lead. Has more than 110 big blinds.
You love to see it.
That was a pretty sick run out.
Oh, Sam will go have a money bath. He'll be fine.
Sorry, I've just got to take care of some business here. Grande says nobody likes that shot pot chant anyway. And you're banned.
C'est le cas de le dire.
Action here, folded to Anthony Darmani.
And this is not the kind of hand I would expect Darmani to be folding, even with the likes of two talented pros in the blinds. Just, you know, you get a kind of a vibe about a player after, you know, 6 hands, and the way so confidently played that 10-7, certainly probably on the looser side. But I'm telling you, Sophia's got a little grudge after being forced to fold that ace-8, and comes in aggressively with the king-5 candidate.
Ooh.
On the stiffer side too, 18K. I mean, like this, yeah. You want me some chips, Darmani? Okay.
That 3-bet works. And Sophia adds to her stack. Blinds going up in just under 8 minutes' time. We'll go from 1-2 to 1,000, 2,500. Goran Barucic is the shortest stack at the table with fewer than 30 big blinds. And when we go to the new blind level, he will be edging towards the danger zone. Foxo says, really enjoyed listening to the Cards Chat podcast with you, James. I did fall asleep, but that's on me, not you. Dude, I'd fall asleep listening to me as well. I mean, it's no harm, no foul.
Not the most envious spot on the table for Mott. You have the aggressive Darmani, the World Series of Poker main event champion with pocket aces.
Yeah, and this is at least the 3rd occasion today that we've seen Corey Aldemir pick up aces.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Sophia Lovegren folding the small blind. Ariel Seban has 8-6 of diamonds. On this occasion, it is not coming Seban.
Oh, that really got me. Good cheap laugh. It was fun.
King Jack offsuit. Nah.
Uh-oh. Do not put any chips in the pot.
Correctly folds Kojak.
Just the aces.
And on we play.
3 or 4 times? Maybe,
That's
maybe
just me
5
too.
times?
Maybe 5 times. Losing count.
3 times, I think. You say so?
It's the second time aces.
No, 3.
AJK watching on YouTube asks, what's the longest you've commentated in one day? I mean, bear in mind that there would have been breaks, including a dinner break, but I'm going to say it probably was here in Monte Carlo in 2014. Jack Salter heads up versus Antonio Buonanno.
Oh gosh, that was so long.
So we
slow.
would have gone on air at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would have finished at around 6 or 7 a.m. the following day. So
Play with you or Romilian?
what's that, 15, 16 hours?
I still see Jack Salter slowly lifting up that triangle in my dreams.
Yeah.
Raise.
Motta back in action, raising to 5,000 with 8-7 of diamonds.
And again, coming to fruition, not just the difficulty of this seat with you know, effectively the three strongest players it appears to be, or at least the three most aggressive in Darmani, Aldemir, and Lovgren on Mott's left. But as we creep closer and closer to the bubble, their aggression is going to amp up, especially as they are, you know, pretty well stacked up here. I'd like to see it continue at this sizing for Mott. You know, having invested 5,000, you're looking at a less than 2.5x 3-bet.
Yeah.
The Aldemir one, however, was up to over 3x at 16,000. So this is really, not only is this a hand that plays much better, calling 3-bets, but you're getting a much better price. So it's really a nice little blessing, I think, for Mott.
So we're not calling the 3-bet. We do go to the flop, and it's Jack 8-8. It's trip 8s for Fabienne. And fortunately for Anthony Darmani, hasn't really connected with this board.
Might be one of the greatest feelings in poker when you call a 3-bet with a hand like 8-7 and you flop 8-8.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not if you're Mika against as in the clip we saw earlier.
It's the same board, right?
The same
Jack
board.
8-8.
Yeah.
The best thing about that hand is the rail, just their disbelief. You folded 8-7 to a Mizrahi?
Yeah, we're referencing if you were tuning in on the break there, showing an old footage from the PCA. Mika 3-betting with 8-7, getting a back call from Jacks by Mizrahi, and it coming Jack 8-8. And getting away from the 8-7 by the river.
So Darmani's continued, Griffin, for 12,000, and I'm guessing that Motta's just deciding whether to flat or check raise here.
Yeah. And, you know, not an especially easy answer. If you come right out of the bushes here, you risk, you know, Darmani having a hand that's, you know, nothing, which is really comprises a decent percentage of his range based on the way he's playing. He could just have king 5 of diamonds here, and you might want to give him an opportunity to either keep barreling or hit a king. In this case, of course, it's the ace-queen that, you know, you might think in Darmani's shoes, I'm probably good here with ace-queen some of the time. It's just going to be a bit difficult to play with the pot as the pot gets inflated. And you don't know a ton about your opponent. You're probably just going to have to give it up, and that's exactly what happens.
It looked like aces for a second. Aces going around.
Wayno75 asking how long we've been on. We're going live every day at 12:30 Central European Summer Time, so we have been on air for 3.5 hours. And the only exception to that rule, by the way, is Saturday, which is final table day. We'll be starting half an hour later at 1 p.m. local time.
7-2 spades.
Now, is it only called CEST for summertime during the summer?
Correct.
And then what is it called otherwise?
Central European time.
Just CET.
Correct.
So it's the CEST is just like the moving of 1 hour in either direction
Correct.
or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So at the moment, because most of the world is observing daylight savings, the time differences are the same the world over, but
yeah,
there is that weird 2-week period when North America changes and Europe doesn't, where the gap is narrowed.
Okay. So follow-up question. In the UK right now, it's a 5-hour difference to like the east coast of
Correct, because where you are in the world is currently observing EDT, Eastern Daylight Time, and in the UK we're observing British Summer Time.
Okay.
So there is a 5-hour difference between EDT and BST.
And 1 hour difference between here and Britain.
Correct.
You're welcome, everyone that already knew that, probably.
All clubs, and Ida has the Queen of Clubs in his hand.
Still the best hand here for Ida, not seeing a reason to bet at all.
Queen high is good.
9 et 10 de trèfle. C'est pas mal 9 et 10 de trèfle. Il donne 10 de trèfle.
Thank you, Dila.
We've got a 211 at the bank and 211 remaining. Actually, 210 remaining now in the EPT Monte Carlo main event. Live action from the Riviera. Our first time here in 3 years. Following this through to its conclusion. We picked up the action at the start of day 2. We will be here until there is a winner, until that trophy that's on the podium is lifted. And we have kicked off a new blind level. We are now on level 13. Blinds are 1,000, 2,500 with a 2.5K big blind ante. And Darmani's got ace-king under the gun.
Pretty good start in hand.
Raised to 5,500. And we're round to the blinds now. Goran Barukcic now playing 20 bigs after the blinds were increased. Folds queen 7, looks a little bit frustrated. Fabian Motta in the big blind has ace 6.
Yeah, you're not thrilled about a hand like ace 6 in the big blind facing an under the gun raise, but you know, at this stage in the tournament, the relatively kind of short-handed table, you're going to want to peel here for just the one big blind, especially against a very aggressive, and sometimes you're just a lot better.
Domination rotation in Fabien's favor.
Dumote Nation? Huh? Dumote Nation situation?
Nice try, Griffin, but no.
Chat? Anyone?
No.
This thing on?
Darmani continuing. Guardius asks, will there be any other events shown, like the Super Mega High Roller? You're too late, dude. Super High Roller was yesterday. You snooze, you miss out.
That is the expression.
7,000 apiece, and the deuce of clubs pairs the board on the turn.
And really could go one of two ways here for Darmani. You could keep up the story that you have an overpair.
Yeah.
Maybe try to fold out something like a 5 or even a 6 by the river. Or you could just check back. But actually, Mod's going to come out leading, and it's going to work. Nice move there with the bet out.
Fabio Motta playing 167k, which is an above average stack. We're going to step away from the feature table. We're going to go to the outer tables, Griffin. A lot of people want to know what is happening with Spraggy. Well, let's go to table Spraggy. My understanding is that he has raised pre and he has been shoved on by Alan Goldberg. Spraggy opening on the button. Goldberg shoving from the small blind. Spraggy folds. Goldberg.
No, you keep your secret.
Shows fours.
50-50. You either win or you don't. I don't want to see the flop.
So Spraggy still has chips, still alive.
Still in that green jumpsuit.
Maybe we'll see him on the main stage later in this event. Right now, we're going to go back to our lineup on the feature table.
Big fan of Ida so far. Playing really, really well, representing Japan.
Darmani in from the big blind with 2 spades, and there are 2 spades on the flop.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for maybe not full-fledged fireworks, but a little bit of a show, depending on what kind of line Darmani wants to take. We have seen Darmani very comfortably take check-raise lines, and, you know, sometimes you want to mix those in spots like this. You want to fold out ace-high type hands by just check-raising, and it's very hard to defend when you have something like ace-9, ace-10, but Ida does happen to have 2 jacks, so I don't think we'll be finding a fold with a check-raise, so we'll see what line Darmani goes with, and it is just the call.
Turn card is the Jack of Diamonds. Well, that makes the flush draw irrelevant. Ida has just turned a full house.
And, of course, we would love to see Ida find a check back here on this jack turn, and does right away. You love to see it, but that ace is just brutal because it's going to be difficult, I think, for Darmani to use this as a bluff. Going to expect Ida to have a decent amount of aces in his range that probably wouldn't be willing to fold. So you'd have to sort of mix in like an overbet or something, and I don't know if Darmani, even though faced with the bottom of his own range, is willing to make such an ambitious bet.
So we've got ourselves a brutal Barry. And Darmani deciding what to do. Keeps looking at those chips, Griffin. He's tempted.
Well, the thing is, too, is, you know, what comprises Ida's range is also hands like 9s and 10s and 8s that aren't really going to be able to call. So actually just firing on not too big of that side, hoping to target hands like 7s, 8s, and get them to fold out.
I love that. Stare at your opponent with a confused expression and then raise them. You know it's coming.
You know, I did that, a similar situation like that. I had this idea, because anytime that you got kind of like confused when you're looking at the board on the river and then you raise, it's like the strongest thing ever. So I always wanted to do it as a bluff, and then I finally did it once, and it was just like, it was the best. Like I was like, oh, like I'm not sure if I should call, and then bluff raise.
It's on the same day that you stole Dominic Panker's banana.
It was against Dominic Panker.
You're having a super scummy day that day, were you,
yeah, it was just super scummy, just edgy, angly day.
So the bet from Darmani was 13,000, and Ida has responded with a raise to 40,000.
You remember when I faced Misclick Maria? That's the favorite in the in the commentators bowl. There's the raise. 40,000 going to take it down. Ida with the nice check back on the turn. I have to say, Ida's played close to perfect. It's not a huge sample size, but from everything I've seen, the man's playing good poker.
And Toru Ida remains the table chip leader with a 100 big blind stack, 252,000. Average stack right now 155,000. 207 players remaining in this Monte Carlo main event. Sophia Lovgren first to act and has raised with 8-6 of spades.
Nice to see an opportunity actually for Lovgren to get involved. Hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to be the first one in the pot. So much aggressive action from Mott, Corey Aldemir, and of course Darmani. So an opportunity here to open up the 8-6 and get it through all the way to the big blind, it looks like. And a fold.
NC Byrne asks, do they only have the one day one flight in this? Nope, there are 2 day one flights. They were played over the last 2 days. So it was day 1A on Monday, day 1B on Tuesday. Late registration was also available until the start of play today, which is day 2. But this is now locked. No more entries. We're down to 207 players, and it's a freeze out all the way. We are going to hit the money today with 159 players getting at least a min cash, so world famous bubble coverage will occur this evening. And Ida has opened with deuces. Darmani with 7s, calls on the button. And Sophia Lovgren calling out of the big blind with tray deuce.
Thought it was suited.
Ooh. Jack 5-4. 7's still good. The straight draw for Sophia. John Use Soy says bubble is going to burst. That is a factually accurate statement, and I will allow it. Ooh. Oh, hello, straight. Should point out, though, Darmani has a redraw to a better straight.
Wow, checked through again.
Oh, wow. And that means Darmani gets there on the river. The 7 high straight.
This is such an interesting pot, James, because we've seen absolutely not even a sniff at this board at any stage. Flop turn, and suddenly all 3 of them have straights by the river. It's a very unusual hand. It's not something you would normally see.
But this is not the kind of pot that everyone loves, because not all straights are equal.
And what does Sophia do when Darmani just calls here for the, what appears to be just under half pot bet? Might see a raise here from Darmani, but what are you hoping to get a call from when you do raise? There are 3 clubs out there, so if Darmani does elect to just call, but it is looking like a bit of a raise, Sophia's going to be like, why didn't I bet the turn?
I mean, I know chat pros do have a tendency to play results, Griffin, but there's a lot of criticism about her checking back the turn. Thoughts?
Well, she didn't check back the turn.
Sorry, checking in first position.
I think it's. Listen, I mean, we talked about this yesterday about when you do have straights, you know, it makes it more likely for your opponents to be on the board in some way. But maybe she just thought that she was going to fire a bet there on the turn and get absolutely no action based on the kind of range of hands that her opponents probably have. Something like ace, queen, ace, you know, king, queen, those kind of hands that you want to maybe give a free card to river a pair so you can find a check raise on the river and potentially get 2 streets. You know, I don't think she expected necessarily her opponents to have something like 7s here and check back for a second time. I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. I was surprised to see Darmani check this turn because you kind of want to protect against those hands that I mentioned just there from the river. But somehow Darmani has played this perfect for the situation, and Sophia going to get away from it, and I hope Ida does too.
Yeah, Ida bet 15,000. Darmani raised to 46,000.
It's never easy to fold a straight against an aggressive opponent, but because that river especially is the club, I think you really need to find a fold here.
Plus, back in my day, Griffin, this was referred to as the sucker straight.
Yeah. And there is a certain element of, you know, this is feeling like it's kind of coming out of nowhere a little bit. It's like, why is Darmani suddenly so interested in winning this pot? Wouldn't he have tried something on the flop or the turn? It's most likely that he has a 7 or clubs in his hand.
So Darmani wins that pot. Anthony Darmani playing close to 70 big blinds. 3rd biggest stack at this table. As we commence hand number 65. A good opportunity to reintroduce my friend and colleague Joseph Stapleton.
I heard somebody say sucker. I'm here.
Joe always wants to make sure he gets there for hand 69. That's why he's here.
Corey Aldemir opening on the button with 10-5 of clubs. Folded by Sophia Lovegren in the small blind. Ariel Saban in the big blind. Folds as well. Aldemir around average right now, 156k, which is the average with 206 players remaining, and that means we're playing a 62 big blind average. That's pretty deep. We're going out into the field once again. Going to check on action at the outer tables. One specific table, and we have Ramon Kalilas versus Connor Beresford.
Ooh, those are some good players.
Connor has checked the turn. The board is the king of diamonds, 8 of spades, ace of diamonds, queen of hearts.
2 great players, 2 totally different demeanors on and off the table.
That is a bet of 40,000 from Ramon, the reigning PSPC winner. Connor Beresford, a very accomplished live and online player.
That's what I mean. Connor, very unassuming in real life. Kind of a goober, actually.
Yeah?
Likeable. A goober.
Yeah.
You're a goober.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very quizzical forehead and I like that. 2 separate little moves there, just sort of like, I'm not sure about this one.
Beresford folds to the bet of 40k. And doesn't seem overly convinced.
Ramon Khalil is probably going to be the longest reigning PSPC champion of all time.
Yeah.
Got a bit of an extra victory lap. Thanks to microscopic organisms.
So we're back on the main stage where Corey Aldemir has just won another pot. Yeah, I mean, we said earlier on, Joe, that when we do head back to the Caribbean in January of next year, it will have been a full 4 years since that first PSPC. Yeah. And I don't know, part of me thinks that's the way it should be. It should be like the Olympics or the World Cup, right? It should be something that only comes around every sort of 3 or 4 years.
So you've only now learned this because of this experience. You're like, wait a minute, this is kind of cool that it's not happening.
Look, not that anybody ever listens to me. And I don't think it's going to happen anyway, but a yearly PSPC I thought was too often.
I agree.
Yeah, 2 to 3 sounds pretty good. 3 sounds like a lot. But maybe 3's good too.
But I've learned just to take whatever it is that is decided and then agree with it.
Yeah, I've noticed that about you, actually.
I think that after the success of that event in January 2019, there was understandably a lot of excitement, and hence
that's fair.
This kind of desire to do it again in 18 months.
For sure.
And obviously, I'm not happy that it had to be postponed. And
it's usually why most people stop at 2 children. Very excited after the first one. Second one, you're like, ugh, maybe let's hold off.
Yeah, let's make this like more the Olympics.
Well, we could be setting ourselves up here for the sickest and classicest of all races. Fabio Motta has opened with ace-king. Anthony Domani has re-raised with queens.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how these kind of hands develop when you're, starting to get close to the bubble of a massive buy-in main event like this. And, it's a fair bit of chips here. We're not talking about, some even 40 big blinds, 50 big blinds each. Both of these players, are playing well over those amounts. And do you really want to get in 70 big blinds with ace-king at this stage? So it might create a more passive line from Mott against Darmani here, but also you obviously have to consider how aggressive Darmani's been. So do all the chips go in here for 170,000? I'm not convinced, but it's certainly within the range of outcomes. Position is obviously always very important. We're talking about under the gun and +1 here. Where this button in small blind, things get a little more explosive.
Oh!
I do love me a sick classic race.
Yeah, I know you do.
Well, Motta has responded with a 4-bet to 46,000.
I don't think Darmani is thrilled by this turn of events here. Breaking down the range of Moat here, it's just a lot of aces, a lot of kings, some ace-king, not a ton of straight-up, under-the-gun, 4-bet bluffs.
What is?
All in.
There's the shove.
Mott's range here, 4-betting.
All in and a call. So that sickest and classicest of all races that we just discussed. And I have been advised that we think the chip counts are slightly off here. So regardless of what it says on screen, it is Darmani. It is the player with queens who is at risk here. Motta does have Darmani slightly covered.
Like Ethereum versus Solana, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Still thinking about it. All right, I'm all in.
Well,
ish.
It's really close, and the reality is, if Motta loses this race, he is going to be left with crumbs. If Darmani loses this race, he's out of here.
What is?
How much you have? The chips? How much is it? Oh, sorry.
Look at the genuine emotion, though. Really sweating this.
Absolutely.
you're nervous, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just double checking the stacks. Jack FPS says, why he shove? Call and see the pot. Well, we are going to see the pot. And the pling and the plong. All 5 community cards will be dealt.
Moats plot.
Okay, let's run this board. Let's put these guys out of their misery.
Plot me, dealer.
King high flop. And just to remind you, Darmani is actually the at-risk player here. Darmani is exiting the arena unless we see a queen on the turn or river. Does not pick up additional outs. In fact,
Darmani would like to Darmani exchange these hands.
needs the queen. It's a 5, and that will see Anthony Darmani eliminated from the EPT Monte Carlo main event.
Game.
Poor fella. You could just tell it was coming. He knew it.
Yeah, I think he kind of manifested that one with the bullet sweats.
French on French violence. Like somebody left cheese at the wrong temperature.
Oh, stereotypes. Teddy says, what was the starting stack? 25K? No, 30K.
Oh, he's got a dirty stack, a filthy one he doesn't even know.
Dirty stack.
Oh.
Can we get someone to go back 30 minutes in the future and fix that in the past?
Down to 202 players. I think it's pretty obvious that with still more than an hour to play on this level, we're going to drop below 200. We're going to get closer and closer to the bubble. 159 due to get paid in this main event.
Now this is a feeling, isn't it? You just win a massive flip. You're over 100 big blinds. Just get a nice little pocket pair in the big blind. Let's see, 3. Love this game.
Mata likes flops. What better time?
10-10 deuce. Trips for Seban.
And a nice way for Seban to finally play a hand on this table. Show up flop trips.
So Mota check the flop. Seban has bet 4,000.
4,000. Little hint there.
Yeah.
4,400, too obvious.
Yeah, he actually announced 444, but they said no, you have to bet more than that.
So Mota calls with the 4s. No, he doesn't. He's just check raised with 4s. Made it 15,000.
Whoops.
Yeah, the classic 2015 re-raise to see where you're at move. I'm not totally opposed to this particular check raise spot, just because you freeze the action and you can fold out some of those hands that can improve or keep barreling. But you don't need to make it nearly 4x, and I think that's the problem. Just make it 11, 12, 13K. Save yourself little chips the times that your opponent does have better and continues. But mostly you should probably play this as a call on the flop.
Motta slows down on the turn, checks the action. Maybe Griffin, he's setting it up for the double check raise.
Dude, I pulled off a triple check raise once. It was the best day of my life.
What?
I can never forget it, yeah.
I take it you didn't have pocket fours against trip tens.
No, I had ace-9 on ace-9 deuce, and the guy called the check raise, turn was a 7, I check raise, and the river was a brick, and I check raise all in, he had ace-7. And it was on a final table, and he really thought of it on the river. It's great.
I love it when Griffin relives the glory years.
yeah, I was on a final table and everything.
Griffin's got 5 stories, and he's told 3 of them in the last hour, so...
I'm not used to these long levels. Burning out my stories.
Check on the turn. Motta checks the river. Last chance for value. Ariel Seban. Goes chunky. We've got 44.5K in the middle. And it is a bet of 45,000, so it's just over pot.
He's going to talk himself into a call here. You can see it. He really wants to.
Saban hasn't made this much money since the Power Rangers.
Pump fake.
Help me with it.
And now he's folded. Well, guess
Oh
what,
my God,
guys?
so topical.
As that pot is pushed to Ariel Saban, I'm going to step aside because an aquatic creature has just arrived in the room, and very shortly you're going to have some analysis from Squid Poker. We're going to get a Griff Graph reunion going, Joe.
I thought he was calling Sam Grafton a fish.
I was like, yeah, ambitious. I like that.
What a creature.
No, he does go by the Sam Squid. Someone asked him the other night, actually, about his screen name. Like, there was some interesting thing, but I think it was just like a throwaway name. He's never even eaten squid.
I used to, when I went to Little League Baseball camp, I, like, idolized my coach, Coach Clint.
Okay.
And he used to call people squids if he didn't like them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like,
Speaking of squids we don't like.
Who's this squid?
There's Sam. He's got a book in hand. You going to try to read between hands there, buddy?
Comment allez-vous?
Nice book.
J'ai joué au foot.
Nice book, nerd. After he's done with his celebrity lunch.
How's it going?
I was walking, having a little break, went for a stroll, saw Sam in the restaurant. I was like, and I always have to see who's Sam with before I can say hi to him or not.
Mm-hmm.
And he was with 2 mega celebrities, and I just kept right on going.
Mega? Wow.
I didn't want to get cold shouldered by Sam. Like the higher the ranking person he's with, the worse I take it. Like if he doesn't acknowledge me
you don't need
enough.
to say who it is. You don't have to, of course. But I do want to ask: when you say mega celebrity, are you saying mega celebrity within the echelon of poker or
Okay, so
beyond
you've got
poker?
Neymar, right? Who's like probably the top celebrity here. Think of the next 2 most famous people that are here.
I didn't have lunch with him.
Sure, it's like we used to say about James Dempsey, where we used to say, like, you don't know who he's playing golf with, but you will have heard of them. You know, it's like just pushed out the way.
Saban doing quite well here. Gut shot for Barukchik. We'll try to keep up some of the action as we live vicariously through Sam Grafton.
This is a juicy card for
the 8 of
Mr.
spades?
Aldemir, the world champion in the big blind. Obviously, it's so nice to check in these situations and sort of pot control with the queens, but you do give up some equity. A hand you could have knocked out now turning 33% for Corey.
Exactly even.
Even Stevens one.
Evens Stevens.
It's quite weird because it's not a board that's immediately good for the big blind. Could be some stronger flush draws out there.
One does not simply fire on the turn.
Yeah, but certainly some range of hands that I think we would find some folds from the pre-flop aggressor and the flatter once it was checked through on the flop. You know, something like, I guess he does block 7s and 6s, but, you know, certainly ace, queen, ace, jack, not going to feel good about facing this bet even from the big blind that's going to be comprised of a lot of draws here.
Oh, and has he got a fold there from?
Yeah,
one fold.
Wow. The world champion doing his thing.
2 folds. So apparently one does simply fire the turn on a semi-bluff.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I guess those queens blocking a flush draw, blocking the queen 10, felt like...
It's on the tighter side, but there are reasons, certainly. You know, maybe you don't want to have to deal with the World Series champion on the river who might be willing to go even harder. A lot of kings betting there for value, too.
One of my favorite people in the world.
Oh, thank you.
Corey?
Yes.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's
awkward.
Such a gent. So talented.
And up for it. Just an affable fella.
Yes. Very, very, very good guy. Who else we got on the feature table, lads? Tell me, who's the big stack? Who's wielding?
Sophia Lovegren was chip leader at the table for a while. Right now she's in second. It's Toru Ida on the left side of the screen visiting from Japan.
Wow. Yeah, it's nice to see people coming from Japan to play European Poker Tour. I feel like it's a little bit more common than it used to be. Don't know.
Especially here because Monte Carlo lines up with Golden Week in Japan. Are you familiar with Golden Week?
I'm not familiar with that term.
It's like the whole country gets vacation once a year.
Ah.
Yeah.
Lovely. What a great idea.
And by the way, I totally ignored the actual chip leader at this table, who's Fabian Mota, who's flop top pair. Has smashed a fair number of flops today in situations with hands like this.
Yeah, this is on the looser side for appeal, but if you've got the chip advantage, I guess you want to play a few more hands. I don't want to hype, us up too much, but this feature table stage is something else.
It's pretty cool.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Lovegren out after the bet from Mota. 2 overs here for Saban.
Definitely hired a very good lines guy, for the stage.
A good drawer?
Yeah, just a great drawer.
Wow, it's even moving in the background, or is that just
no? There's
my
some motion.
Is it the acid I dropped before I came on air, or is the stage moving?
Yeah.
Both. And Mota continues adding chips, shows the 10.
I'm playing so tight, guys. Yeah, the other one was...
I have it. All right, look, if I'm betting, I have it.
It was ace 10 of hearts.
Griffin, in addition to the set being like this, you can also get clothes with those designs on them. Yeah.
That's great. You know what? I think I left my... Oh, these are my shirts, I think.
Oh, I like those clothes.
Clothes.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed when I saw it moving because I thought it was real stained glass. I thought,
That's how high def it is. It's almost like an actual thing you can touch.
Yeah, the guys who were doing stained glass for cathedrals works a bit slow these days, so we've put them to work on a feature table. But no, it's electronic.
Yeah, we got the great Gaudi's great grandson.
Are they cold? Are they cold? Are they cold?
Is that your warm-up before you go on stage?
Gaudi's, obviously tripped on it here.
Unique New York. Gaudi's grandsons.
Are they just
gorgeous?
Are they just called clothes because they're bigger cloths?
Clothes.
Is there a connection between clothes and
clothing?
cloths?
Yes. Yeah, clothing.
Yeah, they're just bigger cloths.
Wow, is this the kind of riffing you guys have been on? I should tune in more.
We get nervous around you. We're like trying too hard.
Yeah.
Riffing on the origin of the word clothes. Wow. It's just different level. It's a different level.
I was referencing a comedy show Griffin usually picks up immediately on.
Oh, my God. Clothes. Yes.
There you go.
Oh, gosh. Oh, I can't believe I missed that.
Well, anything's a drum. So
I like your clothes. Yes.
Actually, sick brag here, but I had a drink with Mr. Aldemir, the world champion, last night myself, and he was complaining. He said he hasn't cashed in 2022. This was.
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
This is big reveal.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Was it a complaint or was it a statement?
Yeah, it was a Yeah, it wasn't exactly a complaint. Good. He wasn't. You know, I was like, come on, mate. It's not. It's only been 8 months. You're not due.
I mean, he was complaining on the Poker in the Ears podcast about the fact that he was going to be the least length of time World Series champion ever. He's only going to have 6 months. Everyone else got a year, you know?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
I mean, he could win it again, and then he'll have a whole 18 months.
Yeah, I think Sir Watts did a similar tweet when he won the PCA. He was like, finally I win the PCA, and it's the first year we've reduced, the buy-in's been reduced to 5,000, like, and it was like a tongue-in-cheek.
Great call with sevens that year. Remember that hand?
Tongue-in-cheek moment.
That a great hand that year. Final 2 tables, maybe final table.
But you don't have to worry.
I had a great moment with Mike Watson maybe like 6-7 years ago outside EPT Barcelona, where I congratulated him on cashing the super high roller, and he like went out in like 14th place or something. He was so nice, he didn't even correct me. He just goes, "Oh, thanks."
That's unfortunate. Yeah, he's been around a long, long time. So tell me, the bubble is going to be
world famous coverage.
135 we're paying?
160 something.
159, I believe.
159. Okay, so you know it's not a huge factor, but if things are a little bit close, does people are very astute about these things now. Do you think it weighs just a little bit if spots are close?
No. What Sam's saying is we should go hand for hand right now.
Sure, let's slow this down.
Yeah, because we have not performed. It's a bit early. It's gonna be
Imagine the people that came up with the term ICM. Now we're expanding it. It used to be just final table. Now people want to talk about it 60 off the money. I mean, great marketing job those guys did.
Yeah.
Could we do something like that, Griff?
Just invent something that everyone in poker uses, like when I invented all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Exactly. But that was just organic. I mean,
that was organic in the moment. Yeah, I wasn't trying to change the face of poker forever.
Who was the person that created ICM? Is it the one guy? Is it Mr. Module?
It is weird that no one.
I think it was the Greenwood brothers.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish you were here for it. Sam Greenwood was absolutely spinning over an Aldemir flat button to cut off. You would have loved it. Greenwood opened sevens at the cutoff, and then we only saw the ace for Aldemir, and it went check down to the river on king, queen, queen, king, X, and then Greenwood bet the river with the sevens, having been counterfeited, and obviously Corey quickly called. What do you think Corey had?
What he had?
Getting a reaction from Sam like, offended.
No, yeah, he had like ace 6 off.
Ace 7 off,
yeah. Wow,
you should have seen Sam.
Yeah.
He's like, did you think you were suited? That was a funny exchange. It was great.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, Sam isn't afraid to let you know if you make a mistake.
Yeah. If you deviate one or two notches, you're getting it. if you beat them in the pot.
Very in character. Very on brand, I guess, is what they say. Look at this. Zooming in past the beautiful trophy.
Everything beautiful out there.
Yeah.
Right now.
The stage could be doubling as like a like an exhibit, like a visual, digital.
Yeah, it lives in a museum. The rest of the time, people can just walk through.
It belongs in a museum.
Yeah, this is what. Yeah, it's like if they did an episode of Star Trek where they were playing poker 300 years from now. This is what someone's living room looks like in the year 2200.
Look how bad this guy runs. Yeah, a walk in the big blind with kings. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? He's had aces, he says, 4 or 5 times today. He's not, that's like been a theme. It's like, oh, it's funny, Corey's got a bunch of aces.
There are some main event winners that it's very easy to like hate on their success. Not him though.
No, of course
You're
not.
just like, let him have it.
Actually, we went for dinner the day before, like when there was 3 left. We went for some nice food, and Lucky Chewy came in, and he was there by himself, and we were just hanging out. And he came down and sat with us. He said an interesting thing to Corey. He said, "Do you believe that you can make yourself luckier somehow?" You know, because Corey
I'm listening.
had so much luck that day, and it was like a quite obviously Chewy does these sort of Zen
Oh,
questions. And he was like, "You feel like that there's something you can do to change the field of, you know, the field of luck." Kind of interesting thing.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I'm willing to do it.
You're willing, yes. You're willing to lick a toad or a
Joe,
frog
that's a
or
long
see a,
road, that's
see
a long
shaman.
road for you.
Whatever it
Like
is.
climbing mountains,
There's
big beards. You're gonna have to really soul search.
There's
Speak to some monks. I don't know if it's gonna be a long way for you.
There's a Will Self short story called The Quantity Theory of Insanity, which is that, and the premise of the story is that there's a certain amount of insanity to go around. So if you get one person that's completely insane, everyone else is more rational, and at any point it's in equilibrium. So maybe Joe's just around really lucky people. Like if I'm with Corey, he's taking all the luck, and then I'm getting unlucky.
I don't
just
believe
need
in
to
it person to person, but I do believe within my own life there's a finite amount of luck. So if you've seen, like my girlfriend, for example, it explains why I haven't made a flush draw in 2022.
Yeah. Not even a flush draw. Wow.
I did flop one flush draw in all of UK IPT London. I didn't make the flush, but I flopped one.
Okay. I will say that I'm incredibly lucky.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just very like. I always run deep, and I barely get sucked out. I seem to get great table draws. I'm just really lucky. I think there is something that I'm putting into the university to contributing to that. Yeah,
Definitely. Germany, but I live in Austria. And here, Vienna. Yeah.
I mean, poker can be a cruel game, but not to me.
Who else in the field is large in chips? Is there any exciting names out there? Is there
we can take a peek at the old
leaderboard,
live
the board
reporting.
of leaders.
Yeah, I'm kind of
see what's happening out there. Shemian wings with King High.
Shemian, there he is.
Yeah,
pink hair, by the way.
Is he rocking it?
He's gone full Bonomo out there in the streets.
Well, there's a familiar name that we have number 2 on the leaderboard. Not sure how accurate this is at the moment, but runner-up from the PSPC, Julian Martini.
Very, very talented card player. Very, very charming.
Contender.
Man.
Shaken, not stirred.
Yeah. Like that. Should have saved that bit for
Yeah, I know. After
table.
I said it, I realized I did. It's such a waste. We're going to see him. I don't know. Do the same people always listen to this thing? Can I use it later?
Yes, you can.
Please, in the
It's
chat,
okay.
tell me if you think I can use that later.
You could have. Also, you could have kept it to yourself and sold it to Hartigan for 50 euros.
No, I drink Mate.
Honestly, Joe pays more.
But I love Mate.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
One of Sam Grafton's favorite authors in the top 10.
Arthur Conan.
Arthur Conan.
You know, he played UK IPT, and he turned up 4.5 hours late, and he had a massive stack, and he came back hand for hand, 2 off the money with like yeah, and he came. I was looking. He's a good. Yeah, I don't know Arthur well, but he seems like he's a kind of lad who has fun. I was like, wow, how wild was your Friday night that you've turned up 4 hours late? And he was like, yeah. And then I opened under the gun, like abusing the bubble. He reshoved like 6 bigs on me, and I had to fold. I was like, how have you turned up with 2 hands to the money, and then you're re-jamming? Yeah, it must have been 8 bigs or something. He did show me queens or something. He was like, I had it, but still, I was like, fair play to you, you know? Yeah.
Show me a picture of him. I'm pretty sure I know him. I've spent some time with him. Oh, no, you know what? I don't know him. Must be a new
by the way, I
face.
knew you were drawing dead to hang out with him. He's way too coffee green. It's not some kind of pocket fives punter from 11 years ago who you talked strategy with.
This
guy's tearing it up along the Côte d'Azur in sports cars. He's got no idea who you are, mate.
Oh, no, you don't think so?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Oh, wow.
Definitely not.
Okay, so he must have been one of the 2 mega celebrities you were having lunch with.
No, if only.
All right, let's pick up the action in this hand here. Aldemir Lovgren, Ida in the big blind.
Eat him up.
Looking 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like the sizing. I gotta say, for someone that probably doesn't play a lot of money for, poker for money, Edith's been playing near perfect from what I've seen.
You know, when we were talking to Masato Yokosawa, I asked him about what poker is like in Japan,
they
and
have
he
these
said
little
it's
cafes, right?
play money poker everywhere, but there's like 500 play money poker rooms in Japan.
It's a real thing.
And there's something like 300 in the U.S.
Yeah.
Real money poker rooms. Like it was a pretty wild stat.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah.
So they've been training in the trenches, just like coming over on Golden Week, just so well trained. Honestly, I've been watching him all day. He has not made him. It's like he's been playing well. Sizing's good. Like range construction's good. Like everything's been great. He has 17K in cashes. What was his cashes again?
Right here, buddy.
Right there at the top.
17K in live earnings. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the first Japanese EPT winner. That's going to be a big moment.
Awesome.
It'll be like.
I hope it's Ida. I'm a big fan.
Big fan of Ida. Yeah. I mean, on the looser side from Koro with the jack-8 off, looks like he fancies himself a little bit at this table, and why wouldn't he?
Yeah. No, I would say too that.
Have we checked under this man's mask? Is that Bryn Kenny playing under another name?
Dan DiGiorno new to the table.
Borlan opening up with that beautiful ace-9 suited. 10-6 suited. Come on, let's see. Oh, if we're playing 10-6 suited, we're playing 10s.
To 103.
Okay, so 10-6 suited was Fabian Mota. This is Ariel Saban.
Oh, okay.
And another relatively new player to the table, Dan Borland, opening this pot. You're Romania.
Yeah, and this is such a nice spot to have such a strong hand on the button. 40 big blinds deep.
No, Jai Pai, it's not Dan Delivery, it's Dan DiGiorno.
Back to Crin Benny. Does call.
Jack, 4, deuce, 2 clubs. Borland checks after whiffing pretty hard here.
When is Bubble? Bubble is 160-ish. 159 pay here at EPT Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and Ariel just putting out a small bet, just going to protect his hand against overcards and backdoors and the like. And we'll pick up the pot.
That right there, I believe, is Dan Borland.
Do you want to hear my confession for the day?
Known as Danny Zor online.
Yes, of course.
So I bust on day 1, and then I came and played and bust out. So I saved my second bullet for
start of day 2.
Start of day 2. Thought it started at 12.
No, you didn't.
So you were a half hour. Oh, you missed it entirely.
Yeah.
So yesterday was 12:30, and that's why
I got. To be honest, I have taken my medicine because I got supremely punished. I went and played the 25K, and I buzzed twice.
Oh my
so
God!
instead of busting late registering a 5K and busting, I'm down 50 on the day. So, you know, I've taken my medicine. Like,
they should have just taken the 5K from you and been like, just sit out the rest.
Just go sit by the pool.
Pocket 7s for Borland.
But yeah, very unprofessional from myself, missing out on this. And now I'm feeling the FOMO, obviously seeing it. I feel like
it's
like
feel like you let yourself down.
Yeah,
you had a job to do. You came out here and you
so near to the money. Yeah, and this is kind of an optional hand. Most people will play the King-8 suited.
But from the small blind, playing less than 20 big blinds, probably not the best.
I don't mind this. I think it's like
fight.
No, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Like, yeah, you know, at this stack depth, you flop a flush draw, you flop a king. It's pretty strong holding. You're getting a better price. You don't squeeze. Oh, and Monte just calling with the ace queen off.
That's your 10-6 suited guy.
Yes.
Oh yeah, story checks out.
Fabian Monte.
10, 9, 4, 2 spades. And look at this,
You
Sam
feel
Grafton.
pretty smart right now, don't you?
So smug. Just the smuggest
Coming
look
out
on
of
his
2
face
bullets
right
in
now.
the 50K.
I think dusted it off elsewhere.
Now, Mota has faded all of the flush draws he's been against thus far, but a king on the turn.
How are you feeling about this flat now, Griff?
Apologize for Griffin's emotional outburst.
Put it in the swear jar.
Wow, and just it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily play it like this, but it is going to clear out ace queen with the gut shot and the overcard, pick up a juicy pot, and yay!
Guy hasn't won a hand all day. He just wants the.
That's nice.
Cheers.
Nice hand, mate. It's got the same.
I would take my time stacking those.
Enjoy.
Really make a meal out of it, yeah. Goran Barukchik up to 51,000.
Go on, Goran.
Shortest stack at the table, 20 big blinds. Somewhat, wouldn't say maneuverable, but livable.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, big ante out there. You pick up a couple of hands, a couple of good spots to reshove. You can build back up pretty easily. Look at this futuristic card room.
I kind of want to go out there and just like touch the screens a little bit, but I know I'm going to get told off.
It's giving me huge FOMO for
Yeah.
playing, and really makes me want to be out there. Yeah.
And here comes everybody's favorite, Fabian Mota in the small. Limping in King Deuce. And we've got a raise from DiGiorno. Oh, it's DJ Orno. Spinning at Francois Bonsoir's nightclub all week. All right, you can have it. All right. I mind asking, are these RFID cards more expensive? Like, how much would it cost if I want to get a deck? I think they're a couple $100 a piece.
Definitely reasonably pricey, I guess.
DJ Orno, oh me, so come on, get the vibe. Someone stole your Bryn Kenny joke, too. Already done it, Gold Meta Panda. Koray Aldemir.
The world's shortest world champion. Not physically short, just short in terms of his reign. And Sophia.
I think he's got Jerry Yang by a couple of inches.
Yeah, he does.
Lovegren coming along for the ride. UTG +1 with 7-7.
Something me and Griffin are going to need soon. The walking sticks. I also was congratulating Adrian today at the table. He told me he's 27. I nearly
Who told you that?
Adrian.
Yeah.
I nearly threw up.
Oh,
He was like 20 or something when he won the first time, yeah.
Yeah.
Some sort of ridiculous age.
You know what I was saying to Hardigan yesterday, which I don't mind saying publicly? He's, I think, really grown into the role of ambassador really well.
What, James Hartigan? Wow.
Adrian Mateos.
Another strong flat.
Ooh, baby, right there, right in the window.
Where is the love?
It is always coming 7. That's right, Karan.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding.
And top pair for Aldemir.
And definitely Koray will recognize that, not necessarily that Sophia's going to flop to set, but the strength of her range here. This is also, a very tricky check here from Sophia. Checking to the button, who will take the free card. Imagine this king is suited and will...
So Mota improves. Just How good a hand it was before, we don't know. Not much of a chance of sevens being behind here.
Imagine if this is king 7 of diamonds. Wow, wow, wee wah.
I mean, we saw the 10-6 suited call. It could be king 3 of diamonds.
Yeah. And interestingly,
gonna fire.
Yeah, and this is there are you know, I definitely don't hate the check back here, but it's a little bit weird because it's a small bet here. It's going to look strange to raise here, but you also obviously can't let everyone necessarily draw for free. I mean, you just want the pot to get big. You know, you want to put in some money, and so Sophia is going to raise here, which is understandable. And we'll see the strength now of Fabian Motter's king on the button.
Not that strong.
That's a tell.
If it had been a side, I'd be like pocket king, 100%.
Yeah. Very hard to maneuver with this action. A little confused by this action. What hand checks back and then raises?
Pocket sevens.
And he's getting involved here with the call.
Could be king 10 of clubs.
You are putting queen 8 directly into the muck at this point.
Yes, I think Kara is going to. This is way too much action, and as we see, he can actually be drawing stone dead.
Korai doesn't want to look like, he doesn't want to be chump of the week, well, so he's going to...
I mean, unless he does something wild, you know, blocking a set of 8s, just go crazy. That's not how I imagine Korai's going to approach a spot in a main event, though. Not necessarily his style. I wouldn't have thought. Yeah, and Sophia's going to love this card. The draws, the club's breaking off. You know,
5-6 makes a pair, right?
Yeah, I think it's important not to get too greedy here against the pretty obvious range of King X for Mott. 70,000 out there. With a player like Mott that doesn't, you know, I think you want to give him a reason to call here. Maybe ordinarily it would be good to just be balanced with a very big bet to get, you know, king, knowing that it's, but I just think, you know, he'll get a quick call here from 30,000, but maybe not one from 40, 50. We'll see, though.
Mata, not much of a folder, does release.
Nice fold.
Top pair, maybe better.
Maybe.
Yeah, not very nice fold.
So,
maybe not.
As you can see, 193 players in this field. These are but 8 of them. And there's a whole world out there. Sam, you were asking earlier who else we got? Who's out in the field? What sorts of stacks do we have? Well, we've got Andre Akari out there, good friend of Neymar. Looks3 we are on the river.
It is what it is. Thank you.
Board is 8, deuce, tray, 6, 7. And action is on Laurent Vaculin. And it looks like Laurent is loading up a bet of 37,000. I was out with Andre and Neymar the other night. My turn for a little name drop. And Andre saw me struggling with a bunch of empty bottles of alcohol and tapped me on the shoulder, and I thought he was going to be like, get out of here. But then he showed me the secret booze bottle, filled a drink for me, so. Just saw me rummaging around in Neymar's bottles.
Your phone must have been dead there.
It was
Not
dead.
letting me know.
It was actually dead. Andre does make the fold. Now, Neymar made his debut here in Monte Carlo. He played a couple of FPS events, played the 2K High Roller. He had a little fun. Check it out. So Neymar did cash in the 2K High Roller. 55th place.
Thank you.
He had to return that trophy. He's not that big of a star. Although if he had tried to keep it, I feel like they probably would have just let
they'd
him.
just make another one, I think. Sure.
He volunteered to give it back, is what I would say.
He was asked nicely, and what he did from then is up to him. Really.
Yeah.
DJ Orno, pumping it up, breaking it down. Put your hands in the air. The roof is on fire. DJ Orno with ace king.
Wait for the drop.
Wait for the drop. The roof. Oh, and significant action.
As James Hardigan would say, the classicest of races.
Yeah, like...
Not the classicest.
Oh, no, he
of
only
races.
says that about Queens and Ace King.
Queens versus Ace King.
Neymar versus Messi. One of these hands is
There you go.
slightly
Chaos.
superior.
We can't tell you which.
No, of course we can. PokerStars.
Yeah,
It's Neymar.
It's Neymar, yes, yes.
Neymar is Poppy Jacks in this situation, metaphorically.
I got to change my phone background for Messi before anyone sees it.
Pie Face Poker comments, wow, a flip and hold'em. Pie Face, obviously a proponent of the mixed game movement.
Well, I feel like we've got to root for DJ Orno here, though. Only 17K will be eliminated.
DJ Orno.
Break it down. Mix it up. It's going to need... Come on, DJ Orno.
Sounds like someone who's listened to a lot of EDM in his life. He's just like, mix it up.
Dancing and stuff.
Dancing, yeah. Finding the beat.
Jack's holding. Borland's tournament life on the line, but 86% of the time is going to survive.
Oh, sorry, it's Borland's in that case.
All right, let's try one more time. Wait for the drop.
Yeah.
Oh. And that is a drop.
My bad there.
DJ Orno will be dropping Dan Borland from the feature table. That was how many beats per minute?
It's so great to be here in Monte Carlo tonight.
Who's next?
One more song. One more song.
Victim.
One more song.
I don't know whether the audience at home is laughing, but you're tickling me, Griff. I've got to hand it to you. Well, look at the cinematography, by the way. Who's on doing the camera? Martin Scorsese producing this EPT.
It's incredible.
Just like
incredible.
dolly shots left and right.
Yeah.
It's almost as if we know what we're doing.
Yeah, but only on this side. This side is more quiet.
Yeah. The next player coming in there.
Let's see how many chips DJ Orno has. 190,000 after that flip.
Ace on the river.
River Stars.
You know DJ Orno's real name is Dan?
Should see what he looks like with that mask off. Saban raising a 6 suited. Mota, king, queen suited.
And diamonds. Very, very beautiful looking hand.
So there's this, oh, we're going to see a flop here. I'll get into my anecdote afterward. There's this guy on Twitter who DMs me his hand histories, despite me showing no interest whatsoever in them. Like but it's like one every 6 months. They'll be like, I went to Encore again last night.
That's great. I love that. That separation of time there is so.
Top pair for Mota here.
He's like, I'm going to give it one more try. Maybe this time.
I gotta tell you, I gotta see how far apart these messages were. November 26, 2021, he writes to say, in Vegas today and tomorrow, the Encore, playing the $300 Encore tomorrow.
You give him a good luck.
April 23rd, 2022. I'm in Vegas again this week, Encore again.
And you responded, hope you get lots of pocket U's.
Well, his name is King.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, see,
I try to be
really
nice to people.
Okay, let's hear the story. Yeah.
Last hand at Encore, 2-5, $1,000. Got 3-bet with aces, 4-bet, and then he shoved kings, obviously. Pocket hymns. Flop is a king in the window, and I lost. Left the Encore carrying my suitcases and my tail between my legs.
This anecdote was sponsored by Encore Casino,
Unlucky me.
home of poker.
Sounds like he got pocket U's.
Pocket U's did not work out.
For you.
For you.
Did you do a kiss at the end?
No.
No, for U's. Yeah.
There you go, man of the people. If you just, so basically what we're telling the viewers is if you have a hand history from anywhere in the Nevada region.
Yeah. Pretty much anywhere in the world. I mean, he's international.
His DMs are open, and he will respond to you.
Yeah, he clearly responds to everyone, and with clever quips about your name.
Sure. Especially if you have a riffable name.
Yeah.
If your name is just Smith, we don't want to hear from you.
No. If your name is Dan Smith in particular, keep it to yourself.
I realized a long time ago with no discernible talent, the only thing I could really bring to the table is accessibility.
Yeah.
Sure. Like I'll just talk individually to every single member of the audience.
Yeah.
I earn fans literally one person at a time.
Never defend big blind.
He responded with 19%, so it'll happen.
Coro was going to show the ace there on the button, but we didn't go for the oldest trick. There's such a live pro these days. Here we go, one more. Spielberg tracking back yet again to show us. The guys who make the cathedrals were like, listen, we'll do it, but we'll do it for free. But we want lots of coverage.
Yeah, and we want
lots of wide shots.
We need Janusz Kaminski working.
Here we go again, zooming in.
You're world champion. That's why.
This is what's known as a jib shot.
It's like if this were Hitchcock, someone would zoom into someone's hand and there'd be a concealed key or
how likely it is that I have aces.
Hitchcock on the rail. Another king-queen suited out there, this time for Baruchik.
Such a nice hand.
Making it 6,000. Jack 10 for Mota.
He loves the game.
Loves the game.
I love this Mota. Yeah, let's just take him to the street. Jack 10. What?
We knew Mota was going to be a lot of fun.
I'm loving
Level 1, it went like raise call, and then he flatted in the small with Jack 7 suited, and we were like, this guy. This is going to be our guy today.
He's really the star of the table. And coming into the pot out of nowhere,
Torita with a 5.
Yeah.
10, 9, 7. Top pair for Mota. Strong draw as well. Two pair would be big, big trouble for him, however.
Going to be interesting to see how Baruchik plays this with the 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor flush draw.
For sure. Very natural to check it over to the flatter. It's going to hit this board very, very often.
Yeah, Ida with the quick call must have something in the sort of 5-8 kind of range.
7-5 of diamonds, something like this makes
Maybe
sense.
even 10-5 of diamonds would certainly complete here.
Yeah, come on, Baruch. Let's go to a turn. Interesting turn cards possible here. I'm thinking of one myself.
That interesting turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Very fun for seeing the 5 of diamonds only.
Yeah.
Ida snap checks. Baruch checks.
Yeah.
Baruch checks. River, another 7.
Yeah, and I mean, seems very. I mean, Ida's gonna either. Well, I guess probably has a 10.
Checks down. Ida shows. It does look like possibly a 10 there. Maybe a 9. 8. It was the 8-5. Griffin's original guess.
Wow.
And that is a straight. Interesting turn card indeed.
Yes.
Surprised to see no bet there on the river from Ida. I can expect the opponents to be checking those back. First mistake from our Japanese hero.
It's actually Toru.
Toru, Ida? Oh, very nice. Okay, yes. Clothes.
So nice now these mains play 8-handed, and then if you're just missing one player, 7-handed. Such a great, so many hands per hour with these amazing dealers that we have. It's really, really exciting way to play poker.
Yeah, the amount of players on the table and tournaments have definitely trended in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean
the last 10 years.
Yeah, the amount of hands you get in per hour in these tournaments is really, it's really, really good.
6,000.
Looks like action's folded around to Sophia Lovegren. Makes it 6,000 with King 7 suited. Blinds, by the way, 1,000 to 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. And that's for another 12 minutes. And we're going to have a new feature table after the next break. More on that in a little bit.
Breaking news.
I'm gonna
Don't buckle into the Spraggy pressure unless there's a couple real sweethearts on that table.
I'm in a weird spot because I want to see Spraggy play also. Both players here are pairing their kicker.
Yeah, we're all fans.
Think how we can flame him as well, Griff.
Yeah, I know you're right.
I mean, I've seen Spraggy get in some absolutely disastrous situations while we were
PCA
covering
many
him.
years ago, the 500K bullet.
What a turn card. Are you going to say it or shall I?
You love Grin to see it.
Always coming 7.
It is always coming 7.
And goes. She's gone 9. She's gone half pot here? Is that
Yeah, 9 into 18.
Yeah, and, you know, Saban, very sort of under-rep, checking back here. One of the, the very, very strongest hand you would imagine that he's going to have. That's not a 7 itself. And on a brick river, Saban could find himself in a lot of trouble. That is a good card for Saban. Sophia's just going to be aware that, you know, the 7 declines in value just a little bit with the flush coming in. So we'll have to size down as a result.
Yeah, and effectively does that. 15 into 36. Might be too tempting a price for Saban, thinking that, you know, this could be a weaker 10. There are hands for value that are going to be betting this size that aren't as good as King 10. So Saban might have to find a call. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would be paying off here. Sadly.
Finds a call, loses chips.
Yeah, frustrating.
You're Saban.
It is always coming, Saban.
Saban, yes, that's good. We should have found that earlier. God damn.
By the way, Griff, with you in the booth, with you in the booth,
I know,
it's like States has got his biggest fan. It's like, are you a paid commentator or are you just someone that DM'd him? Hey, States, I'd love to commentate an EPT.
You know what the problem is? The problem is I already consider myself a good friend of Joe, but also the way that he is so good at receiving people, like whenever I send him a funny meme or like a little joke video I make, he's always so complimentary. So it's just like, it's hard not to be a big fan of Joe Stapleton, you know? And we just saw it there, the pocket use. It's a great bit. The guy's name was King.
I wish my dad agreed with you.
I mean, did you a favor filling out those adoption papers and picking you out over, with the runt of the lifter in the dormitory or whatever.
It was literally the last choice.
Play money specialist, Toru Ida on the button.
Let's go. I want him to win, man.
Absolute bragging rights. You go back to your play money club and you just got a massive EPT title.
Yeah, and a million euros.
It's unbelievable.
The money means nothing. He just torches it.
Yeah.
I don't play for money. I play for honor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Malta finding the absolute premium in the big blinds. These guys are pretty deep.
Mets le stream, s'il te plaît. Quoi? Trouve le stream. Ok, d'accord, très bien. Très bien, ça.
Let's go. 30K here, Malta. Let's bump it up.
Bah oui. Ouais, il y a un ticket. Je sais pas où il est. Chambre 744 secondes, tu leur demandes, ils vont te la trouver.
21. And this is an inviting price with a pair on the button. Deep stacked. Occasionally, you will show down and win as well.
I don't think I've seen Malta miss a board, though. Yeah. Are you allowed to factor that into your decision when you're playing? You're like, look, this guy hasn't missed a board all day. Can I just fold?
And not exciting, of course. No, and that's understandable. Obviously, we spoke about getting nearer to the money. What, 29 players away, lowering your variance a little bit. Would have been exciting for us to see those two have a confrontation.
I got some bad news, Sam, particularly for you, my friend.
This is like...
Good friend of Sam Grafton. Walking off, Connor Beresford eliminated.
It looks like he's just been sent to the head teacher's office, expelled from the classroom.
Yeah. Eliminated by recent legend, Ramon Colilius.
You were losing, I guess, right?
The beautiful arms of Ramon Colilius.
So that was the bad news. You want to hear the good news?
Yes.
The good news is I'm ready to reveal the new featured table. There it is, my babies. Seat 1, recognize that dude?
Oh.
Patrick Antonius, ageless, timeless. Oh, Seat 8, Davide Katai.
Wow, okay. Is that
Christoph as well?
And Christoph Vogelsang.
No, but I thought that was also I forget his name.
But it's also nice for Davide because when you go on YouTube and look at 5 greatest hands of all time in the EPT, he's only 3 of the 5, right?
Yeah.
Like he only won 3 of the 5 greatest hands, so it gives him a chance to just round it out and have all 5 be him.
Yeah.
Well, we've got it all in at the feature table. Marukchik, Ace Jack.
Might just be a bit too much here.
Giorno is going to call with pocket 8s.
DJ Orno.
DJ Orno coming at you.
Like EDM versus
I feel like if
being actually deaf, one of these two things.
I feel like if Joe was in charge of the feature table, he wouldn't look at like the player's resume. He'd be just like, this is the table with the 3 funniest names. I want them. I don't care about David Katai. There's someone here named
DJ Orno.
So again, you know, worth remembering for someone like Baruchik. This is a really big deal. Oh no. Yeah, they're all in for their tournament life.
Yeah,
right?
like House versus Techno. 8's holding.
Uh-oh. Not a good start. Yeah. The all-in at risk player.
DJ Orno. Bam, 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 bam.
Baru check, please.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's coming on the river. Will we see another Greenstein? Will DJ Orno triumph once again?
He's going to play all night.
River card is a 7. 8's hold. That's going to be it for Baruchik.
GG, my friends.
I do really like that Yankee hat. I had to stop. I like to wear a Yankee hat, and I had to stop wearing it because people always want to talk to me about sports.
Yeah. I mean, you're literally talking to one of the last people you talked to about this. I'm a Jays fan, and
but the thing is, people want to talk to me about sports, and I'm like, no, I'm like more aware of more of like the spirit of New York, like the endurance, like the melting pot, which symbolizes like almost the spirit of America itself. And then people are like, the Anderson's having a great year, right? I'm like, God damn it.
See, I'm too attached to it as like representing the Yankees more than it is the melting pot of New York. But I appreciate that you would have that perspective.
It's a symbol. Of course, it's like the bat signal. It's more than
and it's actually, in fairness, it's a pretty good design and like logo. It's like sleek and stuff. But
yeah,
they're kind of the evil empire to me as a Jays fan. So. That's just my experience.
I mean, I grew up an actual Yankees fan and now could care less about the team. I still like to rock the hat, but I actually think, I would hate the Yankees if I liked any other team.
No, we're in their division, and like it's a nightmare. But we're really good now, so we'll see.
Saban.
I mean, you guys put the world in World Series.
It's true.
It's America.
The only way to have justified
Canada,
it being the World Series was when we won. That is the thing he's referencing in baseball is there's 30, 32 some odd teams or whatever, and they're all American except one Canadian team, but it's called the World Series, the championship thing at the end, and it's not at all. And there's, millions of Japanese baseball players, Korean baseball players, but it's the World Series.
Street flash board here.
Oh, yeah.
All diamonds. Three on the turn, no action on the flop.
Maybe as Saban, we can knock out an ace-jack type hand, ace-queen type hand. Obviously, we can see it is ahead. He's playing somewhat honestly thus far.
Yeah, I guess just the difficult thing for Saban is I think it might be a bit difficult to put maybe something as strong as ace-queen into the range. It was just, flatted pre-flop, right? At the cutoff. So maybe you think you're ahead enough of the time you're not going to fold out better. That checking it down might be the move.
Yeah, and Saban recognizing just from the speed of the action that the 9 flush good enough to value bet.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a call. Saban around 125K. Now the shortest stack at the table, now that we've lost. It was hard enough when I could read it off the screen. Anyway, shortest stack, 50 big blinds.
Okay.
Will we won't make the money. We'll make the money early tomorrow?
It's tonight.
It's going to happen.
Bubble coverage today.
Yeah, going to happen.
What a treat for the viewers. The world-famous bubble coverage up and running.
I felt really bad in Prague. We had Koray Aldemir doing some guest commentary in the booth during the bubble, which was like, I think we had 5 hands in 55 minutes. So it was not really a lot for him to.
Sure.
Not a lot of analysis.
When we got the world champion in, we want to put on our best face to the world. Like when you invite your friend over and parents have an argument or something. It's
It's
embarrassing.
just
You
awkward,
don't want
right?
it.
Yeah, you're just like, it's usually better than this.
Yeah, honestly, it's really good what we do.
When you take your friend to a bar and just sucks that night, there's like a band playing, and
Yeah.
you're like, no.
Normally it's good. Normally it's good.
Yeah.
It's usually way more girls here. Great for the viewers.
You bring them along to a poker tournament, the UK. Normally there's way more girls. Normally it's not 9. Normally there's 1%.
Yeah, I saw Vicky Corn here once.
Mota raising Queen 10, likely to be the last hand of the level of the session.
Yeah, let's see an exciting hand here, Aldemir. With very Seidel-esque today. Not seeing both the whole cards too often.
Is that a Seidelian thing?
Seidel at first was a little reluctant.
You meant just more the...
He was reluctant.
I called him out.
Just a couple of times he made a mistake.
Okay.
He did our podcast recently, and I was like, you were like not showing people your whole cards at first. And he's like, yeah, I was not into it. I definitely fought against that. Now he doesn't care.
Right.
Yeah, and Queen 10 of clubs. If I know my man Fabian Motta like I think I do, he will be seeing a flop with this, with 40% of a royal flush.
Okay, yeah, the math tracks there.
And
Aldemir's okay, all right. Double check this. Jack high flop. Rainbow board.
Yeah. Aldemir, of course, ace-king, ace-queen in the range. If not, it's probably going to be a suited ace. You know, an ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited type holding. Aces, of course, yeah.
Don't forget about the hand he's been dealt 6 times.
And Motta with the gut shot, you would want a club out there, really, right? If you have one club and this nut shot, then it's much more inviting.
Did you hear that? A nut shot. I've never heard that before. It's amazing.
I tried to say that my first year doing commentary on the big game, and they were like, nope.
Come on. It's great. It's the gut shot to the nuts.
Deuce of hearts.
It was something like, much like America's Funniest Home Videos, Doyle's got a gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah, but this is actually combining the
AKA
words.
a nut
It's
shot.
sleek.
Yeah.
Wow, they sent that to the floor.
They were
Wow.
pretty strict with me in the beginning.
Wow. What a loss to the...
But then they realized it was
TV.
my way or the highway. And then everything changed.
No, not at all.
Montage.
It was because they were afraid, like, the show was sold, like, market to market in the U.S., so you had to sell it to, like, New York and sell it to Chicago, and we were on in Utah.
Yeah,
and they were like, nope, you're just not. And then we got dropped in Utah, like, within a week of being on the air there.
What was the Utah-specific thing? Because of the...
I think they just didn't want a poker show on TV.
Yeah, and this would be pretty interesting if Corey has an ace-king that he's just checking down somewhat, whether Motta can try and take it away from him. See, Corey could have like an ace-5 suited, ace-8 suited, would also make some sense. Just a hand that you...
you know, even ace-9, these kind of hands last hand before the break, thinking you can maybe get away with it.
Yeah, that he might fire again to on the turn to try and fold out 6s or something like that. I guess a 9's not an exciting card to have in your hand.
Yeah.
And look at this. We know Motta doesn't. We don't know the world champ's holding exactly, but we know he definitely has the best hand here. And Motta's going big. 9-10 is obviously ace, queen, I think that was, into the muck.
Nice work, Fabian Motta. And as I did nota, we are done with this session. One last look at the chip counts before we say goodbye to these players.
Oh, no. I promise you. I believe you, but I'm
Fabian
not
Motta
Queen 10,
on top. 113 big blinds. Sophia Lovegren with 82 bigs. Toru and Dan just behind her. Saban and Aldemir going out into the field with 42 big blinds apiece. We're taking just about a 15-minute break. After that, however, there will be more action from EPT Monte Carlo.
I had tickets to see Power of the Dog in theaters sometime in the middle of September before anyone else saw it, and I made day 2 of a WPT tournament.
Next up is Power of the Dog, and James, I know, hopefully he and I get a chance to talk about this another time. James absolutely loved this movie. He's calling it the best film of 2021, ? I thought the first hour was crazy boring, but stuck it out, and then was like, you know what? It's a pretty solid movie, and I did end up thinking about it much later on. That doesn't always happen for me. Like, the more time passed, the more I do think it was an excellent movie. And I know you've got some kind of weird excuse for this one too, right?
Well, no, the story is, so I live in Toronto. Toronto every year, every September is a big film festival.
Yeah.
The past couple of years have been kind of hybrid, drive-in, virtual, whatever. This year there were distant screenings. I had tickets to see Power of the Dog in theaters sometime in the middle of September before anyone else saw it. And I made day 2 of a WPT tournament and couldn't go. So then I kept needing to, I felt I didn't want to watch it on Netflix because I was like, well, you were supposed to watch it on the big screen. You were supposed to watch it on the big screen, but I want to get around to watching it. I also think I have a lot of problems kind of with the way big streaming companies are operating and working right now. But like I don't need to go into all that, but I do think it is interesting where like a Jane Campion, like weird, like revisionist Western is now like the popular movie just because it happens to be on Netflix. I do think it is interesting how, you know, there are these, for better or worse now, like the big streaming services are these giant gatekeepers, and it is interesting what can become popular once they put the weight behind it.
Yeah.
Like I listened to a hockey podcast, and one of the guys on it is like, you know, watches like 5 movies a year, and Power of the Dog was one of the movies he watched. It's interesting. But I am meaning to watch it. I do want to get around to it. It also doesn't feel like a movie that I want to watch like at home during the day. You know, it feels like a movie I want to watch when it's night out, when I can like really focus. So yeah. I do want to watch it though, and I trust James's opinion on it because a lot of people have been telling me to watch it.
It was pretty solid. Let's get into some of the stuff that I know you have watched. In fact, I'm so glad you were able to, in the last couple of weeks, as I saw it too, watch The French Dispatch. I'm going to go first and just say that, like, I loved every single frame of this movie. I like paused it multiple times to be like, thank God like Wes Anderson exists and like someone still cares this much about like making like a meticulous movie like full of details and scenes that like most people like you couldn't pick up, you know, and what it's almost like annoyingly like overwhelming the senses watching this movie. But like you said, I was able to just sit there and zone out and just become a part of this world. And it might be a little pretentious, but I don't care. I find it super charming.
Oh yeah, I find it super charming, super watchable. It's like, you know, I said it's because it's based around kind of like a New Yorker type magazine, and like a New Yorker type magazine, I find myself smiling or going, "Oh, that's clever," without really laughing.
Yeah.
It's crazy how he, like, you know, he could get anyone for these movies who's not like a no-name actor in the entire thing. It's just, you know, everyone's so good. Again, like with all the Wes Anderson movies, I do find they don't click with me emotionally. That's fine though. It's fun to like they're entertaining. Again, they're so beautifully made. They're funny, they're well acted, well shot, production design, everything. But yeah, like sometimes I'll hear somebody talk about bits from a Wes Anderson movie and they go, "Oh, it had me in tears," and I'm like, "Oh, what?" But outside of that, like, yeah, no, I liked it.
Action folded to Mustafa Kanat, who's got kings.
Well, hello.
98,300.
Opens with a raise. Paul Pierce could be in trouble here. He's got queens.
Oh, my goodness.
He is all in.
I love it.
Now we're gonna see who's the real MVP.
I love it.
I don't know what's happening, but I will allow it.
No!
This 4-bet's kind of insane, by the way.
Come on, baby.
Benelli has re-raised with nines.
This is all working out really well for Mustafa.
No. Oh, man, hold on. I got to stand up for this one. MVP. MVP. MVP.
Oh,
Dang.
we can't talk yet. It's still in the hands.
Not looking good for me.
So Kanat just calls the 4-bet. And it's a queen high flop. Pierce is now a huge favorite.
The truth is out there.
In the side pot between Benelli and Kanat, it goes check, check. 4 on the turn.
Give me what I need.
Paul's just about got this locked up. He really shouldn't be reacting, fun as it is.
Kanat bets 11,000. Benelli folds, showdown.
I got pair.
No good.
No good?
No good.
I'm good if you triple, bro. I'm good if you triple. I don't give a
MVP.
I'm happy for you, bro.
Not yet. Not yet. You, no king. No king. No king. King, baby! I'm gonna do a backflip off the stage if you're a king. I ain't did a backflip since I was like
Just give him the pot. It's fine. It's fine.
Watch that scene. Dig in the dancing queens.
The guy just tripled. Paulino! Andiamo!
Max Martinez, the cannon with 10-9 suited. Raises to 1,300.
All right, loose cannon.
Ace-9 for Helmuth. Calls.
This is one of the best thing we have. Did you like it?
Minieri calls 1,300 with pocket sixes. Elke out. Lock gone. Bill Perkins, 6-3 offsuit. Why not?
We'll be saying that a lot this week.
Italy was the first place I went where I bought pizza by the kilogram. They weighed it, and they said, oh, you have like, 180, whatever.
Flop 8-4-7, couple of diamonds. Perkins checks his gut shot.
Full lock check. This is the full lock check. No, notice
He's two-handed check.
Sometimes he likes this. I like that little.
Looks like everyone's learning to play chopsticks.
Martinez checking his up and down straight draw.
Helmuth with nothing but ace high.
42.
Oh, Joe, he's got every backdoor draw imaginable.
That's true. He does have some backdoor draws.
Bets 4,200. Minieri quickly out.
Perkins still with a gut shot.
Businessman's done.
Max has 2 overs and he's open-ended, even though we know his 9's no good.
And Martinez makes the call.
Standard call.
Heads up to the turn. 10 of hearts. Max makes a pair. Phil is also up and down now.
Top pair for the loose cannon.
Martinez checks.
Phil's gearing up for a bet.
12,800.
You heard the man. 12,800 is the bet now.
It's over 3/4 of the pot.
I'll take this one now. You fold. I win.
I know.
He can probably understand complete sentences.
Well, this definitely isn't a fold.
A cannon showing some stones makes the call.
At this point, Phil should know he no longer has the best hand.
To the river, 7 of spades. Phil misses. Max's pair is still good.
Looks like he's thinking about betting it. And he fires 15,500.
This is a pretty small bet into this pot. It's sort of a blocker / merge. He's trying to bet a little less than what he thinks Phil would have bet. Problem with a blocker bet, though, is that it can sometimes look weak.
Raise it. 45,000.
Phil raises 45,000 more.
Now, Phil's the kind of guy that makes a lot of tight just calls, so this raise is pretty polarizing, which means either full house or nothing. It's a very tough spot for Max, since he's the one guy at the table who absolutely cannot reload. If he called here and he was wrong, he'd be left with less than 25K. I know what almost every other loose cannon would do in this spot.
Please don't have forceful.
What you got?
Huh?
What you got?
To recap, Phil has nothing.
And over half his chips in this pot.
You got fourth?
I might have forceful. I might not.
Sick level.
Okay, call.
Wow.
Good call. You win.
That pot worth over 160,000 bucks.
Absolutely amazing call.
Helmuth looks stunned.
Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on?
Tilt
oh my
juice!
God.
Get the tilt juice out for everyone. Have Thank a you. little sip.
Drink it up.
Wow. I can't make that call.
Umberto Brenes is incredibly short-stacked with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 and a $1,500 ante.
Well, Umberto was once coasting at this final table and took a really big hit where he flopped 3 of a kind against Elke, who is now the dominant chip leader.
Will Molson, the young Canadian, deuce 6 offsuit. He resists the temptation. He's been very inactive so far at this final table.
Well, Umberto now on the button is hoping here that he can pick up any sort of a hand. Well, King 4, it's going to be marginal. You know, the King high is pretty good. Really, if he's going to move all in here, that's his only option, either that or fold. He's going to hope that everyone folds.
Nobody recognizes this particular move. I believe
Here come the theatrics. Here come the charks.
I'm pretty sure that he has shipped it all in, and Scott Seaver is asking for a count, I believe.
Well, Scott understands now in a situation like this that Umberto is going to raise here with a lot of different kind of hands. He could have absolutely anything. So Scott Seaver might decide, you know what, let's get rid of the chark. Well, looks like Scott Seaver's counting out a call. He can certainly afford it.
King 10 suited for him.
Scott Seaver with about 360,000 to start the hand.
Come on, Scott, you do it, all right.
Scott's going to make that call.
So Scott does make the call with King 10 of hearts. He's got Umberto dominated here.
Lika Gerasimova with pocket 4s lays it down out of the big blind.
That's actually really bad news there for Umberto, that 2 of the cards he needs are gone. There's only 1 4 left in the deck for Umberto to catch. So
is that a correct laydown by Lika?
Absolutely. With a small pair like that, you don't want to play against 2 players. So Umberto in big trouble now.
She had 4s.
Well, Scott getting the news now that Lika folded 4s.
Umberto is all in.
Easy for me.
King and 10 of hearts.
If this case 4 comes, this will be the worst needle ever to hear the pocket 4s.
She mucked pocket 4s.
I go for the straight.
Pocket 4s. Let's see that flop.
So Umberto really up against it here. Oh, it's the 4! Oh, now we're going to hear some celebration.
Lika would have flopped a set of 4s here.
She certainly made the right play, but wow.
He hasn't led a charmed enough life, has he?
Oh, it is a heart.
Here we go. Now Scott Seaver has some additional outs.
Do I win this?
Needs to catch a 10 or a heart.
You know that. Come on, let me do laps around this building.
Alberto is in the lead with a pair of fours.
Heart.
Scott desperately looking for that
I
heart.
will run laps around the building.
Well, they're getting a little into it here.
I'm ready to do my laps. I'm going to start running and do my victory laps.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Scott Seaver wins the pot.
He's doing his Umberto impersonation here. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, I guess. Good sports, both of them. Umberto, always the showman, having fun with it. Takes a little bit of a beat there on the river, but...
400 years. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sharks are going to go out to the aquariums.
Pocket fours under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky are folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind has ace-7 offsuit.
You've probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And Seidel folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. One card to come, and that card is a king. A set of fours are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Yeah, you probably got me,
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
That was nice. That was a gift.
It was sick. Sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah. That was ambitious.
Huh?
That was ambitious. You don't need to do stuff.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. A live coverage of day 2 of the main event continues here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. I'm James Harskin, rejoined by Sam Grafton and Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello.
What's better than one co-commentator, James? 2 co-commentators.
Absolutely double trouble as we get closer to the bubble, and a new feature table on the main stage, headlined by two former EPT champions, Patrick Antonius, Davide Katai, plus super high roller Red Christoph Vogelsang, a former WCube champion in Jonas Lauch. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, really great lineup for the feature table. Big names all around. Certainly a tough table to be on if you're of a more recreational nature approaching the bubble.
And as we come back from break, Sam, these are the biggest stacks. These are the chip leaders with 184 players remaining. Worth highlighting that we are getting closer to the money now. The bubble is at 160. We are in the money at 159. Right now we are at 184. So not much for these guys to worry about, but there will be some players in the 20 to 30 big blind range for whom it will be squeaky bum time.
Indeed.
Finland.
This is someone. Who are you? What's your name, sir? It's Patrick. What? You're from which country?
So the legend of Patrick Antonius, Nick, I don't know if you know the story. It's immortalized in the EPT rap. Antonius, a day late by the time he got in, finished at the bottom. Sorry, started at the bottom, finished on the top in Baden. Back in 2005, late reg wasn't a thing. So when Patrick Antonius plays EPT Baden, you've got to buy in at the start, and your chips are in play from the start. But Patrick Antonius was not there at the start because his flight got delayed. So he's being blinded off for the entirety of day one, but still manages to come in having lost a lot of his chips over that first day and still wins it.
Yeah, confirmed baller. That's how you do it, just to really flex on him. Oh, yeah, by the way, there was no delay. He was doing it to assert dominance. That's what really happened behind the scenes.
Before the days of self-help, he already was setting the tone. This is how you let people know. In fact, next time you and me have a commentary shift, Nick, let's just not turn up to assert our dominance over Hartigan. We'll just arrive an hour late for the feature table.
That's how you flex on them, you know? You really strike fear in their hearts.
The second season, no one cared anymore.
So blinds, 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante and action underway. Level 14 of the main event. That 160 on screen because that denotes the bubble. And Davide Katai has gone full Fortnite.
He's wearing night vision goggles in case there's a blackout at the feature table. He will be the only person that can see the flop if that takes place.
I mean, if he wins EPT this year, they got to make a skin, right? They got to give him a legit Davide Katai Fortnite skin.
Well, he's opened with ace-10 of hearts, and we've seen a shove here. And it is Yaman Nakdali who has moved all in with the same hand, ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, and clash of the same hands, but I think Davide will feel ace-10 suited is a little too weak to call here.
Pop quiz, Samuel Grafton.
Yes, go ahead, mate.
I've got some information hot off the press, courtesy of StatTrick. How many EPT events do you think Davide Katai has cashed in?
I'm going to go for 11.
Do you want to take the over or the under on 11? And by the way, I'm talking about total EPTs, not just mains, all EPT events.
Oh, all EPT events.
You can reset the line.
24.
24, says Sam Grafton.
Okay, I'm gonna go slightly over. I'm gonna go for 25.
59.
Sorry, way off.
I was way off.
59. Yeah, that's insane.
Winner of Berlin in 2012 and deciding whether to call this all in.
Yeah, maker of magic moments as well. Maker of incredible, Andrew 10 only just a couple of months ago recovered from the ASI hero call. Like, it's just really confident people. Such a legend of the game. I mean, it's impressive he's even considering this, mate. Obviously, we don't know the dynamics just picking up this table. Maybe there's been some shoves before or certain showdowns. You would imagine this is, in general, a straightforward call, although we can see it's a chop. Imagine the ace-jack off, the ace-king off, the ace-queen off, and, just premiums will sometimes shove at the stack depth. But Davide sensing that ace-10 is stronger than normal here. Remember, we're also approaching the bubble, which would mean that, you know, in general, Nagdali should be a little tighter and will fold eventually.
Davide Katai also known for that famous ass on the river here in Monte Carlo in 2017. Patrick Antonius made the final table of this event 1 year later. Don't know much about Yaman Nagdali other than that he is representing Spain in this Monte Carlo main event.
I mean, you're a connoisseur of the cinema, James. These zooming shots into this arena, quite remarkable, right?
I mean, I'm loving this new set on the main stage. I'm loving the look we now have for EPT 2022. I mean, combined with the fact that we're in the Salle des Etoiles, which I wheel out this line left, right, and center, but I say it because I believe it. It's true. It is the most beautiful poker room in the world, and this just elevates it a step further.
Yeah, I was playing the main a few days ago on the day one, and they opened up the curtains and revealed the view. It's quite a sight.
Yeah, we already heard earlier somebody saying they would fly out just to stroke that brand new 2020 felt because it looks so fluffy.
Sure. Yeah.
2022, Nick. 2020 was not a good year for live events.
2022. Thank you, James.
Yeah, it's more plush than the carpets James Hartigan has in his hallway. this felt.
That trophy will be presented on Saturday. Just a reminder that we are streaming the last 4 days of this main event. We started our coverage today on day 2. We'll be here tomorrow and on Friday and on Saturday as they play down to a winner as Patrick Antonius moves all in with King-Queen from early position. Sevens for Nagdali.
Nagdali is, and this is on the looser side. Snap calls under gun 1. I guess we are, of course, 7-handed.
Wow.
But an early confrontation, a queen being folded there as well. And Christoph now waking up with ace-queen.
Yeah, has Antonius dominated. So the effective stack here is Nagdali, who reshoved for 62,000. Vogelsang has 174K behind.
Yeah, and the speed of Nagdali's reshove might do Antonius a favor. Looked very, very strong from Nagdali to immediately put in the chips behind. This is going to be a very close spot for Christoph. Of course, he will retain 120K even if he loses this pot. One player to act behind him. And this is a genuinely tough spot, I think, for Christoph. He's, you know, unsure how to proceed. You can see that if he knew the hands, he would, of course, call off here. I think this stage in the tournament, he'll err on the side of a fold. Just this big stack in the hands of such a strong player, he'll pass a marginal spot, and we will be flipping.
Yeah, it is. Antonius at risk with King-Queen against Nagdali's sevens. Classic race underway at the feature table.
What you had? Good hand.
Okay.
Had a queen.
The classic. What did you have? A good hand.
Ace, queen.
Yeah, and especially with Nagdali covering slightly, would be a shame to lose the legend, Patrick Antonius, so early on in this feature table. Of course, packed with other big names as well, but wouldn't mind seeing the great Finn double.
Oh, even the dealer's stroking the table. That's how good it is.
Just soothing.
Feels good. Now run that board. Flop, turn, river.
It's actually made from alpaca.
The flop
Ooh.
is good for sevens. And now Nagdali is better than a 4-1 favorite. Antonius looking for a king or the case queen to survive. Turn card is a king. Antonius now with the advantage. And Antonius survives unless there is a 7 or a 5 on the river.
Oh.
It's the 5. It's the straight for Nagdali, and that is the elimination of former EPT champion Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, I have to echo Sam's sentiments here. Would have loved to have seen some more action from the legend that is. He is eliminated now. GG's to you, Patrick Antonius.
So we're down to 181 players now. 21 from the bubble, 22 from the money.
He's also sort of the local boy, right?
Yeah.
He's like down the street, local boy done good in Monaco.
Home field advantage didn't work out this time.
Yeah, he went to the school just around the corner from the casino, I believe. He used to play football on a park nearby, jumpers for goalposts.
He'd sneak in the back door of the casino when he was 12, and, you know, he'd just bust them up.
Sure.
So I know you're just having fun, Puddy Bob, when you say bring up Spraggy. Just to reiterate, guys, we have no control over who is now brought to the table. Yes, the tournament staff will keep the tables balanced, but it's done purely at random. We can't say, oh, there's a handful, actually that's too generous. There are 2 people on Twitch who really want to watch Spraggy, so please can we have that disheveled looking guy in a tracksuit top, please?
Yeah, good luck to our man Spraggy. Obviously, we'd love to see him go deep in this event. Think he needs a double.
Andrian Simone has raised from the cutoff, and we only know one of Simone's cards, which is the ace of clubs. Christoph Vogelsang's on the button with Queen 9 of clubs.
Yeah, very considered player, I guess, is the way to speak of it, Christoph. A lot of computation going into each decision, and elects to 3-bet here. And putting the hood up. Looks like he's going into full name of the rose mode here on the button.
This is a great hood. Oh. He's going full Sith Lord.
Yeah, and it's hard to know how Simone will respond when we only know one card. A lot of offsuit aces. There will be a simple fold and some stronger ones that want to 4-bet. This one going to the streets.
Should we have a guess, Sam? I'm thinking ace-10 of clubs.
Seems very, very reasonable.
Well, we have a 9 high flop, so we know that Vogelsang has top pair. We do not know if he's ahead.
Yeah, and in this exact circumstance, just over 2x pot to play. A 9 going to be pretty strong. In general, this is a board that's quite bad for the 3-better. Queen 9 with the backdoor and needing protection. Will very often be bet. See what Christoph thinks. Here's a strange spot to be in. Taking stock of his opponent and thinking through what sizing is appropriate.
How do you feel about half pot, Sam?
I think smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, opts for 14K.
Yeah, so, yeah, and gets it done. Christoph dodged one bullet. Of course, with the ace-queen, would have lost a substantial amount of his stack. And picking up a good moment to 3-bet and win another considerable pot.
Notice that we've ticked down to 178 now, getting ever close to the money. Nick, because we're playing this full level and then 45 minutes at the next level before the dinner break, there's a chance we could have world-famous bubble coverage before dinner.
That's my favorite kind of coverage.
It will be the amuse-bouche before your meal this evening.
how lovely would be that? You can just digest your food better, knowing that you're in the money. It's a more comfortable experience. Enjoy that. Enjoy the warm baguette brought to you before your food, knowing that you've locked up 10,000 euros or whatever it might be. And here, is this a UK lad? Darling.
Yes, Jonathan Darling.
It's like, was it in the Blackadder?
Blackadder.
Yeah.
We were all thinking it. Vogelsang with King 10. Is Christoph going to play every hand at this feature table?
Yeah, I mean, again, interesting as well because he is covered by Darling. Again, this is a little bit on the looser side, but, you know, obviously such an experienced, confident player. Going to feel like he has an edge on almost anyone in the world going to the streets. Look at Darling, by the way. Swaggy as hell, wearing a tartan, what even is it? Scarf, I guess.
It's a scarf, Sam.
Yeah, it's a scarf.
It's a large scarf, but it's a scarf.
I don't know how he's not dying in that, though. He's got this woolly cardigan on, too.
Yeah.
Whatever that's called. Yeah.
Straight from the Highlands.
I have to say, guys, it's getting warm in that card room. I was just up there. Everyone's in hoodies, feeling good.
Yeah, and Christoph does have a 10 of clubs here. It's a small bet. Is this a hand that we defend, that we go down the streets with, looking to bluff with on certain runouts? Again, I think genuine tank. It's got to be close. He does elect to call. You know, this is the thing about playing someone as tough as Christoph. A lot of players will just immediately release there. It's going to make things difficult for Darling, but see a nice card for Darling's actual holding. It does bring a second flush draw. Fars again.
And an awesome tribute to Christoph Vogelsang from Corpus Colossus, who's watching on YouTube. Vogelsang could probably sneak into my Imperial Parlor and dispatch me with a slash of his katana without alerting my samurai.
I really like the line here from Darling, though. The smaller sizing on that relatively dry board, and then sizing up there like 2/3. Yeah. Really putting on the pressure. And obviously, as Sam pointed out, the double flush draw situation does make things a little bit more juicy to size up there.
News from the floor. New chip leader in the EPT Monte Carlo main event, Didrik Mantor, playing a stack of 700,000. Meanwhile, both Ramon Kalilas and Julian Martini are in the top 10, the players who finished first and second in the PSPC in January 2019.
I mean, both of those guys I played with a little bit, but I have never seen them with a short stack. Ramon and Julian, I mean, every time they're covered in a tournament or they come to my table, it's always with absolute piles. I mean, maybe I'm, you know, doing them disrespect. I don't know whether they probably don't know what to do with 13 big blinds, because it's literally just big stack poker for those guys, and they'll be a real force, not just on the bubble but beyond, because you know it does tend to have a compounding effect when you do have a big stack leading into the money, and those two certainly very experienced putting chips to work.
Spike D is happy. Didrik Mantor, chip leader. Nice. Go Norway, go Didrik.
Yeah, let's go.
So Jonas Lauch, a former W Coupe main event champion, won that tournament in 2016, raising under the gun here to 6,500.
Yeah, very, very strong poker player. Jonas battled with him a lot over the years, very, very dedicated to his craft. Really nice guy as well. And will meet with no resistance. See, one of the amazing things about poker now is we do have a few characters been with us, you know, 4 years, 6 years. In the case of Duthie, you know, 12 years plus.
Yeah.
But, you know, some players who are very experienced in this type of circumstance, been through the pressure of big bubbles and feature tables before. And Jonas also in that category, like Duthie and Christoph.
$176 players remaining. Average stack right now, 183,000.
Could you speak a bit on that, Sam? Just in terms of, you know, having experience or having more confidence going into an event like this. If anybody's thinking about maybe playing a bigger buy-in event, going to an EPT, playing a 5K or a 10K or 25K, what do you think is a good strategy for someone to sort of build that confidence up? You just got to jump into it with both feet and then really, you know, just try and learn from it moving on, or do you think there's something you could do to prepare yourself for one of the bigger events here in Monte Carlo?
I always say to people, I think if you are stepping on mistakes, playing your game and playing to your strengths, not trying to bring about some completely new style. You know, whatever's brought you to this point in your poker career where you feel ready to take a shot or you've won the satellite to a bigger event, go play your game. If anything goes wrong or there's hands you don't understand, have a think about them afterwards, talk with people about them afterwards. But you know, some people come and suddenly feel like, oh, you've got to play different. In fact, actually playing solid, playing the way you're comfortable with is the best way to approach playing a pot with Christoph or Jonas or one of these more experienced players. And yeah, not overthinking things. I definitely feel like early in my career, if I played with a big name, I felt like, oh, they're always trying to bluff me, they're always trying to outplay me. But actually, you know, just sticking to good fundamentals, playing your cards, playing your value hands well, and is really important, and getting paid in those spots, and not worrying about anything else too much.
Those stressful sessions on the Sky Poker Cash game, Sam.
Yes. What great days. Me and James Dempsey battling at 5'10".
Good old Flushy. I haven't seen him in ages.
Legend, big legend.
He's always skiing, that guy.
Yeah.
I'm always like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, Flushy? Oh, I'm doing some commentary, skiing for 5 months a year.
Exactly. I don't know how long the money's lasted from his high-low bracelet. He still seems to have an amazing lifestyle. I don't see him play poker too often, but still, yeah, the golf course and the chalets.
Well,
and
he still technically lives in Brighton, because I do see him from time to time. But yeah, he's out and about very often.
I remember bumping into James the World Series, God, years ago. It would have been like the 09 World Series, and he was testing a new strategy. He was wearing an Italian soccer jersey to try and convince everyone that he was a mad Italian.
Yeah, and how the times have changed. I was with some friends playing the main event in November, and they were showing up wearing Brazilian jerseys because that would project the same level of aggression.
Right.
That's funny.
He goes, if I wear this jersey, I'm never bluffing. And then the next day he'd swap over and he'd try and look as tight as possible. And then he was always bluffing, keeping him guessing. This is the next meta now, James. This is how you get ahead in this game. Every % counts.
Wow. Yeah. I wondered where Hartigan was going with the anecdote there, because if you bumped into James Dempsey in 2009, I mean, quite likely it was at Darlings or the Rhino. I thought this is a slightly off-brand for James. We're going to get a...
Yeah,
Darlings. I would love to say there was a more interesting story, but it was in the corridors of the Rio.
Okay, you stick to your story, Hartigan. It's all right.
Yeah, either that or playing, 1K rounds of golf. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's before the side action.
Definitely. So Simone with not much of anything in the big blind, and Darling might look to pick up the pot now with like a 9-8 of hearts. Is this a 10-9? Something you didn't want to get blown off of with the back doors, and we'll pick up the pot. Nice start to this feature table for Jonathan Darling, who is wielding very, very sizable stack here.
Yes. Darling is the table chip leader with close to 100 bigs, 293K. We've only got a couple of shortish stacks. Katai's playing 21 bigs, Simone playing 20 bigs.
Yeah, something Davidi's very, very strong with as well. This 20 big blinds. He's not someone who puts his tournament life at risk lightly in these sort of circumstances. I don't believe will definitely get the value from these 21 big blinds, picking spots where he can, but yeah, won't expect him to be going crazy.
We've reached a milestone, boys. Hand 100. Ace-4 of clubs going to open the pot.
Yeah, this is Kamal Atui, a player with $280,000 in live earnings. cashed in the FPS main event last week, which I believe was a record breaker, close to 2,000 entries. Finished 184th for just over 2K.
Not the worst start to the trip at all.
And you will find that most EPTs will now be preceded by the local tour. So when we're in Prague in March, we had the Eureka Poker Tour at the start of that. EPT Monte Carlo preceded by the France Poker Series event. And then when we go to Barcelona in the summer, there'll be an Estrellas in the days leading up to the EPT.
And goodness knows how many runners that will get. I mean, these 1Ks have really, really become must plays for, poker enthusiasts, amateurs, and professionals as well. Record numbers right across the board, and huge first prizes. Really great way to warm up. It's not really an add-on even to the main. It's a main course all of itself. And Christoph here, check calling with the queen high here. And what now does a Tui do with the ace-4 of clubs? Can you get Christoph to fold a king or a jack? Probably not, unless you could really commit to some aggression.
Oh, wow. Looks like he might be counting chips.
It does fire. You can fold out some equity. You can fold out ace-10. Fold out underpairs, fires again.
Yep.
Gets the fold from Vogelsang. Username 99 says, a shame we can't get Baumann on the feature table. She's had a hell of a day. I agree. As in, I'd like to see Gail Baumann on the feature table. She is my poker crush, and I make no secret of the matter.
Yeah. She's got a big stack?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, we are getting someone new. It's not Spraggy. Whatever Leo wants, Leo Margets.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's pretty... that's a pretty good pick. Bracelet winner, long time professional.
Just to be clear, not a pick, Sam.
No.
Randomly chosen from the outer tables to balance our feature table.
Yeah. Harskin, stick to the corporate message. We all know that States is out there. We sent what, you think he's really on a break? We sent him out there to collar. Yeah.
You ever think we get him to do anything other than sit there and make smart remarks into a microphone?
Sure. He's the sort of person he picked up, sadly. Can you imagine getting like a little tap on the shoulder to show statement? Come with me.
You just get a wink, Yeah. He just walks past, gives you a wink. You know what that means. You're going on stage, son. We've got it all organized.
Another Spaniard, of course.
Pasa, Leo, ¿cómo estás? No, me he subido ahora hace poco.
I really like our man, Kamal. Everyone else got the hoodies up and the things, just T-shirt. No problem, no need to... Yeah, you want to look at my pulse, not a problem. Simone with legitimate open on the button of this modest 18 big blinds.
So Leo Margets has brought a stack of 176k to the feature table, so just below average.
I like it. Did he 3-bet here? Really like this. Really like this. And this is, the beginning of sort of bubble pressure, if you like. That's the first play we've seen that is really because of that impending cash to take the high card, low card combo and 3-bet there. You see how quickly he drew a fold from King 10 on the button. Really nice. It's quite small investment as well with the small sizing you're able to do into 18 big blinds there. Really nice play from Kamal.
Novo says, remember when Leo and Fatima waxed Stapes? I remember that very clearly. It was an edition of Challenge Stapes. And sadly, we are no longer able to play that. because we now stream on Twitch. Twitch has very, very strict rules about nudity. And unfortunately, Mr. Stapleton had his shirt off because he was having his chest waxed. So we keep getting flagged for violating Twitch's terms of service, so we can't do it anymore.
I mean, it violates something, probably standards of decency everywhere. I mean, please, that's a very triggering thing to write in the chat. It's like, remember that awful car crash you had? It's like, no, I don't want to be reminded of one of the sights that I'd rather never have seen.
It was not a car crash. Watching people cause Joe Stapleton pain and make his chest bleed is one of the highlights of my broadcasting career.
There's people everywhere reaching for the YouTube search bar as we speak. We just lost 25% of our viewership, James, as they switched to a Google deep dive to try and find that amazing footage from the...
One mention, and we've got 25% increase in subscriptions to the PokerStars channel immediately. Sorry, boys, we got to bring it back. Do it for the numbers. Margette's opening here from UTG with Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, and definitely not too bad a table to be on. See, there's the two bigger stacks with 80, 97 big blinds that can pressure you somewhat, but 50, you know, relatively comfortable. And Duthie will fold the big blind.
I've now started trawling through the archives of my brain, trying to remember the other challenges that we gave Joe during that short run series. I seem to remember him dressing as a princess and walking around Monte Carlo.
Was it one where he did the comedy show and got tomatoes thrown at him as well?
Yes, there was that one. There was the infamous breakfast smoothie where Jason Mercier poured in like an entire bottle of HP sauce.
Oh, God.
And there was the puppet one where Griffin and Fatima had complete control of him. And so he had an earpiece and he had to say and do everything they said.
Wow.
I mean, would you like to be controlled by Griffin Benja?
Definitely not. Wow. Joe really will do anything you say, right? It's like that kid at school that used to be like, make him eat chalk.
Yes.
Make him eat some grass.
Selling sand on the beach. That was one of my personal highlights. If I remember correctly, Elke paid 50 euros for a glass vial full of sand.
That's a real flex there.
And Simone gets flattered by a mystery hand on the button. It's the ace-queen, a hand that you do have to open. But I think this is also a nice way to wield the big stack. Just flatting in position. Simone doesn't connect well with this board. Maybe some opportunities to take it away from him, but that is a board that he hits very hard.
Yeah, top.
Of course, this could be a Jack-10. Even a King-Jack wants to take one off. See, no diamond on the flop, so those suited combos not as excited to call in position. Giving it a real tank and will take Simone to a turn. As turn cards go, that's not a bad one. No spade. 7-8 gets, and just gonna put it in and hope for the best.
Get your chips in. Get your chips in.
I mean, one thing we didn't consider is this could be Queen Jack of Diamonds, right? If I'm not, we only know that it's a Jack, right? That's not completely unreasonable hand for the button to have in this spot. You would imagine that. I mean, I guess Jack-9, this is a genuine tank, would be, yeah, will fold. And Simone picks up a nice pot.
The bubble has not burst. I wish to make that clear. Still 175 players
We
remaining.
should introduce that sound effect when it does, though. I mean, that was...
Oh, it will. It just was a tad premature.
I just wondered whether that was Stapes had gone to the restroom and forgot to take his mic off. I was a little bit worried for a moment.
There it is again.
The plumbing. We're just going to build up that sound. Is it going to like get more and more?
Somebody's just
like online. There's a graphic now of bubbles coming past your table.
Yeah.
To warn people. We're going to just put that noise out into the playing area so everyone knows.
Somebody's just standing by the final table with their phone playing that sound effect to troll James Hardigan. It's premature. The guys in the gallery are going, it's not me.
No more premature pops, please. 175 players remaining. 160, I should say, is hand for hand. And the bubble, 159 get paid. Action has been folded to Leo Margetts in the small blind. 9-7 offsuit.
Yeah, and again, I think this is another hand that plays slightly differently because won the bubble. Leo getting to be a bit more aggressive as the covering stack. Going to force more folds from Nakdali in the big blind.
Yep, there it is. Getting the fold.
Down to 174 now. Generally speaking, when we're 10 away from the bubble, that is when we start world famous bubble coverage.
Right, okay. It's a fair number. One thing that is really, really nice, and I don't want to, rock it here, but I feel like there was a time when you saw a little bit of stalling around this period, but everyone plays very, very swiftly these days. It seems to be almost like a agreement in the community now to play pretty rapidly. Don't see much artificial tanking. Maybe people are a little bit slower, but it's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, I think especially on the feature table, in recent times, there's been a lot of like heavy criticism coming from social media when people are taking too much time, right? So now we've kind of shamed the community into actually behaving themselves, at least,
So it's not a... I was going for community agreement here, Nick. You're like, yeah, we've shamed them into it.
Hey, there's a desirable result regardless, We've got our theories. It's fine.
We threw things... We stood at the edge of the feature table, threw fruit at anyone who...
Pitchforks everywhere, out,
And so Duthie has come out of the shell for the first time, coming in for an open with the two high cards. And Leo with a real hand on the button. These two probably know a little bit about each other's games. Been on the tour together a long time. Goes just a tad under 3x.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, and Duthie immediately relinquishes. Nice start to the feature table. Cut to Christoph eating a banana here. It's like we're on the Nature Channel.
You look after that banana, Christoph. Watch out, if Griffin Benji's in the house, he might steal it.
Christoph was telling me he's going to become a British citizen maybe soon. Welcome aboard, my friend.
He would have beaten me. I've only been here for 23 years.
Uncle Jonesy says, I've never seen someone menacingly eat a banana before.
I think he's doing it to intimidate people.
Yeah.
I know.
Look at me silently munch, Sam.
You think I'm scared to eat a banana on camera? I'm not. Got to keep those energy levels up.
Will Leo go for 3 in a row, which he'll certainly try with ace-jack of green.
Clubs being the crunchiest suit, and it's a raise to 6,000. And ace-king of diamonds for Jonas Lauck in the big blind.
Wow.
Big blind special.
Big, big hands. Jonas with 50 big blinds here. 10 from the money. And we'll cut out a 3-bet to 23, is that? 4x 3-bet. And Leo's, you know, not only has a very strong hand and is in late position, we'll be aware that she's going to be opening a bit wider than normal here, covering the big blind and the button on the bubble. And for that reason, I don't think we can see a fold here. And we'll call 2 strong hands go into a flop.
Yeah, domination situation in Lauch's favor. Flop is 5-4-3. Wheel draw for both players.
Juicy, juicy flop.
Yeah, 2 diamonds for Lauch. Still has the best hand right now with ace-king high. And has the betting lead.
I think a very small bet is in order. I don't know whether that's a strategy that Jonas is going to utilize, but I think that would be pretty cool if he can do it.
How do you feel about like 1/4, Sam? Something like that.
Even smaller, I think, is like really nice here. Just the broadways that don't have a backdoor really suffer immediately to that sizing, and you keep in some dominated aces. But yeah, we will see what Jonas... See, on the bubble, there's maybe some incentive to get more folds, but I don't know how Jonas approaches it, what he thinks his range looks like here. See? He's counting it out. Certainly a very... He's actually going pretty big here. He's gone really big, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's 50k in the pot, and he's made it 34k.
Yeah, and he's just trying to make it a 2-street hands. Going to bet big here and then go all in on the turn, I guess. And very delicate situation for Leo. This is ordinarily not a hand you would want to fold. The backdoor clubs is a real thing here. But this sizing makes it much more difficult to continue.
Yeah, as you say, Sam, that size is really punishing. And in most cases, I guess we would see some smaller betting. And in those situations, 2 overcards, backdoor clubs, very meaningful. And of course, 2 overcards in some cases.
Yeah, and Leo genuinely unsure what to do here. I think also just in terms of how the player pool, I'm sure, I don't know whether Leo knows who Jonas is or knows his background, or could be, you know, it does speak of a stronger hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at this. Leo's actually decided to fold here because of this big sizing.
So
and that's a little bit of a, you know, to me, this is a little bit of a misstep.
I know you have hour, but did you have a hand?
Sorry, you know?
You had
I had a good hand.
very good or just a bit good?
I would say very good.
It was a matter of 10K too much. I look a bit.
You had pocket 8.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Yep.
Ace jack, backdoor.
Okay.
And got shot, but...
Yeah, looks like we're all on the same page, Sam.
And Leo almost feeling a little bit insecure about the fold, that it might look a bit weak, but in fact she's made a great adjustment there and really punished Jonas's strategy, because, you know, if you're not getting tens to fold, but you are getting ace-jack with the backdoor to fold, then you've made a, you know.
Yeah, but there's no much room to, you know,
them.
there was no much room to chase for my outs.
Yeah, and she realizes if the 8 of clubs turns, she might just be faced with an all-in bet, and it's kind of a redundant situation. The backdoor in that instance becomes redundant.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really interesting. It's quite rare that we make predictions and then they're confirmed on camera, you know, Sam, so that's always nice.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I've been a tiny bit critical of Jonas there, which I feel is fine with such an accomplished player. Certainly going to have no insecurity about me saying something about his game. But maybe I could be completely wrong. Maybe it's just nice to get the hand over and done with on the bubble, so close to the money against the covering stack. Could be that that's just a really good way to play it. And who knows, maybe Leo would have just laid down 8s there and then in the same way as she laid down the ace-jack of clubs, sensing a strong hand. And then, you know, we'd be talking about what an impressive sizing it was from Jonas. So, you know, very unclear situation to me exactly.
Yeah,
so Leo's raised to 6,000 with Jack-9 suited, flattered by Nagdali in the cutoff with 7-5 of hearts, and now we get the shove from Simone with ace-queen.
Yeah, very loose flat from Nagdali, who certainly not afraid to mix it up. We saw him snap call the all-in with the 7s, rejam the ace-10 off. Not necessarily someone that seems they're going to be very afraid of the bubble.
Well, we're heading out into the field. News from the outer tables, and I'm afraid it's not good news. Andre Akari KO'd.
Are we roving around the tables looking for a terrible tracksuit, for a bad haircut, and can you spot? It's like, where's Wally? Can you see the terrible?
I spotted it. It's down there. There he is. There he is. Mop top. Green tracksuit, still going strong. Well, still has chips anyway.
I wish she'd been here, Hartigan. I was saying about the notorious, the tracking shot in Notorious that comes down from the balcony down the stairs and reveals in Ingrid Bergman's hand the key. I think it's a key she has to the cellar door that she's smuggling. It's much the same sort of swooping dolly shot to bring us to Davide Katai looking down at ace-3 of clubs.
At least he's looking a bit less cyberpunk now he's lost the glasses.
And yeah, again, just a sign of the place we are in the tournament. You see the adjustments experienced pros like Davide will make. Jonas sizing up, Leo making a tighter fold, Davide not opening one of the worst suitor aces. All these, you know, the equilibrium just changing before our eyes as we approach the money bubble bursting. And again, would normally be happy in this spot to have such a strong hand as Queen 9 of clubs, but Christoph with the covering stack, a little bit more difficult.
So blind v blind, unraised pre, Queen 9 versus King 9, and an all spade flop, 7-5-4. Fogelsang has the 9 of spades in his hand and is still ahead right now with King High.
1 hora 28.
Definitely a board that favors Christoph. Maybe the 9 of spades specifically doesn't want to bet, but might just take a shot at it now.
Yeah, I like the check here. I think it's like you do have the 9 of spades, but I mean you also have King High, which is just going to be the best hand a ton of the time. So why turn your hand into a bluff, really? You know?
Sure. Yeah. Christoph. Certainly agree with you. And this is an unfortunate card for Christoph. One of the 2 offsuit queens turning.
Wow, checks the turn. Very interesting. Doesn't want to protect from those spades. Probably the most obvious threat right now when you've got top pair of this nature. And there it is.
Christoph now will likely go for value. Just thinking what the appropriate sizing is. Does any flush want to go slightly over pot? Does he want to go 6K with the smaller flushes? After all, you're trying to get called by a non-flush in this situation.
Yeah. So the bet 6,000. Simone with top pair is a straighty, flushy board.
Yeah, if Simone's checking the turn with the queen, I'm wondering if his expectation is that a flush draw might have bet flop or something of that nature. So he does have kind of an opportunity here to make a looser call, but the fold is probably where he's going to go most of the time.
Nice fold on the river.
$170 players remaining. 10 away from hand for hand, 10 away from the bubble, and 11 eliminations away from making the money.
So 10 away from the money, James. Are you telling me this is now? We have now entered.
World famous bubble coverage.
Maybe it's 5. Gonna keep teasing you.
What a tease.
Kings for Leo Margetts.
Wow.
Folded around to Adrian Simone on the button. Folds Jack Deuce. Vogelsang gives up the small blind. So that just leaves Kamel Atoui in the big blind, who has ace-6. There is that running cliche of there always being an ace on the desk when you have pocket kings. Not this time, but there is a 6.
Just a glimmer of hope, and usually enough to glean at least one street of value with those kings, right? You can't be folding pairs on flops too liberally to one c-bet, right? You're going to get run down way too frequently. So 16,500 in the middle.
I think she'll size up here. Just it's kind of my instinct about laying on the spot. Maybe go for 2/3 rather than the third. Yeah.
10,500.
Yeah, and I would be a little worried about this if I was a Tui. It's not, you know, does speak of a strong hand. This ace isn't going to be very clean if it comes. It'll be results oriented because, as you say, Nick, it is hard to make a pair, but it's not an exciting situation, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think because she sized up, it's a very similar situation to what we just saw. You know, it gets a lot harder to call if they're not betting 25%, 33% half pot.
Yeah, and also if they're splitting into two sizings.
Right.
Right, like it's quite hard to mix the bluffs in the appropriate amount. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Leo may well do that, but yeah, and not an ideal card for pocket kings. Just a lot of hands picking up equity. One straight does come in.
Well, Leo Margetts betting again. It was 10,500 on the flop. Atoui called with bottom pair. Has not improved on the turn. Now facing a bet of 12,000.
Yeah, and this is quite nice. She realizes that the equity of her hand and her range diminishes somewhat on a card that's good for the big blind and sizes down because of that. And Atoui, a little perplexed, but will have to. Oh, whoa! He's just.
You were expecting a fold, Sam?
He's just seized on what he sort of perceives as weakness, I think, and gone after it with a check raise. Feels like the smaller sizing speaks of a hand that's not super comfortable. And this is really exciting to see on the feature table. We've not really seen someone really step out of line like this. And I wonder whether it's going to work for a Tui. Remember, we are 10 from the money, and a Tui is covered by Leo in this situation. Albeit by just 10 big blinds. Neither player should really want a collision here.
Well, she has called the raise. This hand going to the river, and that river card is the 9 of hearts.
And for Leo, this is absolute worst card that could come out.
Yeah.
Oh my days! What a what a legend!
A Tui bluff shoving the
this
river
is incredible.
here. All in with just a pair of 6s, but trying to push Margetts off this hand.
I knew when I saw him in this T-shirt that he was all action. And this is, probably I would say, foolhardy, but incredibly brave. And Leo Margetts in real trouble here. Kings with the King of Clubs, not an exciting bluff catcher. This would be an all-time great call, by the way,
well, that's
if
the
she
thing.
can make it.
We've seen this awesome bluff from a Tui. The check raise on the turn, the shove on the river. But if Leo Margetts can make the call here, that's almost even more impressive than the way a Tui's played the hand.
And to be fair, we've already got to give Leo credit here, because my hand would already be in the muck. Her instincts seem to be something strange. Maybe she has sort of picked up on her sizing on the turn might have sort of induced this. She really sort of senses that maybe this is someone just sort of going after her. But what could the bluff be that doesn't get there, right? What's the hand which a Tui has turned into a bluff? It has to be a 6-5, you know, or a king 9 that makes a pair but still bluffs. But you have 2 kings, and yeah, it's just not possible to make a call with this hand.
Wow, what a hand!
I wonder.
Show the bluff.
Davide Kataisa says show the bluff.
Davide's tuned in as well, by the way.
You showed the bluff or no?
Bluff not shown.
Wow.
We don't have our phone, so we won't find out.
Yeah.
Nah.
And Leo a little bit rattled by that hand.
Good for him.
Wow. Does he know he's on the feature table? Has anyone informed? What does he think the cameras are there for? I mean, come.
Blockers. I'm blocking the straight with the straight.
Blocker straight.
Unreal. I mean, never.
Blocker flash. Blocker straight.
Well, the chat pros are out in 4. Solid analysis from Blundell137. She should have called because she had the best hand.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen her make a really sort of tough laydown.
Yeah, and let's just, just playing the outcome here.
It was hard, but I guess that.
I mean,
oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, start again. Start again from now. Starting again from now.
Yeah, and I mean, Ace. We'll action coming thick and fast on this final table.
So King's the last hand, now picks up aces, seems to have found a customer with ace-5 suited. Artisanal sourdough getting into the mix.
Leo, please just call here. Please just call here.
Oh, he's 3-bet.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's not, this isn't a ridiculous spot to take. Again, you are supposed to play a little bit more in line on the bubble, a bit more cooperatively, but not a ridiculous hand to do.
Yeah, so far Nagdali just really pretty fearless, Definitely, as you said, not somebody who is afraid to get the chips in.
90, no?
Even though we do have that impending bubble.
Okay,
Bubble looming. We are now at 166 players.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a test for Leo. I think the play is just call here at this stack depth. But sometimes after you've lost a big hand, you had to fold a premium, you can sort of just want to pick up the pot and play your hand more straightforwardly. But I think we do want to be calling aces here.
Leo has declared all in, is presented with the red triangle.
Yeah, and to my, obviously, you know, it's when I can see the ace-5 suited, it's a very easy thing for me to say. It doesn't really surprise me that she's just hoping that Nagdali's got sort of jacks plus and will be forced to call off. Doesn't want a, you know, difficult board to negotiate. To, you know.
Yeah, but as you say as well, Sam, you know, we're not really expecting Nagdali to be 3-betting a hand like ace-5 suited from this position necessarily. And as you said, it's a nice hand to do it with if you feel the need. But maybe she's just thinking, you know, 3-bet from UTG +1 is going to be a lot stronger than this, and you know he's just going to call it off. You know, he's got too few chips to fold.
I mean, by the way, anything could happen because Nagdali just hasn't folded here for some reason. So, you know, this might be just like, okay, I'm going to wear down the clock a little bit, or like save some face. They're not going to, you know, this coverage might not come out till after the bubbles burst, so wanting to make it look like a real decision. So that could factor into it. Or Nagdali could just be like, yeah, you know what? He's heard the sourdough propaganda.
Oh. Okay. I heard chips and I saw forward movement. It was the cards going in.
Yeah.
Puede que tú. No. Bueno, pues. Sí, que caen las mías seguro. Yo los tengo.
Sam, I know you're a busy man. You've got things to do, places to see. We really appreciate you spending time in the booth, and hopefully, well, on the one hand, I hope you run good in everything you play. We don't see you again. On the other hand, love it when you're here and enjoy our time hanging out and enjoy your analysis.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great feature table, and I hope the viewers enjoy the world-famous bubble coverage with you guys and Joe Stapleton.
Absolutely. Sam Grafton, thank you very much indeed. We will be very soon bringing you that bubble coverage because we go hand for hand at 160. We reach the money when we have 159. And there is a strong chance that happens in the next 1 hour, 15 minutes. We've still got 75 minutes to play until we get to the dinner break this evening. Of course, Nick, there's equally a chance that we could have bubble coverage straddle that dinner break.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we might have discovered something, guys. You know, if it's better for everyone's mental health, maybe we should have it every year. So the bubble burst before the dinner break. Everyone digesting a lot better, knowing that they are in and or out.
Yeah. So 30 minutes to run on level 14, and then we'll roll into the first half of level 15, 2K, 4K, with a 4K big blind ante. Joe Stapleton back with us.
Just trying to clean up where Sam was sitting. There was a book here. Yikes. Right on my computer, too. Doesn't he know that's where I watch videos?
It is one of my favorite Sam Grafton stories where he was banned from bringing a book into a casino in Romania. Not because they took issue with the book. It was more the fact that we don't really want people coming in here and reading.
Right.
We want you to come in here and gamble.
That's crazy.
You want to read something, read the rules to playing roulette.
Yeah, and it's not like it was on a Kindle or something like that, guys. It was a book.
Paper.
You got to use your hands. That's like a baby's toy.
So, Joe, when Leo Margetts came to the feature table, I had a few viewers reminding us of the time that she and Fatima pulled out your chest hair. We relived the fact that that video can no longer be shown because it violated Twitch's terms of service. And then we remembered some of the other challenges that you were forced to endure during the era of challenge tapes.
Some of those have gone missing, and rightfully so. Not all of them accessible via the internet anymore, thankfully.
Aces again at the feature table, this time for Andrian Simoni.
We're going to find out once and for all. No, this is not a hand you play on the button with that stack on the bubble.
Yeah, Davide Katai on the short side now, just 14 big blinds. Nagdali, Jack-10 of diamonds in the big, defends, so we are going to see a flop.
Hold on, Nagdali and a Tui are different guys.
Yes. We've got a King 7-3 board.
what are you going to do? You're not folding Jack-10 suited pre-flop here, of course. But also hasn't really connected too much with this board. I mean, pretty much not at all. Couldn't really whiff anymore if you tried.
You fold immediately so that we can get more hands in on the bubble.
Exactly, so we can get straight to that coverage.
So we're calling it officially bubble coverage once we get to 165?
I know there comes a point when we are perilously close to popping that bubble that it turns red. And that's the point which is the signifier to the world
about the famous bubble coverage.
That we are basically switching on the world famous bubble coverage alarm and getting into it.
We just had a little taste of world famous bubble coverage in Prague. This is the real deal Holyfield.
Hope Toby Stone is warming up his voice, getting his racing shoes on. He's got to get across that floor, call the action at all the tables where there are all ins and calls.
The Stone Bubble with Toby Stone.
How have we not got that commissioned yet? I mean, look, I know Netflix is cutting back. I think it's going to be a struggle, but Amazon Prime will take anything.
Don't forget Corn Cob TV. Dying for that new season of Coffin Flops. I would watch the Stone Bubble.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Johnny says, I have a feeling this bubble coverage isn't all that special. I've got a feeling we're not going to be hearing from you again today, and you're banned.
Thank you for your comment. Got some real characters at this table.
We like characters, Joe.
Who's this alpaca farmer?
That is Jonathan Darling from the United Kingdom, a player with 50K in live earnings. And there we go. Bubbles turn red. It's on. World famous bubble coverage starts now. 165 remain, 159 get paid. Nick, are you fired up?
I am so fired up. I cannot wait.
So Katai is the only short stack at the feature table, but I'm hearing there are a few short stacks out in the field, and maybe we'll check on those shortly. One thing I would highlight is if we do somehow get into the money before the dinner break, bear in mind we've still got a lot of poker to play tonight. We are going to go way through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza and beyond.
Oh, man, you love to see it. Oh, bubble set mining.
Vogelsang's under the gun +1 raise, flattered by Nakdali on the button. Now we've got Darling with 8-7 of hearts in the small.
With a 20 big blind stack.
Darling calls as well, and now Jonas Lauch.
Are they aware it's the bubble?
They didn't hear the sound? Oh, hello.
Ace-king for Lauch.
They didn't hear the sound out there in the.
I guess not.
They don't have it on speakers. The ominous bubble.
We will be up all night to get Lauchi.
I mean, what a beautiful spot to put in a ginormous squeeze. When you've got ace king off, and there's already so much dead money out there, you got to be pumping this, like pumping it so hard. And there you go. So the pot was 25,000 already. Lots and lots of dead money.
I'm Jonas Lauch, and I'm here to pump you up.
32, right?
This 3-bet is to 32,000.
I
think 178.
178 before the hand.
Yep.
I think you get a call with the threes, by the way. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Just see a flop. Let's just see a flop.
Yeah. 178, okay.
In the words of the mid-2000s poker that I learned, if you hit a 3, you're getting all of it.
So Vogelsang has about 58 big blinds behind.
Yep.
And as I already mentioned, guys, you know, there's a lot of dead money. This is a spot where you can be putting in a really, really, you know, big raise here as a squeeze purely to exploit that dead money opportunity. You know, we were talking about it just now with Sam hands like King 3 suited, King Deuce suited, those sort of high card, low card hands that you can afford to try and push people out of the pot to win it at non-showdown, but then also, you know, getting away from it quite easily as well. It's not a sort of medium strength hand that might be played better multi-way where you can flat.
I mean, with Vogelsang and Katai at this table, the bubble may burst before we get to any outer table action.
He might just ship it here, guys.
No offense, by the way. Big spot. I'm not.
Vogelsang calls Lauch's re-raise. This kind of feels like an all-in or fold spot for Nakdali, though.
Nope. Call. Ah!
He's folded, and now we have Jonathan Darling. He folds as well. So heads up to the flop. Ace-King versus nines. Lauch out of position, but has the pre-flop betting lead. Ten for deuce. Pretty solid flop for nines, Nick.
Pretty solid. You're feeling pretty good about nines here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're flatting nines, it doesn't get much better than that, guys. Apart from maybe, you know, a set, but.
Joshua Forth says, James, what has been the reaction to the shot clock being removed from the main event? Answer your question, it hasn't. Shot clock gets introduced at the start of day 3. Thank you for your question. Happy to answer questions from Joshua first, second, and third as well.
Oh, interesting. I don't know about you guys. Lauch's pause here feels a little bit on the weak side. I don't know. I know he's wearing sunglasses and his face is fully covered, but I'm.
Well, you're probably not super jazzed about
not at all.
Continuation betting.
Not at all. But you don't want Vogelsang to know that, Joe.
Yeah.
He's taken quite a long time on this flop, and I imagine if you had a hand like aces or kings or something like that, you'd probably have a pretty clear idea about what you're doing on the flop here. You wouldn't maybe take so long. And he does decide to check instead.
I mean, once you wait that long, I mean, checking is weak anyway. So.
Joe, have you ever sat there and thought to yourself, I've taken too long?
Correct.
Don't worry, guys. I'm confident that Christoph Vogelsang is going to make a really quick decision.
There were so many times at UK at PT London a couple of weeks ago that I was like, well, I've thought about this too long. If I had a hand, I would have bet by now. I check.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I've not taken a shot at Lauch here at all. I think probably what was going through his head is this was a pretty serious call. You know, I put in a big squeeze here and I'm getting flatted. This guy's going to have a bunch of stuff here that I really don't want him to have. Do I even bother putting in a continuation bet here when I realize I'm still going to get called by, you know, 8s, 9s, definitely 10s, maybe jacks?
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's pretty easy to think that Vogelsang is exactly the sort of hand that he does have.
Yep.
Like you just said, 9s, 8s, 7s sometimes even, and those hands are just not going to fold through continuation bet on a 10-high board.
Right, and when we're this close to the bubble, do I want to just be putting in a bunch of chips and then feeling like I have to commit to the bluff on a later street?
Vogelsang, come on, what a bet here. What a bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to be, once you miss the c-bet here, and that's not to say he can't, you know, check aces or kings on this board. It's so dry, Joe, right? Like, probably the best thing to do is to check a hand like aces or kings here, just because you're going to get so much action for the hands that we just described.
Call from Lauch. The turn card. The Queen of Spades. So straight draw now for Lauch. Vogelsang 3-1 favorite with 9s.
This is such a sick turn card in so many ways.
Oh, see now, it is interesting because now this isn't a spot that comes up all too often, right? In terms of things that you study, right?
Yeah.
So at this point with nines, you're like, does he ever flat? Does he ever check call with aces or kings here or something like that? Is that really the case? Is this a spot where I should be pot controlling just because, you know, I've got, I don't want to get check raised on the turn or something like that, or I don't want to continue to put chips in versus a hand that I'm never folding?
What about the obvious stuff, too, though? If he would peel with ace-king, he'd probably peel with ace-queen.
Don't know whether you heard the pot, but we just lost someone in 165th place.
Told you.
1-6-4 remaining.
And I think from Lauk's perspective, it's interesting also. If Vogelsang just puts out another small bet.
Yeah.
Can you ever really fold 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts?
Yeah, all that and more going through Vogelsang's mind. Looks like he's cutting out a bet.
So it was pretty small on the flop.
We're going up here.
Absolutely, 112,000 in the middle. And Vogelsang's made it 33,000, so only near enough double what he bet on the flop.
Yeah, it went from like the 1/6 pot bet to the 1/3 pot bet. Yeah, and that sizing is going to be just enough to get Lauk out.
The confirmation that while we were watching that hand being played on the main stage, there was a KO from one of the outer tables. 164 players remain, taking us closer to the bubble and, crucially, closer to the money. 5.2 million euros in the prize pool. Min cash just shy of 8,700 euros. And we will start paying players when we're down to 159.
Bow of Valhalla says, nice hand.
Yeah, very, very interesting spot there. I think Vogelsang put it all together. Oh, we've lost another.
Yeah, 163 now.
Yeah, really, really interesting one there, guys. It's a really tough hand to play well. Looks like he figured it out.
Blind staying at 1,500, 3,000 for another 15 minutes. I need to know the story behind Davide Katai's watch. We observed in Prague that it's stuck at the same time, and it's still stuck at that time.
So the theory was that it might have been automatic, right? Maybe he just hasn't worn it for a little while. It's not wound. But I feel like he's been walking around all day in it. Probably should be running at this stage.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we're going to very likely have a pop at this table.
Yeah. Nagdali all in with ace-4. Lauk calling from the small blind with aces. Simone folds, and it's not looking good for Nagdali.
I would just like to remind everyone how real blockers are. This is 1.5 aces versus 2 aces.
This is about the worst equity you can have in this game, guys. Pair versus the same card and a low card.
Maybe I should bet.
By the way, I think the Katai watches remind us that we're all right twice a day.
To the second.
Maybe. Seems to be even worse than it.
So Nagdali needs a lot of good fortune here.
A lot of spades.
There's 1 spade.
That is the minimum amount of spades he needed to hit to stay alive here.
Four, just read this way. Four.
Running 4s would do it.
He wants a spade.
Also not spades.
And that will have Kamal drawing dead on the turn.
Kamal not in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, Nagdali is no more. And that will leave us with 162 players.
Sit open, TV.
Your man's gone.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Shazza, for the kind words. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Amazing commentary from the best. James, Joe, Nick, Griffin, Sam, thank you guys. Thank you, Shazza. And remember, we've still got plenty more live action to come today and for the following 3 days as we follow the main event to its conclusion on Saturday, May 7th. Cards up all the way.
Yeah, we had the pleasure to actually meet Shazza in London at the Players Party. Had a pretty good night.
At Stapes Comedy Night.
That's correct.
At least I will see later. That's the nice thing on the picture table.
It's a very good sport considering she got picked on by every comedian.
front and center.
I think we might see a little bit of tanking now as we get very close to the money, and a player like Davide Katai knows that he could squeak in to a min cash with a 14 big blind stack.
Some people like to put a little stank on it, and some people like to put a little tank on it.
Mark G asks, does hand-for-hand play exist in live poker tournaments? Yes, it does. And we will go hand-for-hand at 160. Obviously, if the pace slows, if there is excessive tanking for the next 15, 20 minutes before we get to 160, they might go hand-for-hand earlier.
I don't see it taking that long. We'll see.
Joe's got a feeling in his waters. Ace-King versus 4 deuce, Starling's raise, called by Fogelsang.
This is going to be a shame.
Continuation bet of 5,000. Fogelsang with a gut shot.
These are spots where you can certainly have some check raises. You know,
that's what I'm afraid of, and I'm not even in the hand.
you're gonna check raise quite a few strong hands here if they are indeed in your range. Maybe some sets, maybe some 2 pairs, like Queen 6 suited, for example, is totally reasonable. Queen 3 suited as well, especially given the positions that we've seen open and call. And
puke.
And there it is. And boom goes the dynamite, as expected. But you do need to balance your check raises here in this situation too. You will have made hands, but you also want to have some bluffs. And very frequently when we see these sort of weird gut, like kind of no hand gut shot, need to improve kind of straight draws, then we're going to see some more check raising. That's not to say you should check raise all of your straight draws in these situations. There are, you know, straight draws are not all the same.
Created equal.
Created equal. Thank you, Joe. That was what I was reaching for. And in situations where, you know, you might have 2 overcards to second pair and they're like sort of on the bigger side and you're up and down, those are spots where you probably shouldn't be check raising as often because you want to make your hand and allow your opponent to continue bluffing, for example, and then in some cases just make a pair or something like that and just get to showdown as often as possible.
So Darling is called. Turn card is the 9 of hearts. Ace high still ahead. Darling a 3-1 favorite. So Fogelsang having check raise flop. Question, does he barrel turn?
It's just so amazing sitting here and realizing I would have no idea how to play against Christoph Fogelsang, and I can see his cards. Like, I do not envy this at all.
part of the cool thing about having 4 deuce of diamonds here as well is you're not blocking that flush draw, which is something you might get to fold on a turn if you continue. I actually really like to continue on this turn. If you're going to check raise out a flop, you can really sell it here. And with that bubble pressure, you're probably going to merit a lot more folds. Maybe 10s, maybe 9s. Well, not 9s when they turn the set, perhaps. Pocket 8s, pocket 7s, and some flush draws and some straight draws. If you make it big enough, you can really put him to the test here. And it looks like he goes really big.
50,000, so near enough full pot.
Yep.
Oh, darling, what are you going to do?
It looks like we're definitely thinking along the same lines. The check raise and the flop is a line that I definitely like here, and it's like we were communicating through the airwaves there. That really chunky size, punishing all of the above, and sure enough, ace king off gets the fold. Very nice.
So Christoph Vogelsang playing a 90 big blind stack. Kamel Atoui is still the table chip leader, has just a little bit more than Vogelsang. Davide Katai in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With 14 big blinds, only short stack on the main stage, but I did say earlier there are plenty of short stacks out in the field, and we're going to check on some of those players right now. This is Massu Cohen from France. He's got 25K. He's got about half of what Katai's playing right now.
Still see some flops.
Check.
Julien Mariani from France has 26K. Shakabadin Muradov from Latvia playing 32K.
Keeps.
And the shortest stack right now is Ana Marquez. The Spanish pro has 24,000.
Oi, Marquez!
Let's go, Anna.
So I'm going to take a very short break, guys. I can't abandon you for world-famous bubble coverage. I will be back shortly.
Back to the main feature table.
As opposed to the secondary feature table. Coming up shortly.
A little redundant there. Pocket 5s. Presto for Darling. Not shying away from playing pots with at least one killer and one maniac. Atoui, no hesitation, Jack 7 offsuit. Let's go.
Yeah, this guy's not scared. Does this look like a man beaten by jacks?
King 7-4, 2 hearts. It is always coming 7. Atoui outflops the 5s. Darling quickly betting 5K. Atoui going nowhere. Atoui and Atoui.
Atoui for Atoui. Jack 7's still the best of it. I don't know if maybe the quick call might have been a tell there, guys. So he might try and load up another bet. I like a really chunky size here, though. You got to go like at least like 15K.
How about 20?
I think 20 is probably preferable here. Very nice sizing here, and maybe picking up on that tell that I mentioned just now. Although we did previously see Atoui is definitely one that is not afraid to call. And he's not scared by the bigger bets.
Atoui Giga Chad.
And sure enough, 8 of clubs on the river. Now don't check too quick, Atoui. You got to make it look like you got a king so you can win this pot. You're a little bit slower that time. And at this point, the hearts have bricked. Some straight draws have missed. So 5s is like, well, I could just have the best hand right now. What if this guy just has like ace 3 of hearts and he just bricked everything? Why would I turn my hand into a bluff? But he might also have picked up on that tell that we mentioned on the flop, and he is not going to allow his opponent to win it with a 7. So 66K in the pot, decides to bet. 45,000. Yeah, chunky.
Really
Chunky,
goes
chunky.
for it. Man, what I've seen of Atoui thus far, I think this could go either way.
Honestly.
Oh, getting the read.
He's confident. He's a confident guy. It's not absurd to make this call.
He is not at all stressed about this bet. When you get called by a 7 here, it's like so demoralizing too, because it's just getting owned.
Yeah.
Like you can't even be like, oh, that was a terrible call. Like, no, it's a pretty good call.
Yeah, right. It's not like a okay, cool, this guy's just calling any two. It's, you know, it is a reasonable bluff catch in this situation. I really like the fact that the 5s have gone 3 streets here. It just shows that he does have a good read on the situation. He is aware that 5s isn't probably going to be a hand that he wants to take to showdown here, even though, like I said, it is a somewhat favorable run out to just try and check and possibly take it down against some missed draws. Makes the call.
Got him. Caught by a 7.
Go bigger next time.
I'll bet bigger next time. Is that what he said?
Something about next time.
All right, nice answer.
The Tui, pretty impressive. One pretty insane bluff that got through and one pretty strong call. The bluff giveth and the bluff giveth in this case. Action happening in the field. One of the short stacks on his feet.
Yes, come on, baby.
I hear cheering. That looks like a double up.
Putain, il me restait 4 big blinds, il me restait.
Professionnel.
I think that was Shakabid and Muradov from Latvia.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You like this? Hey, you don't like it, you give me.
Boom, Shakabid.
Allez. I can make respiration. Breath for 10 minutes.
Crucial double up as one of the shortest stacks. Back to the feature table. I'm with you, Lobster. Wild to barrel all 3 streets with pocket 5s and get cold called down by a pair of 7s. Not even a great 7. Just an okay 7.
Yeah, I really like that pot because it shows that the 5s kind of knew that they had to bluff the river, so they had a pretty good read of the situation. They knew they were probably targeting a 7 or weaker.
They bet big enough too. I mean,
exactly. And so and then the 7 just kind of was the next level. The call with the 7 was the level required to win that pot.
Simone opening ace of spades, X. Katai, very short. Ace 5 suited. Sourdough, as we like to call it. Very in style.
Yeah, I mean,
Ace 5. Not a lot you can do with this stack size, though.
I think this is a pretty clear push if, and that's a huge if, we weren't on the money bubble.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, this should already be in the middle probably, but I know that he probably doesn't want to look too weak here, but he's probably like, I need to look at the clock. I need to look at the clock. Although he probably would have known whether or not they'd busted. Of course, it probably would have been announced, and of course, it would have been probably at hand for hand at this stage too. So tough here. Ace 5 suited is a really tricky one at this stage. He's probably weighing up whether or not he has enough to call and try and play a pot as well.
And Katai does let it go.
Yep, that seems very reasonable at this point. 12 big blinds, very, very long clocks, plenty of opportunities for people to make mistakes here at the bubble. Guarantee yourself at least your money back in, you know, just under a 2x payday. That's 2 times your buy-in.
Mavo Vozavo writes in to say, Katai is the biggest fish on this field. I'm not really sure what qualifies him to be the fish, if it's his multiple titles or the 8 figures he's won playing live poker.
Is he a fish because he swims through money like Scrooge McDuck?
Maybe. 10.3 million in live tournament earnings, aka biggest fish left in the field. Thank you for your comment.
So 3.
Yeah, 3.
And they do hand for hand now.
Yeah, it's absolutely impossible that not every 7th hand only someone would need to bust. That doesn't happen with like over 20 hands. That would mean like 1 out of 150th hand.
Jonathan Darling under the gun.
You're guessing when it's gonna happen.
No, I'm just saying like there's no chance like it'll take more than 3 orbits.
More than?
It'll take 3 orbits. That it would take as long, like 3 orbits to burst the bubble.
Wow, that's some really interesting analysis there.
I guess sometimes it goes a bit. If you mention in orbits, so that makes sense. Yeah.
He was kind of just making reference to the number of tables remaining and the number of short stacks in the danger zone, and his estimate was there's no chance that we'll see 3 more orbits at this table before we burst the bubble.
Katai folds in the small. Follow-up idiotic comment from someone different who says, live earnings say nothing. Now, if I was going to be generous, which I often am.
I can confirm Joe is a very generous man.
I'm often generous. Now, live earnings mean nothing. There is a sliver of truth, but you're not really being impeccable with your work. The 4 agreements, one of the 4 agreements, be impeccable. Live earnings aren't everything, I would say. Not that they mean nothing. Now, you could be a $20 million live earnings winner and be a lifetime loser. I get your point.
Absolutely.
But you don't get to the $20 million in live earnings without being a good player in the first place. Thank you for your comment.
And you're banned.
and you're banned.
Live earnings are just luck. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Yeah.
I mean, look, if we're talking about someone who entered a $100 million heads-up tournament and won it and has $100 million in live, okay, maybe.
Yep, Duthie Katai taking his sweet, sweet time. Just had a conversation with his friend.
That's why his watch isn't working. He's like, I'm not even taking a second yet.
So I see we have ticked into level 15, blinds 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante. One other observation I would make is it wouldn't surprise me if this does take a while, not just because it's the money bubble, but I don't know if you've noticed, but for most of today, we've been playing really deep. Average stack on the EPT is normally around 50 big blinds, and that's where it's at right now. But for most of today, it's been between 60 and 70 big blinds. Yep. So we've actually got to this point. We've got to the bubble a lot quicker than we anticipated. So this could be quite slow.
The structure's too luxurious, if you ask me.
It's a luxurious structure, and of course with the adjustments we made as well, everyone. Even more luxurious than usual.
Bart says the live earnings guy was spitting straight facts. Sorry. Bart, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that your live earnings are lower than you would expect them to be, you personally.
And you banned.
Nobody with 50 million in live earnings ever says live earnings don't mean anything.
Also, did he say biggest fish on this field?
So Fogel saying made it 8.5K with 10-9. Atui has 3-bet with King-9. Katai folds.
Remind me to ask Christoph where he got that hoodie from. That's a dope poker hoodie. I love that.
The other observation I want to make is, as sexy as it looks, Atui really needs to be careful about that tower of chips. All too many times, players who decide to make tall towers of chips fall foul.
True, but less often than you'd think.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, I can't offhand think of it happening.
I think the most famous example is Mo Centurania.
Yes. But that's what I mean. Like, what was that, 10 years ago?
Yeah. 10 years to the month.
People don't really do it anymore either. Everyone sticks mostly to the stacks of 20 rule and don't get real creative. You guys ever get Carlos Mortensen on the EPT much? He used to do some real cool stuff with his chip stacks. So we've got continuing the live earnings conversation. Ravager says, look at Paul Foy's live earnings, 24 million. He's a 100% lifetime loser. Let's say that's true. Imagine how much more he would be down if he was bad at poker. All I'm saying is it doesn't mean nothing. It means something. It doesn't mean everything. It also doesn't mean nothing. And I'm done now.
Okay, small line, 5-4 of clubs. Probably not one you want to... I mean, it's a spot where you have some moves for sure, and it's not completely outrageous. It's actually a nice starting hand, but as we know, we're right here on the bubble. But wait one moment. Let's just wait 1 second.
Nick, can you just ship it in here? It seems like maybe a little too much, but I don't want to play post-flop against Christoph Vogelsang.
I actually think this is exactly what you should be doing on the bubble. You don't mess around with queens when there's that ICM pressure. The shove here is actually completely appropriate according to the adjustments you should make.
Very good.
You know, as soon as that bubble bursts, we might see some more dynamic play. You know, trying to go to a flop, maybe a little 3-bet, try and get some more chips in the middle before you take it down.
Comes king high, and you're like, F this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, picking up a few chips there and just bursting that bubble first is really, really important.
All right, do we figure out who's building a table out there? Is there a carpenter in the room?
The absence of evidence is not necessarily the evidence of absence. Very good, sir.
I believe that to be true, but I'm not sure it's... It sounds like it's applicable to what we're talking about, but I'm not positive that it is. I'm going to allow it, but this better be going somewhere.
Kudos to you, Kudos Stick, for the wise words. Darling here, ace-7 off. Seems good. He's certainly not somebody who's sweating that that bubble as much as some other players at this table.
Once again, gonna end up tangling with Christoph Vogelsang. Just don't do it. Just fold.
Interview of how
Vogelsang's confused. He's like, why would you play a pot against me? See, there's no 2 cards he's gonna fold in the big blind. He's laughing. He's the Ray Liotta laughing meme.
Seriously, though, guys, if anybody knows a link to get one of those hoodies, I want it.
Well, I actually think Vogelsang will not be raking in this pot.
We'll see.
Darling has paired his 7. And that bet on the flop will win him the pot.
That's how you do it right there.
Oh, my God. Can somebody just pull the plug on YouTube altogether?
So we
shut them all down.
Are in the midst of world-famous bubble coverage right now here in Monte Carlo. And if we head out into the field, I can tell you we have just had an elimination. Christos Xanthopoulos has just been KO'd. He ran ace-king into the kings of Claudio Di Giacomo. So that is going to take us down to 161. So 1 bust out away from hand-for-hand play, 2 bust outs away from the money.
Christos Anthropoulos is now Christos X Anthropoulos. As in formerly in the tournament. Davide Katai, who looks like the one white guy who would enter the Kumite.
So what is that? 2:55 and 35 seconds. What happened at 2:55 and 35 seconds?
Hopefully it's something good and not like a tragedy we're bringing up repeatedly.
Lauk decides to leave the pots. Dealer does as well. Simone there with the some pretty garbage cards, even on the button, even in the best position.
Local saying completing in the small with 3-2 of spades. A 2-e with queen 4 in the big.
Wow. Even here on the bubble, not afraid to pump it up.
I love a 2-e.
He wants to pump it up. You've got to pump it up. Well, watch him pump it up. Will Christoph Vogelsang pump it up?
We love you too, Joe. We love you, a 2-e, Joe.
Yes. Omega Chad.
Giga Chad.
Giga Chad, sorry.
Absolutely bossing this table right now. Love to see it.
Yeah.
This guy's got a lot of confidence about him, and it shows.
"29 minutes until the dinner break."
Oh.
And I don't know, guys. We talked about everyone being able to go to dinner, relax, being in the money. I've got this horrible feeling, considering the pace of play right now and the rate of eliminations, that we might still be on the bubble when we hit the dinner break. That world-famous bubble coverage is going to straddle the 70-minute evening hiatus.
Well, I'm not going to straddle. I'm going to choose a side. I say the bubble bursts.
Yeah, I think a lot of people going on dinner break still sweating. Still sweating their opportunity to jump back in after the dinner break and see what's going to happen.
As usual, I immediately regret the choice I made. Forgetting that once they go hand for hand, it's going to be like one hand every 6 minutes.
That's why I predicted that the bubble is going to straddle dinner. Anywho, we have got Simone raising here with Queen Jack, called by Vogelsang on the button with 3s. So Katai's down to 7 big blinds now, and he's got 9s.
Oh man, this is just, I think this might be too good of a spot to miss.
Would you rather just not be dealt 9s here?
I certainly would, yeah. I mean, you don't want to miss these opportunities, but you don't want to be devoid of opportunities. You want to have some opportunities to make some chips here. When
10s?
I think
love it.
I think when you see the flat on the button, there's so much additional dead money in there, but really, I don't know. This is going to be real close. I really don't know what the right line is this close to the bubble. Just one remaining. So much dead money. The cutoff open can be so wide. 9s is just such a good pair to just ship in this situation. If we were playing purely for chip EV, this would be in the middle, no questions asked. But we're playing for money here, guys, and there is no money for 161st place.
Just memories that you'll cherish forever.
Wow.
Interesting just call from Katai, which is going to take us three-way to the flop.
Optimus Clan calling for the old stop and go.
Could be.
The flop is queen 6-4, so Simone flops best, top pair.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Stop and go, not going to work out for Katai.
Korai Core 88 asking, what is the min cash? It is 8,690 euros. Up top, by the way, first prize in this year's Monte Carlo main event, nearly 940K. Who are we waiting for?
Who do you think, buddy?
Oh, yeah. No, it's not on Vogelsang, it's on Simone.
Vogelsang.
Oh, he has now checked. Now it's on Vogelsang.
What if every single time Vogelsang tanked for like 4 minutes throughout the history of his career, he didn't know it was on him?
He's really good at poker. He just doesn't.
Like every time he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep doing this."
He just doesn't follow the game so good, you know. Oh my days! He's gonna find a bet here with the trays. Simone was just trying to pot control here. He's like, I don't want to bust right now. That would be really awkward. I've only got 24 bigs. Katai, just one overcard. He's got a 9 blocker as well. The 9 of clubs, I should say, the club blocker. What if Katai ships? Simone reads this as strength on top of strength, makes the fold, and Katai just picks this up on the flop when the trays give it up.
I don't think that can happen with the amount Katai has left behind, unfortunately.
I think that seems pretty reasonable.
So if Katai folds here, he'll leave himself 6 big blinds. He will be one of the shortest remaining stacks with 24K.
Yeah, I'll ask Davide now. I'll ask Davide.
Not now. I just can't with some of these comments. Make it stop. Let's make it stop.
What are you talking about, Joe? There's some top-level analysis coming on here.
How Katai should retire.
Marco says Katai should go home.
Yeah, no, Marco needs to go home. Marco's probably never left home, but he should go there.
Stay there.
Simone calling the 8,000. Heads up to the turn. Into 7.
Okay. Pizza Miami also. Pizza Miami. Thank you.
Pizza Miami.
By the way, guys, I don't make any secret of the fact that I think the shot clock should be brought out before the bubble. I'm not a fan of all this tanking. I get it. I understand why people do it, but a shot clock would help eliminate it.
2 things I want to say about in this particular moment. 1, it seems reasonable at the moment, the amount of time people are taking. 2, it's not like Vogelsang only thinks this long on the bubble, right? I mean, this is just him. This is his game. This is how he plays.
Check, check. Pair of queens is going to win this one.
also Vogelstein's just absolutely no reaction. Just like waiting for any flicker of acknowledgement that he lost the hand.
Andrian Simoni now playing 34 bigs, and we are heading away from the feature table. We're heading out into the field. What's happening at the outer tables? Alexandra Emil is at risk. Up against Laurinus Levinskas. Looks like kings for Emil, the at-risk player, and fives for Levinskas. Ace 10-3 on the flop. Kings still ahead. Deuce on the turn. Queen on the river, and Alexandra Emil will double up. And Laurinus Levinskas is going to take a huge hit and is down to around 16K. He's now in the hyper danger zone.
Danger zone!
Ouais, je vais pas folle là. Sur sa range, quand même sur Mike Open.
You really made a meal out of that.
Back to the feature table. We are not currently hand for hand. We are one away from the bubble. 161 players remaining. The bubble is 160. And that means 159 get paid. So Lauch opening with Jack 10 of hearts. Simoni 3-betting with Ace King.
Yeah, Simoni here only has 27 bigs. So this is a little bit dangerous for him. I mean, obviously Ace-King is a hand you don't want to be missing the 3-bet with. You want to take this down pre-flop and avoid costly losses, allowing your opponents to see flops and perhaps spiking something. 27 big blinds, though, you know, be real tragedy to get the chips in here with Ace-King and bust when you've got players as short as Duthie Katai on this table. Only 5 big blinds remain, and an opportunity to be in profit for this tournament.
Don't forget the fella on the field we just saw too. 16K.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just shorties here on this table, but plenty of shorties out there in the field as well on the tables not.
We don't go to dinner, no?
Good question.
We will keep playing, right?
I don't know, yeah.
I
I'm
hope,
not
no,
sure.
it makes more sense.
I actually would prefer if we have dinner, because you never know, like one hand takes like 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
Yeah, right.
So if it's like, I mean, even like one orbit can take like 45 minutes, you know? I don't know.
It could.
I'm not sure. I don't think it takes an orbit nearly ever, but, you know. Good question. Probably will continue playing.
Because I remember from other years that when the bubble was around dinner break, they kept postponing. So I guess that's as close as almost bubble as it can get.
Yeah, 2 away, yeah.
So,
I
no?
don't mind either way.
And in general, I think people would say, let's, you know, like when it's almost at the end of the day, that they also say, we go on.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting spot here,
Mentally,
guys.
for people, there's the, you know,
Pot is 77K after Lauch defends. And Lauch now having the lead with second pair. Ace-King just 2 overcards in a gut shot, but still represents considerable equity. Ace-King goes for the bet of 15,000.
Qui, Ariel? René. Ah, okay.
Lauch checks. River. 6 of hearts. A little late for a flush draw. I got a bad look-alike for Andre and Simone. Yorma Tacone of the Lonely Island.
I don't know who that is or what that is.
I can see it.
You ever see Popstar, Never Stop, Never Stopping?
Nope.
You ever seen I'm on a Boat?
I'm on a boat and it's going fast and I got a nautical theme, Pashmina Afghan.
Nope.
You've definitely seen I'm on a Boat.
I've heard it.
very
I've
old.
never seen it.
Oh, I see. He is 1/3 of the Lonely Island.
Minutes left on this level.
Monitoring the action, James.
Oh, very good, Nicholas. Very good.
These camera guys, it's meta. That's real meta, you guys. Good job.
For a moment, Joe, I thought you were going to ask me if I'd seen Popstar The Rivals. Now that I know very well.
Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
What was that prior to Pop Idol or was Pop Idol the orig?
Popstars was the original.
Yeah.
Then came Pop Idol. Then the second season of Popstars, which was called The Rivals because they found a girl band and a boy band.
Ah, yes.
That girl band, of course, being Girls Aloud.
Girls Aloud, the one and only.
Can you remember the name of the boy band? They released a single.
You know, I can't remember them, and they were grossly overshadowed by their rival counterparts.
One True Voice.
One True Voice. Thank you. Yeah. No, I was
one-hit wonder. Sounds like.
Yeah.
No, I was a Gareth Gates fan. That's when I entered the Pop Idol scene. That was when I was very young, fresh off the boats in the UK after moving from the United States. Oh, Margette's here in the small blind with sevens, playing it kind of slow. That's okay. That's all right. Don't want to go too crazy here. Darling decides to come along as well in the big blind. And ace high. Ace on the desk for Simone. Decides to go for a bet of 7,000. Real small here. Probably will merit some continuation from the sevens, or at least going to be the six. Once you've actually connected with the board here, I feel like you might be kind of obliged to continue, especially versus the smaller sizing. You have plenty of opportunity to improve. And he does have the six of hearts as well, which is a consideration when you're not aware your opponent has a higher one. Sure enough, a flush draw for both players on the turn. Ace-Jack still the best of it. Now, I wouldn't mind a smaller size here from Simone on the turn as well, just because you're not going to be as afraid of getting check raised here because you're blocking the heart. And, of course, you can still continue when your opponent check raises, for example, because you'll have the opportunity to improve into the second nut flush on this given board. Ooh. Okay, slowing it down. Bearing in mind he does have that bubble looming, and sure enough, 9 of hearts. So he does have the second nuts on this river now. 8-6 of hearts might decide to bluff catch. That check on the turn doesn't really scream big heart, does it, a lot of the time, right? He's like, if I bet this river and get check raised this close to the bubble, I might cry. But his hand is so strong, he can't be missing it, can he? And there you have it.
Simone gets paid off.
And there you go. Just like that, all the way up to 37 big blinds now after taking down that pot. Very, very nice work there, sir.
Going back out into the field. Martin Navarro, one of the many short stacks, has shoved, been called by Nicola Greco. Our all-in player has ace-king. Greco called with jack-3. Jack-3 live cards, but it's an ace-high flop. And that is going to be a double-up. So Martin Navarro got it in with ace-king against jack-3, spiked the ace on the flop, survives.
Reserved inward celebration here.
I think jack-3, 2 open cups, no?
Actions on Duthie back at the feature table.
Oh, yeah. This is a desperate spot.
This is a fold.
I'm almost positive it's a fold.
But the good news is it's a hand you can legitimately tank over for a couple of seconds.
I think that's actually what makes it more important. This is the true relevance of ace-deuce off.
Yes.
Especially at this stage in the tournament. Yeah, that's a reasonable amount of time. No
Totally,
shade.
totally.
No shade, Mr. Katai. That's a respectful tank, and it's a respectful hand to tank over as well. So I understand.
All right, bad look like for Jonathan Darling. Jason Momoa.
Okay, I'll allow that one too. Maybe Jason Momoa's eldest son.
It's easier if you don't have to match the mouth.
It's a lot easier to make the lookalikes just based on the eyes and the facial structure. They aren't done making that furniture yet.
You have an idea how long it takes to make a chair?
The maintenance here is fantastic, working right through our days of coverage here at EPT Monte Carlo 2022.
What would you rather have, the light construction work in Monte Carlo or the squeaking chairs from Prague?
I mean, I've grown to embrace the squeak, James. Hashtag embrace the squeak. But no, this is probably preferable.
So I was talking to Steve O'Dwyer at the player party the other day, and he was super, super stoked that apparently, I don't even know how he knows this, they're fixing the chairs for December.
That is true. I've heard that myself as well. They finally have a solution. So does that mean Steve will return to Prague? Because hasn't he been kind of boycotting the event because the chairs like
yes,
torture him?
He said it genuinely, and I get that because there are noises that do that to all of us. The chairs don't bother me, but there are other things. He's just like, it just goes right through me like every single time. He's like, I don't know how anyone can stand it.
I love the idea that normal people might stand a chance of beating Steve O'Dwyer heads up if we're playing in that environment.
It's like, what's that John Krasinski horror movie? A Quiet Place, where the noises make the aliens explode.
That's right.
That's Steve O'Dwyer with the squeaking chairs.
You know, just get to the final table. Have your buddy, you know, just playing the squeaks. just a single phone on max volume.
Yeah, thanks. That's 100. Okay, thank you.
Considering the pace of play, I guess, to be fair, we've gone out to the field. We've seen that there are all-ins and calls, so maybe they don't feel it necessary to go hand for hand early. I was just wondering whether...
It's hard to keep an eye on every single table, but at least what we've seen seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, just really quickly, guys, the 3-bet here from ace-4, it's really nice because not only is it a good spot for him to put the pressure on a player who is going to have a slightly wider range at this stage, but also he's showing he has some game too, right? In many of these cases, he's been the player playing into Vogelsang. This time he was the one outplaying him. You love to see it.
Corpus Colossus asks, what does Steve-O drink? His own urine on the episode of Jackass that I watched.
Different Steve-O.
Oh, Steve O'Dwyer.
However, I do know the answer to this one. Liquid. Thank you for your question.
But not his own urine.
I would assume no.
Occasionally he likes to drink in the majesty of a sunrise or a sunset. Drink it in.
Have you seen Jackass Forever yet, James?
I have not.
Oh, it's so good.
It is pretty good. So funny. Some of them haven't aged a day. Some of them have really aged.
Do love myself a bit of Jackass.
I mean, it's genius. It is the absolute pinnacle of lowbrow humor.
You know,
what was that announcement, by the way? Was that a hand-for-hand announcement?
I think that's Toby announcing the dinner break, the 70-minute dinner break in 5 minutes.
You know that scene with Machine Gun Kelly where they're on the bikes and whoever cycles faster knocks the other guy off the bike?
Yeah.
I feel like that's something we could incorporate at Monte Carlo, you know, next year.
Doesn't feel like a Monte Carlo.
Could be a Barcelona.
Here's an alternative perspective. How about not? They do have disclaimers at the start of every episode and every movie telling you not to imitate what you see.
I mean, you know, this would be like more of an homage.
Who listens to a disclaimer?
You're probably not aware of it because they put it on text on the screen. You have to read it,
Yeah,
Joe.
no, I don't.
Okay, fine. Not for the public, but possibly bringing back challenge tapes.
Man, I kind of miss Marco now. Just kidding.
Atui, UTG with 6s. Man's got stacks. Happy to play 6s. Probably happy to call one of the smaller all-ins. I mean, probably not 26 big blinds plus, but Davide Katai obviously still there with 5 big blinds.
Boring.
Action back on a Tui.
Sorry, not the poker comment.
So this is the second hand in a row we see Darling putting in a squeeze with that high card. Putting in a 3-bet, excuse me, with that high card. In this circumstance, however, I think we're probably going to see a call from 6s at least. Both of these guys have the kind of stacks where you can afford to see flops and indeed look for possibly a set. Little cheeky set mine here, perhaps.
So cheeky.
So miney.
And the flop. Oh! Has a 6 on it. The case 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. That is the case 6.
There are 4 6s in the deck, Joe, and all of them are out.
What the heck?
Blockers aren't real once more. Back in the not real camp.
Check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn.
At least it's not an ace.
Yeah, an ace might spell disaster here. Queen of spades on the riv.
gets checked to showdown. No bet on the flop, no bet on the turn, no bet on the river.
Nice win.
Darling's like, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, that was, I know exactly what was going through his head. Okay, lose the minimum. Thanks very much. I appreciate your patronage.
Two off the money here in the EPT Monte Carlo 2022 main event.
Check it.
And I do think we have action out in the field.
Sorry? It was checked down all the way.
Yeah.
Jake?
I think we are going to be stepping away from the feature table.
If you play this one fast, you get the 3 big blinds. No joke.
Yep. We have an all-in. Harpreet Gill and Guillaume Diaz. Gill with 10s, Diaz with aces. Gill's the at-risk player. Has the worst hand. And a clean run out for aces means Harpreet Gill is eliminated in 161st place. So now we're on the pure bubble, guys. 160 remaining. But there's an all in the call at another outer table. Jacks versus Kings. And Kings hold. And that means we lose another player, and that means we're in the money.
That's it.
We're not going hand for hand. The bubble's burst.
Jack against King.
Briefest bubble ever.
Very brief.
You hear the applause. Everyone's aware that there's been a double bust out. We're actually down to 159.
Nice.
And don't forget, guys, Kitai and
Are we
his
in the
5
money?
big blinds managed to scrape in there.
It's 159.
Yes.
Perfect timing.
Toby Stone informing the players that they are all in the money.
Here we go.
Well, you might miss a hand, no? Ah, no, because we play another hand after.
No, it's finished.
Ah,
It's a great time to go broke right before dinner.
Stop.
Don't even bother coming back. Just get it in.
Taviti gets high like, okay, handcuffs off, let's go.
So it looks like these players are getting ready to go on break.
Our bubble coverage was just bubble cut.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we started bubble coverage when we were a few off the money, but there was no hand-for-hand play with two players going out in back-to-back hands, 161st place, 160th respectively, taking us down to 159, which means everyone is now guaranteed nearly 8,700 euros, 8,690 to be precise. Yes, we are in the money. Burst that bubble.
That was kind of like the actual bubble, understated. Quiet.
So the clock has been paused because the table's breaking. So we're not officially on break yet.
Hey, the set looks great, though, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So I think we're going to have to play one more hand before we go on dinner. But we did get to that point we talked about earlier on with Sam Grafton, that everyone will be able to go away for this 70-minute break a little bit more relaxed, knowing that they've locked up at least a min cash.
Yeah, you can have at least half a bottle of champagne during that that break, you know. mini celebration, maybe 3/4, and then straight back to try and start accumulating. Now that the bubble is burst, all those short stacks out there are going to want to accumulate as fast as possible and give themselves the best opportunity to run up a stack. Katai was one of them here. Only 3 big blinds now on the final table. Handcuffs were fully on for him, making a lot of really tough laydowns there to see the money, but he's in it now, and now we can see him getting those chips in the middle.
Yeah, because normally, Joe, we would actually break a table when we get to 160, so we'd have this pause before the start of hand-for-hand play to have even 8-handed tables. But because of that double bust-out, we're now breaking the table after the bubble has burst.
I see.
And in fact, we might need to update the ticker because the tournament clock is showing 158 players remaining. So I think we may have had, in addition to a player go out 161st and a player go out on the bubble, we may also have lost our first player in the money.
We didn't have a stone bubble. We had a tone stubble.
I don't want to say it yet.
But we will see it in a second.
By the way, can I just point out the fact that I was right for once?
You were right, Joe.
I was like, I don't think this bubble's going to take very long.
Yeah, and also can we point out James was wrong?
Well, I was implying. I don't think he took the other side, honestly. He straddled.
No. When I said straddle, I said that the bubble was going to straddle dinner break.
Wow, he's admitting it.
I literally thought we were going to... I mean, talk about catching up with yourself really quickly. You play at 161 for the better part of half a level. Next thing you know, you're down to 158.
Yeah,
have people laddered already?
No.
This just in, we've just lost 20 players.
Ace king suited, what? No, ace queen, ace jack queen. No, but like ace king myself. Yeah, sure.
You had a banana and an aubergine in the other hand.
So reminder that we have just played into the money. The tournament clock has been paused while the table is broken and players are given new seating assignments. And then we will play out the last 51 seconds of the level, which, let's be honest, is going to be like one hand. And then we will be on break, and it will be a 70-minute dinner break.
Yeah, at least we know that it's going to be played a little bit quicker now that that bubble's burst.
If you size smaller, I have to call with 2/3. You know, I might, especially so short.
Not even if you have a pocket pair. You call on the flop and then...
It's fucked up, it's fucked up. No, you size it to make life very hard to pocket pair. And that hand, even when you know they are bluffing so many times,
Well, just while we're waiting to verify the field and get that table broken, let's relive some classic moments featuring the hairy beast himself. We were just talking about the guy. Here he is, Steve O'Dwyer. It's Steve's button, and he's got king 3 off.
Defo a raising hand.
Makes it 180k. Pantling with 8-9 off will call.
Defo a calling hand. Lots of hands will be heads up.
King 5-3, 2-pair for O'Dwyer.
Huge for O'Dwyer.
Pantling has checked. O'Dwyer checks behind.
Checking back, hoping to induce.
10 of clubs on the turn. And Pantling now leads for 450k, the patented Pantling overbet.
And it looks like induce is exactly what Steve did.
He calls.
My guess is he's planning to raise the river if he's given the opportunity.
7 on the river.
Steve should still really like his hand. And will Pantling fire into the abyss?
There's nearly 1.3 million in the middle. And Pantling overbets again, 1.7 million.
And actually, after a bet that big, I'm not sure Steve will raise. It'll just look way strong, and there's little chance he'd ever get called by worse. So if he raises, there's not much chance he'll get called, and when he does, he's often going to lose an even bigger pot. Either way, this time I think the overbet is going to bite Andrew in the pant sling.
Did you really just go there? This is a big decision for O'Dwyer at a pivotal point in the tournament.
This could be super nitty. I'm just going to call.
He calls. Pantling mucks. And that means Steve doesn't have to show his hand. He adds 2.3 million to his stack. And he takes the chip lead. As the blinds go up to 40-80 with a 10k ante, O'Dwyer raises his button with 8-10.
Standard button raise.
Pantling has king 5 suited in the big blind.
Suited king is a very easy defend and will be good at showdown often enough.
Pantling calls.
All about the post-flop play, heads up.
Well, let's see the flop. Wow, action guaranteed. Trips for O'Dwyer. The second nut flush draw for Pantling. Pantling checks.
I think Steve has got to bet here to try to build a pot. There are lots of bad turn cards, not just for Steve, but ones that could be bad for Andrew too, and therefore kill his action.
O'Dwyer does continue for 300,000.
Pantling obviously can't fold a draw this huge.
He calls. The turn card. It's a spade. It's the flush for Pantling.
Check.
He checks again.
Unfortunately for Steve, he cannot slow down here because a flush is just so unlikely. Worst part is, if Pantling decides to raise a bet here, I don't think Steve can fold. This is a spade to dig Andrew Pantling out of his hole and possibly a grave for Steve O'Dwyer.
600,000 is the bet on the turn.
Does Andrew go for the raise now?
Signs point to yes. That is 1.425 million.
Like I said, I don't think Steve can fold. He's beating a lot of other eights. He's beating all semi-bluffs. And when he's up against a flush like now, he's got equity to boat up. Still, he is behind.
How much do you have left in green? Can you cut those out?
Pantling has 3.5 million behind.
The only question is, does Steve call and reevaluate or just go for the gusto here? Guess the good news for him either way is he can't go broke.
Pantling is praying that Steve lumps it in.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves! And Pantling calls.
8.
Showdown, please, gentlemen.
Is that a flush?
It is a flush. And Pantling will double up unless there is a Jack 10, 8 or 4 on the river. 10 outs for O'Dwyer, which would see him win the title, but there's a 77% chance that Pantling doubles up and we play on. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT 9 Grand Final main event.
Thanks, one, Steve. Cheers.
Level out, then go for a 70-minute dinner break.
So an impromptu break there, and now 51 seconds left to play before we go on a 70-minute break. Slightly weird. Never done this before, but first time for everything and all that. We are in the money in the main event here in Monte Carlo, and we are just playing out the end of this session. And then all the remaining players who have made the money can relax, enjoy a meal, and then come back to play the rest of tonight's action. And of course, Joe, when we come back from dinner, it'll be the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
Very excited for that. I need some action after all that.
The PB squared. Or is it cubed? I always get that one wrong.
It's a cubed.
Cubed.
No way Vogelsang's passing. Didn't even need to see the ace-9. He's on the button. It's the last. He's a break guy. He's a winning the last hand before the break guy.
And if it's Vogelsang's button, you know it's Davide Katai's big blind, and he is shallow AF.
Well, there could actually be a real collision here between Atui and Vogelsang.
Yeah, ace-7 off is kind of a kind of an unusual call here in the small blind. A lot of times people are just going to let this one go. Ace-7 suited, on the other hand.
Half a stack to call, so Katai coming back. Not a comeback, but coming back after the break.
Ace, King, 5, and Atui has kicker problems, the danger of playing the Spraggy. By the way, can confirm that Spraggy is still in the EPT Monte Carlo main event. And when we come back from dinner, we will have a new feature table headlined by Spraggy.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Wow, check on the flop.
I've heard that once he found out he was going to be on the feature table, he went back to his hotel room to put on a worse tracksuit. He was wearing a nice one.
Yeah. So now Tui, with the first to act, decides he's going to start betting his ace, you know, probably for value, I imagine. I really want to know
what love is.
I really want to know what love is, Joe. But I'd also like to know.
Do you want me to show you?
What Vogelsang.
We're hungry.
What Vogelsang is thinking about in these situations where he's got that Sith Lord stare under a Sith Lord hoodie.
I like to think that because his name is Birdsong, that it's just like bird singing noises in his head all the time. It's like.
Yeah.
That sounded like you were receiving a telegram.
A bird telegram?
Oh, my Lord. Raising the turn.
I love the way we have 51 seconds left on the clock, and then we get a hand that plays through the streets.
I told you, he's a break guy.
Massively into the dinner break.
The only thing getting eaten here.
This is actually really interesting because Vogelsang probably doesn't give a Tui that many ace-X combos in this situation.
That's what I was about to ask. Is this a bluff or a value raise?
I think he thinks that a Tui's range is really capped to not having that many ace-X combos, so he thinks he's getting value
like
from the diamonds.
A king or something.
Or like, you know, King Jack, where he's got a gut shot, or like, you know, the diamonds that peel the turn. He's probably a lot more likely to have a flush draw here than he is to have an ace if he's playing a conventional raise, right? Range, excuse me. And what a turn to find it, right? I mean, a Tui in many of these cases is getting kind of sticky, but he's finding the fold, and he was in fact slightly behind there.
Okay, well, that is going to take us to the break. So you can see we are down to 157 players. The bubble burst. 159 get paid. We have paid 2 players already, and we're going to be paying a lot more when we come back from break because the post-bubble bust-out bonanza will be in effect. We will have a new feature table. Let's just check on the stacks of the players we've been watching at this table.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Kamel Atui playing 77 bigs. Look at those 2 shorties, though. Shak Kabedin Muradov and Davide Katai, 7 big blinds, 2 big blinds, respectively. So a new lineup headlined by Spraggy. When we come back, it is a 1 hour, 10-minute dinner break and then more live action from the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino.
And we're going into hand number 8.
And here we go. Anufriev all in again, this time shoving over the top of Aldemir's open. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, Nick. I know we don't like to be too preemptive. I think he might get called in at least one spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any way out from this position. If Anufriev absolutely has to get this hand in, and it's a layup when you've got like 20 bigs. Canet, though, on the button with pocket tens now has a real tough spot here. Seriously, I mean, Aldemir is going to open quite wide. He's a very aggressive opponent. I mean, UTG obviously will limit how many hands he can play, but it's going in for sure, James.
So it is a domination situation. Anufriev at risk and behind.
Yep, it's going to be something like an 80-20 here. Looks like the board's telling us 18%, 82%.
Anufriev looking for a jack to survive. Queen 10-6. Diamonds don't really help Onufriev. Aldemir with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, there's not too many outs now. He just needs to hit one of those 2 jacks at this point. No other reasonable backdoors. There is the potential for the backdoor straight still, of course. But that's the runner-runner variety.
Turn card is an ace. Okay, so that is the set for Aldemir, but it does give Onufriev 4 outs now. A king on the river would see him make Broadway.
Oh, that would be a really punishing run out, James.
Now would be best. No. Actually, ace is the best.
Nope. This is hashtag death by quads.
Death by quads, indeed.
Courtesy of an appearance from Barry Greenstein, the ace on the river is the final nail.
Yeah, R.I.P. GG, my friend. What can you do? I think we're all getting those jacks in there. Seems good to me. Unfortunate situation for Stanislav, though. Okay, Mr. Korai is doing something.
Well, he's opening from the cutoff. Raises to 3,500 with 8-5 of diamonds. Sofia Lovgren has kings on the button.
Yeah, 8-5 suited here, definitely on the wider side. I don't know if perhaps he has a bit of a read on Lovgren. Maybe she isn't that aggressive from the button in these sorts of positions. Maybe there's a little bit of expectation there, but of course she's waking up here with a very strong hand, so she's going to want to go ahead and 3-bet that pretty much every single time, especially on the deeper side.
And Toru Ida, the table chip leader, has found jacks in the big blind.
Oh, man. The cold 4-bet. We were just talking about it, James. We were just discussing the cold 4-bet. And this is the spot, guys. If you were hearing that explanation earlier for the first time, I mentioned cold 4-betting. This is what it looks like. There's an initial open, which is a raise, raising the big blind. There's a second bet, which in this case is the 3rd bet, because the initial bet is the big blind. That's a blind bet. And now a player that is not already engaged or already VPIP'd into the pot is now has the opportunity to put in the 4th bet. Well, we call it a cold 4-bet when they weren't previously involved.
Well, a quick fold from Korai, who is not going to continue with 8-5. The raise is to 30,000, and I imagine we'll see the all-in from Sofia. And I don't think Ida will be able to pass jacks here, having already invested 30,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where I don't think this is a spot. I don't know. There is definitely an opportunity for a cold 4-bet bluff in this situation. So I wonder if sometimes you just want to be flatting with the kings. I guess it depends on your read of the person, right? If you think they're the kind of person that's only cold 4-betting with premiums, you just get it in and they're going to call a lot of the time. So easy game, right? If you think there's the opportunity for them to have a hand like 6-7 suited, 8-7 suited, even a hand like king 3 of spades might be a good opportunity to cold 4-bet here as well as a bluff. She decides to shove.
So all in for 107,000, 77K to call.
Yeah, it's not a lot more, James. It's not a lot more to put the rest in, but I'm not sure. You got to know your opponent here. Is Sofia the kind of person to be doing this light? I'm not sure.
Just confirming the count.
107, 100.
And a reminder that the shot clock is not in play yet. So there is no limit on the amount of time Toru Ida might take over this decision. Of course, if the other players at the table feel he's taking too long, they can call the floor and call the clock on him. I mean, getting practically 2-1 on your money, and
yeah,
if you're thinking it's going to be ace-king or ace-queen, right? It's going to be a flip.
That's the problem, James. If you think that there's going to be some ace-king in there, you're getting such a good price. You've invested so much already. There you go. You can see him counting up the chips. He's just doing some quick mental math to figure out what kind of price he has, and that's obviously going to heavily impact on his decision. But if he has a read on Sofia, perhaps he thinks that she plays a little bit more snug.
Yep.
You know? then this could be a getaway. Looks like he's trying to figure out how much he'll have left as well. That's always an important factor as well.
Keeps looking at the pot.
Yeah, I've felt this before myself, James. You're just trying to find one more variable to help you make a better decision here, but you just keep seeing the price you're getting and you keep thinking, I can't fold. I think it's real close though. This is by no means a snap call at all. This is definitely one you really have to mull over.
Apologies, chat pros, but you do not get to call for the clock in this situation.
Makes the call.
And it is a domination situation and a great spot for Sofia Lovgren, who is roughly a 4-to-1 favorite to double up here. However, there's always a chance that we could see a jack on the flop, turn, or river.
I think probably something like 2 in 10 times. About 20% of the time, we're going to see the jacks take it down here. This is about as good as it gets pre-flop, guys. Lovgren in a great spot to put her in a situation where she can have a ton of chips.
Yeah, she'd be table chip leader if kings hold here. Here comes the flop. Always an ace on the desk, but not relevant in this situation. Just has to fade a jack.
Yeah, at least Ida can say he would be losing to ace-king anyway.
Seven of diamonds. Neither player has a diamond, so only a jack on the river would eliminate Sofia Lovgren.
Yep, diamonds, no sweat.
The river is a 10. She gets the full double up and becomes table chip leader.
Yeah, huge pot for Lovgren there. That is so relevant at this stage in this tournament, and she's going to feel really good about that one.
Yeah, so she's now playing around 150 big blinds. Toru Ida's dropped down to around the 57, 58 big blind mark.
Aldemir with queens now, UTG +1.
One does not simply raise pocket queens. Lovgren out. Saban out. Toru Ida. Super fun name to say, guys. I recommend it.
Toru Ida.
Oh, pardon.
We'll fold out a turn from Mota. It happens. I ain't mad about it. Mustafa Cannet, short stacked, jack 10.
3-round penalty.
Cannet is going to take the discounted flop. It's going to need to flop better than a pair, or at least make better than a pair. Oh, goodness. Pair of 10s for Cannet. Set of queens for Aldemir. One does not simply flop a set of queens. Cannet checks. I was more worried when I thought it was going to be a 10 high board. Only second pair for Cannet. And did Aldemir bet 2,500? This is for slightly more than one of Mustafa's last remaining 7 big blinds. That is all in for Canet. Going to be a quick call from Aldemir. Canet drawing very thin. Going to need some help on the turn.
King of Hearts would be a real sweat.
Going to need to crack 3 queens. Going to need to go Homestar Runner Runner.
9 of Hearts on the turn would be a real sweat.
9 of Heart would be interesting. King or 9 of Heart. Yeah, that would be a sweat.
How about a queen?
All right, calling for cards even though he's ahead.
Only 15.
Dangerous game to play, Joe.
Can it with some legit outs now.
I think 9 of Hearts in the turn. Maybe I just off by 1.
Does not connect with the river. Does not go Homestar Runner Runner. Is in fact out of the tournament. That hand was strong bad.
Yeah, tough spot. I like to defend. You got to get it in. What are you going to do? GG. Very sad we're not going to see him going to any finals. Great character, great ambassador, Mustafa Canet. Ladies and gentlemen, GG's my friend.
Just a hilarious guy.
Yeah, really.
Absolutely hilarious guy, and is hilarious in multiple languages.
I feel it. Look, the camera crew here. You don't do anything silly now, with the whole world watching.
Oh, he's back at it, Joe.
I thought it was going to
Who's
be
this?
a photo of a vote.
This is Mr. William
I
Kasu.
predicted it. See, I'm psychic. I'm sick. I'm so sick.
Playing up for the cameras as usual.
Ah, my triple up. You just came, you opened on my big blind, you don't want to... You raise my button?
100% VPIP when the camera's here.
Italiano, per italiano. Andiamo, come un capo, all in. Capo di tutti, capo. Bellissimo, fantastico, meraviglioso. Grazie, prego. One double up, grazie. You call ace high. I said I will have ace high on the button. Ali. Look at
Ace 4 suited domination situation.
4s about. All clubs. Just a 4. A club on the turn, make it sweat. Club.
King.
Yeah, and wait, the 4 or the club? Which one do you want? The 4 or the club? Oui, allez. The club. Oh non, putain, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est pas vrai, c'est pas possible. C'est incroyable, ça, non? Incroyable. Mais non, méchant.
Kasu foul.
Buster for Kasu.
Italian, French, German, American. Die Kokosnusser, keine Kokosnusser. Sehr gut, wunderbar. Ganz ruhig, nice language, man.
You take a language and stick to it, Will.
Nice, man. Good luck.
I just want to make sure.
I can do a bad beat.
I just want to make sure he's done. Up.
Ace, King of Diamonds for Toru Ida. And yes, Mason, there are indeed mixed games event replays preceding those cards up live streams. Oh, Sam Greenwood also has Ace King.
I would love to find out more about, Ida and the background within poker. I was listening to a bit of the podcast when you were featuring it yesterday, talking about all those, well, basically effectively play money centers where, all over Japan, hundreds of them where people come to play for fun. But you have to ask yourself and wonder, how big of stakes is this for Ida? Might be the first time he's ever playing for money.
Well, this is what we know about him, Griffin. 3 recorded live cashes, all of them coming in November of 2021. Total of $17,000 in live earnings.
A little under 60 behind.
So Greenwood, 3 bets to 17,000. Ida announces all in. Sam Greenwood calls, and they will see that their hands are virtually identical. Diamonds working for Ida, spades for Greenwood, but 84% of the time, we're going to have our first shot pot of EPT Monte Carlo 2022.
Main event. We had one yesterday during the super high roller.
Good point.
And Joe and I nailed it, I have to say. So we have a very high bar has been set. There was no delay. It was incredible. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is amazing.
Of course, we could get some sickness if there are spades and diamonds on the board. Officially, Sam Greenwood is the at-risk player. Let's run this board. Oh, just the one spade, 2 diamonds. Toru Ida.
Okay, let's tie it up here.
Yeah, fair fight. Put a spade out there.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
So, most of the time, this will be a chop, but a spade on the river gives the pot to Greenwood. A diamond on the river eliminates Sam Greenwood.
But gives him a good story to go home with.
It is a diamond.
He's seen it all before.
We'll see Sam Greenwood KO'd in brutal fashion. You're all denied a song. Sam Greenwood is denied his chips and denied a cash, falling way outside the money. That trophy will be presented on Saturday. Just a reminder that we are streaming the last 4 days of this main event. We started our coverage today on day 2. We'll be here tomorrow and on Friday and on Saturday as they play down to a winner as Patrick Antonius moves all in with King-Queen from early position. 7s for Nagdali.
Nagdali is, and this is on the looser side. Snap calls under gun 1. I guess we are, of course, 7-handed.
Wow.
But an early confrontation, a queen being folded there as well. And Christoph now waking up with ace-queen.
Yeah, has Antonius dominated. So the effective stack here is Nagdali, who reshoved for 62,000. Vogelsang has 174k behind.
Yeah, and the speed of Nagdali's reshove might do Antonius a favor. Looked very, very strong from Nagdali to immediately put in the chips behind. This is going to be a very close spot for Christoph. Of course, he will retain 120k even if he loses this pot. One player to act behind him. And this is a genuinely tough spot, I think, for Christoph. He's, you know, unsure how to proceed. You can see that if he knew the hands, he would, of course, call off here. I think this stage in the tournament, he'll err on the side of a fold. Just this big stack in the hands of such a strong player, he'll pass a marginal spot, and we will be flipping.
Yeah, it is. Antonius at risk with King-Queen against Nagdali's 7s. Classic race underway at the feature table.
What you had? Good hand. Okay. I had a queen.
The classic. What did you have? A good hand.
Ace, queen.
Yeah, and especially with Nagdali covering slightly, would be a shame to lose the legend, Patrick Antonius, so early on in this feature table. Of course, packed with other big names as well, but wouldn't mind seeing the great Finn double.
Oh, even the dealer's stroking the table. That's how good it is.
Just soothing.
Feels good. Now run that board. Flop, turn, river.
It's actually made from alpaca.
The flop
Ooh.
is good for 7s. And now Nagdali is better than a 4-1 favorite. Antonius looking for a king or the case queen to survive. Turn card is a king. Antonius now with the advantage. And Antonius survives unless there is a 7 or a 5 on the river.
Oh.
It's the 5. It's the straight for Nagdali, and that is the elimination of former EPT champion Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, I have to echo Sam's sentiments here. Would have loved to have seen some more action from the legend that is. He is eliminated now. GG's to you, Patrick Antonius.
Hello once again. Welcome to Monaco and the last day of the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT. That means it's the final table of the 5K main event. We still have 8 players playing down to a winner. And I'll tell you what, if the action today is anything like yesterday, you are in for a treat. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Maria Ho.
Hi. I'm excited.
I think the important thing to draw attention to, Maria, as we look at the stacks of all 8 finalists, is that it's got pretty shallow because of the pace of play yesterday. A 29 big blind average.
Yeah, I mean, all of the stacks in the middle are bunched up so tightly together that we could be in for a little bit of a long one in the beginning as we're waiting for the first early bust outs to happen.
Obviously, we still have D. Peters. He is a Platinum Pass winner. Important to point out that should he go on to win this, the Platinum Pass will go to the runner-up. It's impossible to win 2 packages to the PSPC in January next year. I mean, the narrative really is Patrick Antonius potentially winning a second EPT title. There's only one 2-time winner on the tour. That's Victoria Coren-Mitchell, who coincidentally was here in Monte Carlo. Now, Patrick won his title back in 2005. So for him to repeat 13 years later would be phenomenal. And of course, he would bag that first prize of 712,000 euros. The jumps with every elimination now, Maria, and that's something that really factors into their decision-making now. With everyone bunched up around the 25 big blind mark, everyone is going to be cautious because they're aware of these money jumps.
Except for maybe Georgie. He may be aware, but he does not care.
Here we go, level 29 of the EPT Monte Carlo main event. Blinds, 50,000, 100,000, a 100,000 big blind ante. The final table of the 5K main event. Today, we crown another champion on the European Poker Tour. Hand number 1. And Javier Fernandez from Spain. A PokerStars qualifier will be the first to act. Even though he hails originally from Spain, Javier lives in the UK. He's folded. It's round to David Peters. And he's got ace-jack suited. We welcome Stapes into the booth.
Hello, my babies.
And look at this, Joe.
No.
He's got 7 deuce.
No.
Once is enough at any final table.
I disagree, but...
Patrick Antonius has ace-jack, also suited.
Once is enough, but twice isn't too many. That's all I'm going to say.
Patrick just calls in the cutoff. Shemian on the button with king, queen of diamonds. Wow, everyone's getting dealt big cards.
Yeah, and Ole knows that if he shoves, he doesn't really have much fold equity against 2 players, but he's just thinking about how well he's doing against their ranges. You are the shortest stack, so at some point you got to move the chips in, and I think king, queen suited is a fine hand to do it with. You're going to expect to, you know, be in 60-40s, flipping. Those kinds of numbers look good to him at this point.
All in for 11 big blinds. Decision back on the original raiser, D. Peters.
I'm sure Peters is just going to ISO shove as he is the second shortest stack.
Andreas is watching from Sweden and is cheering for Shemian. He's going to need those cheers.
There is a possibility that sometimes Antonius flats the open with a stronger hand than a hand like ace-jack suited. But I think when you're the second shortest stack, as Peters is with 21 big blinds, and you have the opportunity to knock out Shemian and increase your stack, I think ace-jack suited is a good enough hand to do that with. Wow.
He lets it go, and now the decision is on Antonius.
I don't think I can pass.
He calls, putting Ola Shemian at risk. Shemian will take this spot.
Well, especially with an ace and a jack out, his equity's got to be a little bit better.
We can see that it's close to a flip because of the cards that Peters passed.
Couldn't pass.
As things stand, though, Shemian is a slight underdog, and he needs to hit to survive.
Antonius took all his chips in the first place.
Well, it's a jack-high flop, but Shemian has also flopped a straight draw and has 2 live cards, so kings, queens, and tens are all working for him. 10 outs. Deuce on the turn. Takes away some of his outs because it's a heart, and Antonius picks up the nut flush draw to go with top-top. A non-heart, king, queen, or 10 needed on the river, or we are down to 7 players. The river is a 4, and that'll do it for Ola Shemian. The Sultan of Swag is eliminated in 8th place.
The Bostria from Austria is no more.
He cashes for 68,300 euros. Another big cash for Shemian here in Monte Carlo, where he's had so many ridiculously huge scores. He is a fan favorite. We're sorry to see him go, but we are pleased to see Patrick Antonius stacking chips. He's now playing 4.6 million, a 46 big blind stack. He's second on the leaderboard.
Bag him and swag him.
And hand number 2 sees our qualifier pick up queens. Christian Georgi, now the shortest stack at the table, starts the hand with just shy of 20 big blinds, opens from the hijack to 325,000. Pocket 3s for Antonius. He quickly folds that. Nicolas Dumont is still chip leader. Jack 4 on the button. He folds. Honglin Zhang passes. Fernandez in the big blind.
Two, 7.
Has ace-king. He shoves. Georgi calls, and we're off to the races. It's the sickest, it's the classicest of races.
Everyone should just get their money back. I mean, for the entire tournament. Here's 5,300, here's 5,300. GG.
Our qualifier is at risk. He is ahead, just. Remember, we did see a queen folded.
All we need is really to not see an ace or a king, though.
It's a low flop. Queens are holding.
That's the first hump.
Georgi now a 72% favorite. Fernandez looking for an ace or a king.
Pizzi, 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 kichi, 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 kichi. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Is it always coming 7?
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
He'll take the 9. And he doubles up.
Is this how it's going to be today? Is it just going to be all-ins every hand because of how late they went last night? How shallow everyone is?
Yeah, I mean, so far there's been pretty big hands being dealt in the first couple hands here.
We're 2 for 2. You can't ask for the high five from the guy that you doubled through.
But you're right, Joe. There needs to be some consolidation of the stacks. And Georgi has catapulted from last place to third place. He's now got 40 big blinds. Javier Fernandez is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With just 7 big blinds.
Antonius opened here with ace-queen from under the gun suited and more big hands.
Come on.
So Peters elects to shove from the small blind. All in for just shy of 19 big blinds.
Hard again with the quick math at the 5,100 blind level.
And Patrick Antonius calls, putting David Peters at risk, but it is Domination Nation, and Peters has the dominating hand. Don't want to lose either of these players. This is a clash none of us wanted to see.
Well, there's only one outcome where we don't lose. Well, they could chop. Peters can double up.
Yes, on this occasion, everyone would love a chop pot.
And I've warmed up my voice this morning, so I'm ready to go.
So there is only one spade on the board.
That takes an out away from Patrick.
He needs to hit a 2-outer. He needs to hit a queen, or David Peters doubles up. The river is a 6, the 6 of hearts, the nut flush for Peters. Patrick Antonius now playing 27 big blinds. David Peters now second in chips at the final table with 39 big blinds. Eight-6 offsuit. Patrick.
Really thinking about attacking these late position opens, especially with all of the ICM considerations.
Oh, I love it. A 3-bet to 700,000. Dumont with 7-3 in the big blind. He's folding. So back on Peters. And Patrick is 3-betting out of a relatively short stack.
Started with 2.9.
Yeah, and you know Peters isn't going to be able to get out of line even though he's second in chips. If you look at the stacks, he only has 10 big blinds more than what Patrick started the hand with. Oh, well, 7 do suited now. King, queen off. Not worthy of an open. 7 do suited. You have to continue with the legend that is Georgi. Looks like Dumont's considering 3-betting with 9-6 of hearts. Good timing. We say that until Georgi shoves all in on him, though.
Here we go. Dumont has. You know that song?
No.
You're a big speed metal fan?
No, can't say I am.
Wow. Thought you were cool.
Not today.
Folded around to Zhang. He passes. Fernandez in the small. Shoves.
It's one player to get through.
And a snap call. Fernandez runs ace-4 into ace-10. He is dominated. And he is the player at risk.
El Comatador has not even made it into the building.
Man, tuzi 10. There's tuzi 4. Okay?
Apparently, the border guard was not a fan of his hooks. pulled aside for extra questioning. Domination Nation.
Fernandez needs to get lucky to survive. Well, he's got 4s and 5s working for him.
At least 10 of diamonds. If diamond.
Backdoor diamonds would also do the trick. No diamond on the turn. So 5 outs for Fernandez. Needs to see a 5 or a 4 on the river. Looks remarkably calm considering. It's a 10 on the river. That's just insult to injury. And we lose Javier Fernandez in 7th place. He cashes out for just shy of 100,000 euros, 99,900. Antonius has opened with 10s. Dumont has kings.
And considering Antonius is the shortest stack, I think there's a chance we might see more chips go in. I think this is a tough hand to get away from.
I'd say nearly impossible.
Under the gun versus under the gun +1.
He does have the option to call still and, you know, see what he believes could be a safe flop, meaning no overcards.
He does just call, leaving himself 20 bigs behind. And what an amazing flop for Dumont, top set.
That's the kind of flop that'll save Antonius some more chips, or at least save him from losing his entire stack this hand.
Checks the action to Dumont.
Ace-King's obviously a very likely hand you put your opponent on when he 3-bets.
You know how I say always bet your sets?
Yes.
I'm okay with him checking this time.
Yeah, he checks it back. Now there are 2 overcards to Patrick's 10s on the board.
And now I think with 2 flush draws, Dumont is going to go for value here, but it might just get Antonius to check fold. Whereas I think Antonius would have considered check calling the flop because he can turn some backdoor equity with, you know, some possible straight draws on the turn. I think this turn card and a delayed c-bet just doesn't look bluffy whatsoever if you're Antonius. And of course, there's a ton of river cards you don't want to see. And Antonius knows that it's very likely just going to get worse for him by the river. It is just 450 into a pot of 1.9 million.
Patrick did call. 2.3 million in the middle now. Quads on the river for Dumont.
I really hope we are not going to use a popular hashtag at the end of this hand.
Hashtag blessed? Hashtag no filter?
You know what one I'm talking about.
Hashtag dilly dilly.
I think the best hand Antonius could possibly have here is probably ace-queen suited. So because of that and because of the missed draws, I think Dumont's going to go for, you know, a sizing maybe like half pot or a little bit less. I think he doesn't.
25,000 is the bet.
525,000, which is roughly a third of Patrick's remaining chips. So if he calls here, he will be left with 10 big blinds, or he can fold, leaving himself a 16 big blind stack.
And it's, you know, just enough to pique his curiosity, but at the same time, it's just so value-y. I don't know.
We've seen Patrick do this before. He thinks it through. He considers all options. It seems pretty obvious 10s are beat here. This would be one heck of a multi-street bluff.
Dumont hasn't really been seen getting out of line with his 3-bets. Patrick raised from under the gun. And, you know, as played, when Dumont checks back the flop, bets turn, and bets the river on the small side, there's not a lot of bluffs that he can have.
He hasn't been seen getting out of line. He has been seen picking up huge hands in really pivotal spots.
He's running out of time.
I know he looks like Thanos, but this ain't the Infinity War.
No.
Oh, man, he called.
Patrick calls. He is not eliminated, but it is hashtag severe wounding by quads. And Patrick Antonius is left with just a 10 big blind stack as Dumont increases his chip lead at this 6-handed final table. He now has 7.4 million.
5. Nice.
I think now that Dumont's starting to create some distance between him and the other stacks, I think he's going to maybe start getting more aggressive than we've seen.
Hey-o. So Contador's favorite hand.
Peters is raised.
Pocket hex.
Dumont on the button.
3.7.
Oh, 3.7. Whoa. I got it.
Don't get carried away, Nicola. He folds. Zhang in the small blind. Gives up 6-3, and Yozonis in the big. That's pocket fours.
Fours is a terrible hand. I don't care what these idiot announcers say.
Well, he defends. These guys are second and third in chips. It's a queen 10-6 flop. Action has been checked to Peters, who checks behind. Oh,
ooh.
4 on the turn.
Yozonis turned a set of 4s yesterday, too.
I don't know if there's a greater feeling in all of poker than turning a set. I got you. Oh, I got you.
425.
Yozonis is leading 425K into 580K.
And when Peters checks back the flop, you know, Yozonis doesn't have to have, obviously, a hand as strong as a set of 4s to lead into him on the turn. So Peters isn't going to go anywhere.
On subject of lookalikes, by the way.
Yep.
Nomination for David Peters' headshot. His avatar looks like a Twitch emote. What would it signify? When would you post the Peters emote?
That's a really good question.
Well, no jack on the river. The queen pairing the board.
Just maybe when you're trying to act like something's no big deal, like when you should be really excited or happy or sad.
And that's a card that makes me believe, depending on Yozonis' sizing, that Peters could get away from his hand. The backdoor flush gets there. It pairs the queen from the flop. And Yozonis, if he has a 10, depending on, you know, what kind of 10 he has, he might just check here. So if you know that Yozonis probably won't value bet with just a 10 here,
950,
which you
right?
beat.
50.
Then folding is a real consideration. Because even if he turned some kind of flush draw, straight draw, one of those draws got there. Peters doesn't block a spade.
Well, he's called the 950K. And Yazonis wins a sizable pot, chipping up to 65 big blinds. David Peters drops below the 20 big blind mark.
Looks like Jang
It's a
is
coin flip.
Yeah, we've got an all-in and a call.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, Antonius gets it in with Jack-8 against Ace-5.
Anyone rooting for me?
Ace-5.
Nobody.
I think you have more fans now than...
Nobody.
This could be it for Thanos.
Oh, he's paired his 8. Patrick Antonius takes the lead in this race.
No more coins. Way in front. 3 outs.
Turn card is a 10. So Patrick just has to fade an ace on the river. Barry Greenstein is not welcome here. Patrick doubles up through Zhang.
Well, one for you, one for me.
Pocket 8s for our qualifier. He's raised it to 260,000. So Antonius has now got 18 big blinds. He's pretty much tied with David Peters at the bottom of the leaderboard.
You know something I wanted to ask you, Maria, and I'll ask Finton and Spraggy as well, but you're, as far as analysts that we've got on the team, you are by far the most experienced in live MTTs. So everyone plays real tight because of ICM considerations on the final 2 table bubbles. On the final table bubble, we didn't lose any players last night. It was real cut and dry, straightforward, nobody taking any chances. And I get that. I understand that. But when everybody does that, then the tournament gets super shallow and you end up having to take these stupid flips. Isn't it better to just gamble up late? Like, isn't it all just going to be take the play out of it anyway? Or is it's better just to...
No, because when people say stuff like I'm playing to win, that's actually not necessarily, I know this sounds kind of counterintuitive, but that's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to finish in the best position that your chips dictate, given your stack relative to the other stack size. So, yes, it does mean that you get shallow. Dumont picking up the pace here with these 3-bet